got one question. So is that all you got? You go big or stronger. You push harder. Is that all you got? So you a victim. I only got one question. Is that all you got?
Welcome to my world.
What a flop! A full house against quads? Oh, come on!
Please don't bluff. But you bluff also. You have nothing.
It's a four-way all-in with 3 players at risk. And we get a triple elimination.
Got an EPT's first.
That is awesome.
Yes. Living a dream.
And Papa has done it! He has won his second EPT title.
I only got one question.
Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are in Prague for the first major EPT festival in more than 2 years. It is the penultimate day of the main event, playing down from the final 16 to the final 6, from 2 tables to the final table. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nicholas Walsh.
Let's get it on. EPT, we live.
We've got 2 more days to go, guys, today and tomorrow. Tomorrow we will crown a champion. Tomorrow we will pay out a 7-figure score to the winner. Live at 12:30 Central European Time. Cards up all the way through today and tomorrow. And we would love to hear from you. Tag your tweets, PokerStars TV. And make sure you're following at PokerStars on Twitter. Of course, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram. If you're watching live on Twitch or YouTube, please use the live chat to make sensible comments and ask logical questions. Twitch.tv/PokerStars, YouTube.com/PokerStars. These are the chip leaders coming into day 5. In fact, these are all 16 players. So these are actually the shorter stacks, including the players in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Mario Navarro and Hussein Ensan at risk. Armin Rezai also not comfortable right now. Leonardo Romeo also playing a sub-20 big blind stack. We might see some early KOs. Picking up where we left off with the blinds at 25.50. No concerns, no stresses for turn Mulder. Spirit of the horse indeed. 163 big blinds. Better than a 2-to-1 advantage, Joe, over the guy in second.
Doing Mulder's stack is hung like a, well, you know.
And the great news is we are going to have the chip leader on the main stage, plus the 2 former champs in the field. We've still got Dimitar Danchev, winner of the PCA in 2013, and we have Hussein Ensan, who won here in Prague in 2015. They're both on the feature table with Mulder. This is what they are playing for. We will start paying out the 6-figure scores tomorrow and the $1 million+ for the winner. Right now, players have locked up 45,000 euros, near enough. And of course, once we get to the final 10, there will be jumps in the prize money with every single elimination. Most of the prize pool, most of the 5.77 million, still to be awarded. And confirmation of the lineup. These are the players in seat order. Mulder in seat 1 and number 1 in chips. Not just at this table, Nick, also the monster chip leader. And no wonder, based on what we saw yesterday.
And in our hearts.
Absolutely, yeah. Spirit of the horse, indeed. I was never a fan of equestrianism before, but now I have to say I'm enamored.
Yes, thank you for your equestrianism. I almost got that word out. So close.
He's the absolute monster chip league, guys. He's been absolutely bossing. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Final 2 tables. Let's do it.
And 4 of the players at our first feature table qualified on stars to be here. Manuel Lebu, Grzegorz Glauni, Mario Navarro, and interestingly, Dimitar Danchev. There is Ensan, ready for action. Both an EPT winner and a World Series of Poker main event champ. Danchev plays on stars as Cool. Won a W Coupe a couple of years back.
Cool.
Cool.
And we'll be back on this level with 78 minutes remaining, so 25.50.
Should point out that Danchev actually has a first and a second on the EPT. We talk a lot about his win at the PCA in 2013. 18 months before that, in San Remo, he was the runner-up. There is one of the qualifiers we were talking about. Manuel Lebu qualified via a €250 satellite. Ah, Seif, the poker tourist, wants a PokerStars branded mask.
Don't we all?
Don't we all?
Asif, I thought you were here in Prague. I mean, I'm sure you could have wangled your way into securing some masks.
Honestly, if Asif doesn't ask for stuff, that makes me like him even more. There's a couple of people on tour that, like, you know, were friendly, and then they ask me for stuff, and I'm like, come on. I don't have anything. Look at it. Look at this. Look how I'm dressed.
I'm not saying for 1 second that he should be hassling you for the masks, but if you're at the event and you ask nicely and you know the right people, I'm sure you could score some swag.
Question for the chat. How much would you guys pay for a James Hardigan signed PokerStars EPT Prague European Poker Tour hoodie?
James, every hoodie is signed by James.
Place your bets now.
It's just black ink on a black sweater.
I wouldn't want to lower the value of a nice piece of PokerStars merchandise by scrawling on it. So, first hand of the day, as we play down to the final 6 on the penultimate day of the EPT Prague main event.
For all of you that said about Tree Fitty, that is correct. Thank you very much. That's how much. That's the answer to every question.
So action has been folded to Danchev, who's got 10-8 of diamonds in the hijack.
Let's go.
And a reminder, the blinds are still 25,000, 50,000. Danchev is going to raise to 100K, and action is on Mulder, who also has 10-8 suited in clubs.
It's a little bit early to be singing, guys, but this looks like it might be one of those situations if we get to showdown.
We're going to need a very specific run of circumstances and flop and turn and river, I think, for it to go showdown. 10-8, 10-8. But maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit premature. As we've seen before, Mulder, an extremely aggressive and capable player. So, you know, just because they got the same hand, don't mean it's going to go to showdown and it's going to be the old chop pot.
So heads up to the first flop of the day, which has 2 clubs on it. Advantage Mulder.
No shock there, by the way. If I was Mulder, I would have worried that whatever streak I was on would have ended overnight, right? Play the rush. So far, the rush continues. Even flopping a draw. Having 30% equity in a pot that you should be chopping.
A bet of 90,000 and a fold from Danchev. And to coin the classic cliche, the rich get richer. Mulder adds more chips to his stack, closing in on the 8.5 million mark now, close to 170 big blinds. So we only played 12 minutes of this level last night, so still got the better part of 80 minutes to run before we take the first break of the day and before we put the blinds up to 30-60.
Yeah, play finished yesterday as soon as we got down to 2 tables, so we got to play out the rest of this bad boy.
Saint Andersen as stylish as ever. Folds the queen 4 under the gun.
I like how we credit people for being stylish just for wearing black all the time.
There's black, and then there's black.
That's at least 4 different types of black.
So this is one of the qualifiers at the table. Glowney made it in via a 530 euro satellite. Does play mid to stakes, high stakes online. Is absolutely no slouch, and won a Stadium Series event back in the summer of 2020. It was a $215 buy-in, and he got 200K in that.
I was going to say, that kind of event on Stars during that kind of event, oh my gosh. That kind of series, I should say. Must have been a big one.
Glowney sounds like the one Care Bear that they don't invite to anything. Oh, Glowney's here.
So we are going 3-way to this flop. 10-8 again for 2 players, but Kyriak playing King Jack and flopping top pair. Kyriak, a player who over the last 48 hours has become known to our audience as the Romanian Ray Donovan.
You're Romania.
Discipline check there. It is quite a dry texture. It is multi-way, obviously, and I think he kind of knows this small blind range is going to like a lot of this king-9 deuce situation, right? When he flats here, queen-jack, queen-10, king-queen, king-9 suited, that kind of jazz. So he's just like, no, I don't think I'm going to put any more chips in this pot. But on the turn, he does manage to find the straight draw up and down, and he's 7 or queen. Will do the job.
$120,000 from Kyriak. Called by Konechiev.
Looks like a quick call to me. Yep, we're going to go to the river. It's always coming. Queen.
Oh, man.
That's a spicy, spicy river.
That's so broke for the King Jack.
Too bad for Kyriak, however.
Wow.
Konechiev and Glovny both have the straight.
Yeah, don't let these equities fool you. Only one of them really has 0% equity. The other 2 have 50.
Yeah, I mean, it's ugly for King Jack. Obviously, he's feeling pretty good about his hand on the turn, but when there's a 1-card straight out there, he knows he's got to slow down. And Glowny's like, oh, this is working out really, really great for me right now.
In position, gets to look like he's stealing.
Sure, absolutely. The diamond is a bit of an action killer as well, though.
So yeah, if you are confused by the percentages, guys, no one is going to win the pot outright. That is correct. But the chop is between Konechiev and Glovny. Kyriak is not winning a single chip from this pot. Unless, of course, he somehow represents the flush and shoves on the other 2 and they both fold.
Yeah, that would be really spicy and probably incorrect given the fact he's got monstrous showdown here. Oh, he's going to make the call. He's crying.
Milko in there with the should be an easy fold with KJ.
Uh-oh.
And Konechiev, now slightly confused, calls as well. So just to be clear, Kyriak loses another 225K, and Konechiev and Glovny are going to chop this pot. And guys, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. You were very low there, Nick. Very low.
I was going for the baseline. I don't know if it was deep enough, you know, like...
Boom.
Boom.
We're getting good reviews on it.
Yeah. We're trying to mix it up.
I'm a qualifier, man. Sorry? I'm a qualifier. Yeah? Yeah. Scared, man. So, don't apply pressure to me.
Oh, Ludwig. It was nice knowing you.
Alex says he prefers the falsetto. I think I might too. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not, you know, we got to try it out. We got to venture out and try new things. right, guys, hand number 3 of our session thus far.
So this is Mario Navarro, originally from Malaga, lives in Malta, qualified online. Is a professional poker player, $3.4 million in online earnings. Isn't actually quite all in here, by the way. He seems to have left a couple of chips behind. So it's a virtual all in. He's not folding for the rest.
Isn't there a planet in Star Wars called Navarro?
Yeah, good shout. I think there is.
Can you imagine if there was a planet in Star Wars called Stapleton?
Well, I'm sure if you call Kathleen Kennedy, she'll make it happen for you.
Let me do that.
George Lucas is a big fan of the EPT. It might happen now.
George Lucas has zero control, I'm afraid.
Oh.
He's sold out, buddy.
I'm a Mario. I'm gonna win.
So Navarro wins that uncontested. Yeah, Navarro's got quite a few decent results. Won a W Coupe event in 2018. It was a 1K worth $179,000. Scored a second place finish in a 2K W Coupe last year. And also has 313K in live earnings.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Dealer. Looking stylish there. All right, guys, if you're just joining us, blinds are 25.50 with a 50K big blind ante. Quicks folds round to the dealer, who has got a very nice hand. Pocket eights here from position.
Snowman's num num.
Num num.
Excuse me.
All right, taking it down.
Hussein wants something. Get him. Get.
Climactic playing a very comfortable 54 big blind stack. I think the average coming into play today was around 2.2 million, just shy of the 50 big blind mark.
All right, everyone can just fold. Two ins raising from early position.
Mulder has indeed opened. Apologies for the loss of graphics. It is temporary. We'll resolve it shortly. Ensan on the button seems to be interested. Now, Ensan is one of the short stacks. Came into play with around 10 big blinds. So if he's playing a hand, chances are it will be all in. Yep. Verbally declares that all of his chips are going in, and he has been presented with the red triangle of death. It's been folded back around to Mulder, who's got ace-king suited, and Mulder is going to call, and that means Hussein Ensan is at risk.
This is not what we wanted to see, guys. Obviously, the guy we're rooting for, he's got the nines.
Like Signal versus Telegram, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
So classic race underway at the feature table, a race that Hussein Ensan needs to win. He wants to keep the hope alive of going 2 times here in Prague. It's a low flop, 8-6-5, no diamonds. So far, so good for Ensan.
If it is always coming 7, Mulder dead on the turn.
Turn card is a 4. Hussein Ensan doesn't need to make a straight, just needs to fade an ace or a king on the river to survive. It's a queen. And so nines hold, and Hussein Ensan is still in the game. Doubles up through the chip leader and keeps the dream alive.
Nice hand, Eddie.
Nice hand, sir. I mean, both players we've been looking out for, both players that we really want to follow, both players that we're rooting for here in the commentary booth. Hussein Ensan back up to 20 big blinds now. You love to see it. Unlucky Mulder, but of all the people at the table, guys, definitely the guy that can afford to lose that flip. You know what I'm saying?
I will never financially recover from this.
And Mulder still has 159 big blinds after fully doubling Hussein Ensan.
But he's dropped below the 160 big blind mark, Nick. I mean, mentally, that's going to be that's going to crush him.
He's dropped below tres comas. No, he's actually still only got dos comas, but if you get the reference, it's kind of funny. Yeah, you're having a good day when you lose a flip and you still have 159 big blinds with 2 tables left. EPT Prague. It's a pretty nice situation to be in. Yeah.
You can hear the voice of Big Nick in the background, getting the high roller restarted. It's day 2 of the 10K here in Prague as well. That'll play down to the final tonight and will conclude tomorrow along with the main event.
It was so nice to see Big Nick after a couple years off, especially because there was a bag of chips way up high I couldn't reach.
That's a reason why they call him Big Nick. He's a tall fella. Dimitar Danchev in the small blind, Jack 10 of strawberries.
How much are you playing now? Like 1.3? 1.5, I think. 1.5?
Yep, I imagine that this is basically always going to be a sort of limp call scenario for Danchev. Jack 10 suited, obviously a hand that plays very well post flop. Mulder has the dominating hand here, of course, because blind v blind, Mulder. Yeah, exactly. But a lot of these really nice sort of medium sort of suited connector combo situations are really nice hands to limp and then just call and then just play post flop. And your opponent's going to be raising a pretty wide range here as well. It does come queen high, but it's a lot of bricks for Jack 10 of hearts. Not even a backdoor flush draw. So I don't think he's going to do too much in this pot.
Kind of feeling a little bit for Danchev having Mulder to his immediate left today.
Not a great draw.
And checks to the Dutchman, who has the best hand, top pair, 95% equity.
I don't mind like a little 1/3 pot size here. Let's see what he decides to do.
And we have lost our first player of the day. The field ticker down to 15. An elimination from the other table. It is Alexandra Emil, who's gone out in 16th place.
Sacre bleu.
Emil eliminated by Andrea Cortezi. Emil getting it in with ace-jack, but ran into the pocket kings of Cortezi.
So Mulder actually opts for more of a half pot sizing here, which I really like. I mean, he's going to be betting this a ton. You're probably never getting away from a 6, a 4, a worse queen, a spade draw, a straight draw. So you might as well use that larger sizing there when you've got top pair, because you know you're going to get all the action from that kind of hand. Otherwise, you know, there's not much else to gain. There's not a ton of turns that you're going to want to see that's going to sort of merit you more value or something like that. So might as well do it while it's good.
So we are 8-handed on the main stage and 7-handed at the other table. The field will merge when we are down to 9. George Kiriak from Romania opens under the gun +1 with Queen-Jack offsuit.
Tough spot for 5s though, huh? Like pretty far out of position. I think
2.75 mil, I guess you can.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think when we're looking at 30 big blinds effective, coming along, yeah, you're kind of just sneaking into that realm where you can afford to make the call and try and flop your set or whatevs.
Oh man, I think he's gone back and forth a couple of times. He was all
Yeah.
but folded, all but all in. Now it looks like maybe a call option maybe is being considered.
This is really close because he can definitely just squeeze shove this in, right, guys? There's so much dead money out there. He's going to get tons of fold. He's going to have a lot of equity otherwise. Decides to put it in the bin instead. Very, very patient there. I think maybe it would be a different story if there was a different stack depth dynamic here. We've got a very early open, right? UTG +1, but he's not particularly deep. He's not one of the chip leaders, so I think that range is going to be kind of honest and not as wide as you might want if you were going to decide to just ship the ace-10 there and try and pick up the dead money. Mulder, on the other hand, can put them in all kinds of hurt here. This is a super powerful position for Mulder. Yes, he can just call. That's obviously going to be fine. It's not completely out of the question for him to put in some kind of a raise here once in a while, too. I think, given the dynamic, the call is probably where you're going to want to go a little bit more often.
Yeah, he's going to get shoved on a whole lot, I think, if he 3-bets out of the small blind there. Not in this particular case, but
right.
plenty of the time.
Yeah, and I think also in a multi-way pot, you're more incentivized to flat because you want more action, right? When you flop your set, you want more people in the pot so you can get, potentially get some more value from that 14%.
So we've got a 10-7-3 flop. We only know one of LeBou's hole cards, so tough to say who is ahead here. We know that Mulder has 6s, so of the hands we can see, we know he's in front.
Four-way pots are hard, James. Really hard.
Everyone checks, and we get the 3 of hearts on the turn, pairing the board. Mulder could still have the best hand. Obviously, LeBou could have Jack 10, Jack 7.
Jack something might end up betting here.
Yeah, I mean, the paired board here is really nice for the 6s. I think Mulder knows that he probably will have the best hand here some of the time. It's an opportunity for him to go ahead and put in some more chips here and just kind of protect his hand. Doesn't have to go big, right?
Tiny.
450K, he just makes 75K. I love this, right? Like,
yeah.
When we're looking at bet sizings here, I think any bet is going to be quite successful. Again, we have this four-way dynamic, and people have to be quite honest in these situations, right? It's not a heads-up spot where people are going to float you really liberally. Yeah. Maybe the last person to act decides to come along. Excuse me.
Well, LeBou folded there, and one thing I just wanted to quickly draw attention to is we saw at yesterday's feature table, Mulder played a lot of hands against Manuel LeBou, and the poor guy just got absolutely run over. Now, often it was a situation where Mulder made the better hand by the river, but even when he didn't, he still basically ate LeBou's lunch.
That's the name of our new band. Ate LeBou's lunch.
And even though LeBou is a qualifier, he is still a proficient mid-stakes player. Interestingly, it is Kyriak who sticks around, and the king on the river doesn't change anything. Mulder still with the best hand.
Do you think Kyriak ever tries to outplay Mulder?
Maybe.
Do you think he ever succeeds?
Yeah, and that's why I think maybe just don't try.
I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that if Mulder checks here, which
He's
he does,
checking.
Kyriak has to bet. Why else call the turn? No, checks it back.
Call the turn because you got 2 live overs.
I figured he was setting something up for the river, but never mind.
Well, remember, James, he did use that really small size. He did have a decent price there just to spike a queen or a jack. It's not unreasonable. But he was channeling Joe. Why try?
Why try?
Queen high on the river. Why try?
At least now you're not embarrassed.
So Mulder back up to nearly 8.5 million, still has the massive advantage at this table and a sizable chip advantage if we look at the field overall. It is Mario Navarro, who is the low man at this table, super short stack, now with fewer than 10 big blinds, very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
That was a good one.
There was a while I had voice problems and I couldn't do it really at all.
Yeah.
And I still don't give it the full effort most of the time. When I'm alone and practicing in the bathroom mirror, I really crush it. But I'm afraid to give it the full effort.
Are we talking about danger zone or cranking?
No, cranking, I never stopped. You can see the difference in my forearms. This is my cranking forearm, and this is my, I use this one only if I got to mix it up a little bit. If my right arm gets tired, sometimes I'll crank it. By the way, I'm talking about the cooler machine.
So Kiriak now under the gun, King Jack. And he raises to 100K. Folded around to the shorty, Navarro. And yes, as we established on the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast during our Mandalorian quiz, Navarro was the planet where all the bounty hunters would hang out.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
Must be cool to live in the Star Wars universe where you get like a whole planet just for your job. What planet do the comedians hang out on? 2 drink minimum, millennium.
Yeah, they got all those planets in the galaxy, and we have to hang out on Tatooine so much. So much.
Straight out of Yeet says, if I ever speak to a comedian, I'll ask. Well, you won't be speaking to anyone for at least 10 minutes. Thank you for your comment. You banned.
All right, we're rounding on hand number 9 here, guys. And Jack 9 off, UTG decides not to come along. 6 deuce off, pretty clear bin situation. But that's a really pretty looking hand, excuse me. Ace-8 of strawberries coming in just for the straight min raise. Remember, the blinds are 25-50 with a 50K ante.
Yeah, has raised from the hijack, and now Lebeau with Queen Jack of clubs on the button.
He's got about 2 mil. That's about 40 big blinds, but the effective stack depth here closer to 30. Makes the call. Really, really pretty hand to play from position. On the dealer button, Queen Jack suited. That looks good to me. It looks really good. He's getting a pretty good price to come along here, James, but it is a pretty ugly hand to play multi-way. It's not a hand that plays well multi-way.
Some pretty bad reverse implied odds with King 6.
Yeah, exactly. These guys are pretty proficient post-flop, though. Extremely proficient, dare I say. So he is going to come along.
And that means we're going 3-way to the flop. And that flop is tray 4 deuce. Ace high still ahead. Danchev with the high card and the wheel draw. Action has been checked to him.
Danchev does not want to make that wheel.
Yes, good point. Well made.
Piker asks, did this day start when the stream went live? No, it started at midnight. Thank you for your question.
Everyone checks, and we get the 9 of spades on the turn. Ace high still ahead. to Lebu. Mentioned that he is a mid-stakes player online live. He only actually has one cash that was for around $1,000 at the start of this year. He's made it to the river, but Queen Jack does not connect. The deuce of hearts means that ace high is still the best hand, and there's a strong chance this gets checked to showdown and Danchev wins the pot.
Such a nice feeling winning this pot at showdown.
Yeah.
With ace high. Almost 400K out there. James, something funny just happened in chat. There's a guy in there named N Big Money, and he's looking for information on the free roll. You know, big money over here. Looking to hop in a free roll.
I'm afraid no free rolls. You're also going to have to pay for the sandwiches.
Big Money's an ironic name, I think.
Do you feel like that might have been some sacred poker, Joe?
Oh, yeah, Sacred Poker. Who was playing Sacred Poker yesterday? Are they still in?
It was Sade.
Oh, yeah. Sade didn't make it.
Yeah, unfortunately, his sacred poker didn't serve him well.
He was a smooth operator, but sadly did not make it into the final 16.
His bust out was no ordinary shove.
Okay, a whole bunch of folds here.
Sklovny on the button with ace-7 offsuit, a hand commonly known as the Spraggy.
From clowny to clowny.
Raises to 100K, gets a fold from the small blind. And Valentino Konechiev in the big blind has Queen Deuce offsuit. Yuck.
Yeah, this is not a pretty hand. You know when you just see a Texas Hold'em hand and you go, yuck.
I had a queen. It's like the third best card.
Yes, release. That's how you do it right there. You want to get sticky there in the big blind a lot, right? You're facing the direct min raise from a position that's going to be opening extremely wide range. However, you know, you got to have some folds, and I think Queen Deuce off is perfectly reasonable to release. Just a whole bunch of nothing. Very rarely connects in a way where you're going to feel happy about your hands.
It's such a rare thing that happens these days. I'm actually pretty excited when it does.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, as we've seen, these guys not afraid to play pots from out of position, not afraid to defend the correct range. And as Joe's saying, you know, as we've sort of developed poker, as we've learned more about poker and it's become higher and higher level, people realize what kind of hands you need to be defending in the big blind in order not to be exploited, especially against players that know the ranges to raise in the first place. And in particular, the button obviously being a very wide open.
I wonder what percentage of my stack I lose every tournament defending the big blind, missing, and then folding. So much of it, at least half.
Well, that's
because I don't play any other hands.
That's the thing about defending the big blind. You can know what the range is, but you also need to understand how to play some of like the really weird stuff. You know?
I only know that first part.
Yeah, it's hard. It is really hard, you know, and understanding how to not only defend the correct range, but also how to play that range that can be quite wide from out of position is very difficult.
So we are pretty much halfway through this level, just the one elimination so far today. And that was at the other table. 15 remaining from a starting field of 1,190, playing down to the final 6 today. We do have some short stacks. None shorter than Mario Navarro. Golovny with ace jack in the hijack.
Oh dear, though. Hussein with a really pretty hand here, and only about 20 big blinds behind him. I actually don't think a shove is completely out of the question, especially given the fact that Glenny's opening the hijack here. He decides just to bin it instead. Fair play. This is a guy that knows how to keep his tournament life alive, and he's obviously picking his spots very well. That's twice now he's been in situations where he could have played his hand as a squeeze shove, and he's avoided 2 catastrophic scenarios thus far.
Queen 10 deuce on the flop. Golovny with the gut shot and also with the best hand, ace high.
You got position, and you got a gut shot, and you got a backdoor spade draw, so you're going to be betting this.
And a range advantage.
Absolutely. And the initiative. So what's the size? What do you think, Joe? Maybe like a 1/3 kind of situation?
I think we're 1/3 max.
Oh,
That was 1 1/3.
that was large.
That was an entire pot and a third.
Very interesting size there.
Navarro down to 5 big blinds. I think we can officially call this the hyper danger zone.
Danger zone!
Yep, he is on life support right now. He needs that double, but still plenty of play in this tournament. And obviously, these nice slow clocks, lots of play left in this structure. So 5 big blinds ain't much, but it's not like they're going to be going up anytime soon.
Action has been folded to Golovny. 8-4 hearts. That gets folded. Kiriak, let's go 5-4. Konotchiev is out. Andersen on the button.
So the shove range goes way up here. But also you can raise, I think, a certain number of your hands too. Yeah.
Yeah, we touched on this a little bit. There are going to be some pushes in this scenario. But depending on the texture of your hand, you're going to want to also have plenty of sort of smaller min-raise kind of hands as well.
So Navarro, all into call. Jack 10 of clubs, makes the move.
Oh, wow.
Calls it off. Danchev's out. So Navarro, the at-risk player here. And we know he's behind.
Yeah, but he's looking, it looks like ace-jack for Andersen.
I was going to ask, how far behind
King.
are we? At least both the jack and the 10 are live. But yes, Andersen, ace, king suited. Navarro, 42%, needs to hit to survive.
I was going to say, Andersen's body language looks like Navarro is live, but I misread that other card.
Yeah, I mean, I think Navarro just recognizes he needs that double, and Jack 10 suited is going to have a ton of equity in these situations. But
King
it's
high flop. So now Navarro is going to need to go runner, runner. And it's over on the turn, and we lose our first player from the feature table, our second elimination of the day. Online qualifier Mario Navarro busts in 15th place.
He's got a straight draw now and a flush draw. One more card, just one more. Can I get one more?
No dice.
No dice. GG's, my friend.
He did get the ladder, by the way, by making it to 15th, 51,310 euros, and 14th will get paid the same. 2 tables of 7 remaining on the penultimate day of the EPT Prague main event.
And a little bit more for the fan favorite.
Up to 800K, so it's been a pretty good start for Hussein here. He got that double early on when the 9's held against Ace-King. Look at those eyes. Look at those kind eyes. And, of course, now picking up a pot here as well. His opponent only had about 5 big blinds, but still, as we get down to the final table, you know, we're going to see increasingly shorter effective stacks, and every chip counts. Those chips are extremely valuable at this point.
Pocket kings for Glovny. The raise is to 100,000. Folded to Andersen.
Yep, fairly standard. You know, guys, I think the only deviation from the straight min raise that we've seen over the last sort of 2 sessions or so has been when Mulder had 6-5 suited, and the blinds were just right for him to make it 6-5. Do you remember, Joe?
Uh-oh.
Ace King to turn Mulder. Spirit of the horse.
The answer, do you remember, Joe? To you remember, Joe, is almost always no.
Sacred poker.
The re-raise from Mulder. 450,000.
Time to find out just how hot 2 and Mulder is. If he cracks kings here, I think everyone else can just pack it in. Give him better than first place money. Chop it up.
Looks like Glovny's just calling. We are going to the flop.
Is just calling, is that a stack depth thing?
Yeah, I think it is, absolutely.
Ace in the door. Always an ace on the desk, especially when you have kings.
And a very dangerous 2 diamonds as well.
Yeah, Joe, I think, you know, I think he's aware that he's going to win a big pot with kings here a lot of the time. Doesn't want to inflate the pot unnecessarily. I don't think it would be ridiculous for him to 4-bet here either. Still, you know, started the hand about 45 big blinds effect, you know, something like that. 45 big blinds effective, thereabouts. But unfortunately, that ace, just not what those kings wants to see.
Oh, wow.
Top analysis, Nick. When you have kings, you do not want to see an ace.
Absolutely flawless analysis there. He's going, what if I 4-bet this pre? Would this have gone differently?
Come on, Egby. Fold for 100K.
Such a teaser, such a tickler.
Our moderator, Tom, is right. You never see this happen live.
The manners maketh the man.
Manners maketh man. 9 of spades, no change.
No, and just to be clear, it's a horrible position when you've got kings. You're up against ace-king and your opponent flops an ace because you're pretty much down to 1 out, and that's exactly the situation Glovny finds himself in.
I love the 100K bet from Mulder, too.
And now checks the turn.
What can you possibly do when someone runs well and just knows exactly how to navigate it, too? Like, you just have no shot.
Yeah, it is really tough. Mulder is just at the absolute top of his game. I mean, we've seen him play online so much. James likes to highlight as well, you know, it is very unusual to see somebody who is exceptionally good at poker online and then also can transfer that to live. You know, there's usually some disconnect there. But thus far, Mulder has been running extremely well, but also playing some of the best poker we've seen here at EPT Prague.
So close to 1.2 million in the middle. It went check on the turn after that small c-bet from Mulder on the flop. How much is he going to bet on the river?
I mean, it is kind of a scary run out, James.
Oh, he checks?
That 1 card straight with the 10 is definitely something that he needs to be concerned about. Kings doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff, does he, right? I mean, he's going to have best hands so frequently. assuming it's going to go check, but whenever we've been in the situations in the last couple days, we have seen some pretty outlandish plays, and successfully so.
Don't value own yourself.
Yeah. Brutal.
Oh man, savage. Another pot for Mulder.
Who's moved over the 9 million mark now.
Temporary setback, not winning that flip again. The St. Andersen up to 180 big blinds.
I'm sure it's just a glitch, a temporary setback.
You do have to give Glovney some credit there for being very patient and losing the minimum with those kings. You know, once it goes bet 100, check on the turn, you could easily be like, all right, here we go. Time to, oh, wait, nope.
Andersen checking out the action at the other table and now returning to his seat. Well, every chat pro in the universe across both Twitch and YouTube feels that Mulder played that a little bit lame, Nick, and that he missed out on some value.
Well, I appreciate that you guys have your opinion on that hand, but I kind of default to the guy that's like the greatest to have ever done it a little bit, you know?
I also think that if you're at a table and you have identified players who maybe you have a decent advantage over, right?
Yeah.
And then there's another player at the table who is also a mid to high stakes online player who's had numerous big cashes in big buying events online, that maybe that's not the guy you necessarily want to play a massive pot against.
That would make a lot of sense. You got to pick your spots, right? But unfortunately, on the final two tables of an EPT, it's hard to it's hard to get, you know, those soft spots that you're looking for. You know, you're playing with some of the best now. Not so easy to navigate around some absolutely sensational poker.
By the way, we're having a little copy pasta fun with this comment from Lamari, although I do agree completely. The transition from online to live is virtually non-existent for most of these players now. They just are just as good live.
Well, action has been folded to the chip leader on the button, 10-8 offsuit. Raised to 100,000. Lebu is out. Glovney with King Jack in the big blind.
It's real pretty.
Again, no real need to get out of control here, right? Just let's see a flop. We got a hand that flops pretty well.
Yep. I think that's exactly the decider here, Joe. King Jack off, a hand that plays fine out of position. It's got good playability post flop. And by playability, guys, it's like we make reference to playability in the sense that it means you can realize the equity of your hand more frequently, right? There are some hands that just play very poorly. You don't really know where you're at in the hand often enough to realize the full equity of your hand as though you were going to see all 5 cards. Hands like King Jack off give you a lot of opportunities to continue. You're going to have some straight draws. You're going to have good top pairs that when you make them. And it just means that you're going to get to showdown more often, and you're going to realize all the value that you had at the start of the hand before 5 cards were dealt.
So, Mulder has continued for 75,000. Glovny is obviously going to at least call and does call. What price the jack on the turn?
2 pair. Okay. Well, it is 2 pair.
But not the jack, not the card that Mulder was looking for, and he's down to 8% equity now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but I don't imagine that 10-8 is going to want to continue on this turn too often. It's one of those spots where, like, you're not really going to get a queen to fold that often. You're not going to get a king to fold that often. On the flip side, you are blocking hands like Jack 10. So you should be able to represent the flop nuts once in a while, but it's just one of those spots. I think we're going to see a slowdown quite often.
I don't know if this is an ironic comment from Irony Forces. And again, Mulder hits a pair. This guy is so sick.
It does go check on the turn as expected, and no improver. I think Glovny knows he's got to go for value here, and I think generally speaking, people like to sort of polarize this river, right? Because you do want to get a lot. You do want to get some folds here once in a while. You are going to float on this flop with some gut shots that didn't get there, etc. Etc. I should say. So, what do you think, chat? You think he's going to go like 300K? That big?
So Cool 111 asks, isn't Mulder the name of the detective in X-Files? Never heard of it.
Is he talking about the X-Men?
What was the bet size?
Oh, maybe he means X-Men.
X-Men.
Yeah.
95,000. I was way
Who's
off.
the detective in X-Men? Do you mean Professor X?
Oh, Professor. Yeah.
Detective.
I don't know. Yeah, Batman is a detective.
But he's not an X-Man, he's in Justice League.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's what's happened. So Cool is confusing X-Men with Justice League and is thinking about Batman, the world's greatest detective, whose name is Bruce Wayne, not Mulder. So, wrong on so many levels, So Cool.
Brad says, wrong. I said it earlier, X-Files. There were like a lot of branch-offs of X-Men. There was like X-Factor, X-Force, maybe X-Files was one of them.
X-Factor was my favorite spin-off from X-Men. I mean, not being funny, the movies didn't really have time for a singing competition.
X-Hamster, sure, of course. Another one.
All right, we got a little hijack big blind action here. Syriac here looking down at not too many big blinds. Just to up, just to call, take a flop. Okay, A6 here with the gut shot, and what can very likely just be the best hands, which of course we can see it is. 2 checks, King 10 doesn't want to turn his hand into a bluff here, and that club is really, really juicy for Danchev here, picking up the King High flush draw on the turn, and again, what might still be the best hand with King High from his position, from his perspective. So A6 decides to lead turn. Don't imagine Danchev is going to be going anywhere. But no improver. A6 still the best hand. He's reaching for chips. Pot was 455,000 to begin with. He makes it 175.
Wolfie Spirit slightly confused to see Kyriak still in the EPT main event.
Rude.
Last time I saw the stream, he was like super short. Do you know what happens? Sometimes players double up.
Oh, I thought he was just confused that he would make it this far.
By the way, Wolfie, there's only one spirit at this table today, and that's the spirit of the horse. That is Turn Mulder.
Hey, what if Danchev just like shoved this river? What if he was just like,
He's capable.
Absolutely.
Wait a second, I can do something here.
You're not number 4 on my top 5 Bulgarian players list without being capable of making moves like that.
Using some time banks, giving himself the opportunity.
Is the king of clubs a factor in considering?
Absolutely, Joe. That's what I was looking at. You're also blocking hands like King Jack. So the Jack River is not going to be as good for Kyriak as often or as frequent.
175.
Looks like he might be calling.
Does make the
Wow.
call.
Thought he was considering bluff raising the river. In fact, heroes with king high only to lose to ace high.
Yeah. Ace-6 here, bluffing with the best hand.
That's one of those situations where you get called there, you might muck.
Yeah, you're not feeling great when you get looked up there, but he'll take it.
Kyriak playing 1.8 million, 35 big blind stack. Why are people making all these references to David Duchovny? That's the guy from Californication, right?
Yes, he was also in that that comedy Evolution.
Don't understand the relevance. Ensan folding queen 4 under the gun. Danchev with king 10. Round 2, the blinds. Kyriak with 4-3 in the small.
It is kind of a shame, though, right? I know he calls with king high and he's losing to ace high, but he did kind of sniff out the bluff to a certain degree, right?
You could take it like a moral victory there, I guess.
Like, because, you know, like, I understand he makes the call there and he runs into ace high, but his opponent is effectively bluffing on that river, if I'm not grossly mistaken. So all the other stuff that isn't ace high, that is a bluff, he's actually going to be beating, right? He kind of just runs into a really specific combo that is bluffing, just so happens to actually have the best of it. And I think that means that more often than not, way more often than not, he's actually just going to be making an absolutely genius hero call there. All right, little blind v blind action. Small blind raises and takes it down. Nice answer.
So we have about 20 minutes left to play on this level. 2 bust outs from the start of play, 2 tables of 7 remaining. This is the 19th hand of the day. And the chip leader is back in action. Mulder opening with 3s. Queen Jack for Lebu.
So hard to flat with Queen Jack here and not get repopped later on.
Yeah, the hijack is still pretty far away from the button.
Yeah.
Kiriak calls on the button. Konakchiev is out. Ensan in the big blind. 10 deuce offsuit. Ugh.
He's Ensan in the brand.
Insane in the brand.
Seven, 4-4. Decent chance. Threes could still be the best hand here.
The poker gods must have just had some kind of weird glitch. We said threes. It's another pair. That's right. There goes Kiriak. A later.
That was pretty straightforward. When you got threes, it's a nice flop for threes. Kind of just want to fold on the flop. That's what he gets. Easy game.
And Mulder keeping his stack above 9 million. Sizable advantage over the rest of the field. Obviously, we're focused on the feature table right now, but no one is close to 9 million on the other table.
Is there 9 million at the other table?
King 7 suited UTG. Chip leader obviously going to want to get involved with that bad boy.
There isn't, is there?
So let's talk about percentage of chips in play. And I'm going to bring the human calculator into this conversation because I know you can do this stuff,
Okay.
Joe.
Yeah.
1,190 entrants, 30,000 starting stacks. A number of chips in play?
Like 35.7 million.
Spot on. So Mulder, let's round it. Let's call it 9.1 million.
Okay. You don't have to round for me, but just for the audience, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah, simplify for them, yeah.
What percentage, approximately, of the chips in play would you say Mulder has
It's
right
not quite 25%. It's like 24.2%, 24.3%.
now? He's good.
Year of the calculator.
Year of the human calculator. What do you think of this, where the Golden Cranes is more like 26%? What do you think about that?
Well, what's Mulder's stack at the end of that hand? It's changing all the time. That's the thing, guys. At that point where we did the calculation, it was around 24.2. Lebu up to 2 million. He's playing 40 big blinds right now. To be fair, I think we can safely say that Mulder has a quarter of the chips in play with 14 players remaining. However precise you try and cut it, the reality is it's a phenomenal chip advantage to have.
Did I ever tell you the story about how my my mom thought that the quarterback was the worst position you could have in football?
No.
Because it was smaller than the halfback and the fullback.
You only get a quarter of it.
Ensan on the button with a crunchy ace-8.
Ensan in the brand. Hossein in the membrane. Oh, Mulder. Do not go after my dad like this. Oh my goodness!
I mean, this is getting silly.
Oh my God.
At least Ensan.
What is happening?
At least Ensan has pretty much missed. Okay, there's one club out there, but at least there's nothing that's going to make this board so appealing that he commits a stupid number of chips. Don't give him a club. Thank you.
Why do you hate my dad so much, poker gods? This is so, I mean, who has hit a flop this hard in like the last year?
And there was no reaction, by the way. I don't know if you spotted. No reaction.
I would just, how do you not burst out laughing? You're just like,
I know, right?
That didn't even happen.
I mean, look, there's a chance that Ensan calls a value bet with ace high, thinking it could still be good. But crucially, I can't see Ensan losing a huge pot here.
No, it's just silly, though.
Very, very silly. Silliest hand of the tournament so far.
Oh, snap call by Andersen.
Yeah. And I understand calling the value bet. I mean, at least Ensan sees the funny side of it,
Yeah,
right? At least he finds it amusing.
Good flop. Also, yeah.
Good flop, huh?
Easy flop.
Easy flop. Nice.
And, you know, to Mulder's credit, played it really well to get a call from ace high.
Yeah. Now more than 9.5 million, closing in on the 200 big blind mark. I mean, he's getting closer to having a third of the chips in play.
I mean, if there's anything in poker we love almost as much as an underdog story, it's an overdog story. Just an absolute
Like you.
domination performance by an online legend showing up live. Now, I guess, James, here's a question I have. Obviously, we are way more aware of the online crushers who've showed up for this event because we've been following online poker way more closely than we ever have before. Do you think Tuin Mulder shows up to these events regularly and we're just now noticing him, or is this like rare for him?
He has been a regular in live events for some time. This is not like the first time he's ever played an EPT, but I think this is the most success he's had, winning that 25K earlier in the week.
Yeah.
And clearly this is his deepest ever run in an EPT main.
Well, he must have been putting the work in the last couple of years. One false step saying he had a deepish run in Barcelona, Maine a few years ago. And Sen all in right now for 760K. Dropping back down below the shove fold mark after paying off that value bet. And Konakchev asking for a count. Ace-9 suited. And Konakchev trying to determine if Andersen would be shoving hands just like this. King, Queen, King, Jack.
Yep, that's exactly right, Joe. This is really close. This is really, really close. Andersen is not that deep here. He does pick his spots really well. It's really interesting. There were a couple situations we've seen so far where he could have squeezed in hands actually better than King Jack off. But he's choosing this moment to make the play with the weakest of his opportunities thus far in terms of his actual hand strength, but perhaps the best spot to do it, and in fact it was. Absolutely.
Why not? I don't know what you have. If you have big hand
That really is uncanny how he's avoided situations that might have looked prettier,
Yeah.
right? With stronger hands where it would have been catastrophic, he would have been dominated, and he finds that situation in particular with a weaker hand, and he gets a better hand to fold. And I think this is why we've seen him go so deep in so many events over his lifetime. He can just pick these spots so well.
I hope that what I'm about to say is taken with the intention that I mean also is that he's also kind of the very definition, in my opinion, of a field player. I don't know what his sort of study habits are. I don't know what his like relationship is with GTO. It seems to vary far from the standard GTO play, but it really works for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've absolutely no doubt that he's, you know, studied this game, but as we've seen just in this session alone, he's picked these spots really well, and in, you know, there's definitely a method to the madness, but absolutely just feeling out these situations, and he's got them right so far. Hit the nail on the head.
And one thing I think is impressive too is that I've seen him play like an absolute maniac in multiple situations, and now in a couple of situations where he could have justifiably gotten it in, shrugged his shoulders.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Absolutely.
Android says, so you're saying I don't need to study?
I mean, if you have innate ability, there are a couple. Look, again, I don't know if Hossein studies or not. I don't want to say he doesn't. There are players out there that seem to study a little bit less than everyone else, and they still are always in contention. You think Grinder is at home studying charts and solvers? I doubt it. The guy just shows up once a year and wins a 50K.
Danchev has opened with aces, Mulder with deuces in the cutoff.
If this is like a set of deuces against aces, I'm out. Like I'm just gonna need to take the next level off. I won't be any good to you.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
It's like he heard you, Joe. He went, oh, I really like Joe.
We gotta keep Stapes.
I really want Stapes on comms, so I'll just let this one go. Oh man, he could absolutely just ship these sixes. He absolutely could. Makes the fold at ICM pressure. Ace is getting no action from the two pairs directly to his left. That's really surprising.
Oh, aces go to waste.
Wow, he doesn't get action from either pair or the ace in the big blind?
Isn't that always the way?
Isn't that always the way, Joe?
So, clock ticking down into the break.
Wouldn't have worked. Would it have worked?
It wouldn't have worked, he says. I don't know, Joe. That could have been some sacred poker.
Right, a lot of sacred poker.
A lot of sacred poker over there.
Might be able to squeeze in a couple of hands before we take the first 20-minute break of the day. Action starting with Hossein Ensan.
It's a real shame we don't get to hear some more in-depth analysis from Maria Ho, isn't it, guys? Oh, we had some fun.
Typos are pretty fun.
Ensan folds. Danchev also out. Mulder, Spirit of the Horse. Raising with Queen 9.
Wow, he wakes up with 10s here on the button.
I saw Taron Edgerton spill a drink at a bar one time in London, and he looked at me and he went, shh. Anyway, this guy looks like Taron Edgerton.
Golovny just flatting with the 10s, and now we've got Kiriak in the small blind with ace-10.
This is another one of those very tempting squeeze spots, right?
I can't believe this guy's name is Kiriak George.
Looks like he's loading up.
Where's the man in the yellow hat?
I think it's got to be at least 400K. I like it even a little bit bigger here once in a while.
Well, the 3-bet is less than 400K, 365,000. And looks like Mulder has folded, so it's back on Glovny, who has position and has the best hand.
James, he could absolutely just ship this one. He's asking how much he's
Can
got.
I have one four more, 1-3 more.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Can Glovny pull the trigger here? He decides to call instead. Still has mountains of equity, even if he didn't decide to take it more aggressive pre. His hand is really well disguised here, guys. This is a great spot for Glovny, but we have seen that ace do him some damage.
Well, the flop does not have an ace on it. It is Jack 7-4, 10 still ahead.
And now you're in the small blind.
So calling with 10s there, right? For us dummies out there, you're waiting for a safe flop. Is that one way to put it?
I think Glovny's aware of the fact that this squeeze can be really wide. He's aware of the fact he's going to have tons of equity. He's aware of the fact that if it is a bluff, he probably wants to keep those hands in. I don't think it's necessarily because he wants to see a quote-unquote safe flop, but as far as flops go, this is actually a pretty good one for 10s.
Well, Kiriak
follow-up
has continued for 275K.
kind of has to, though, right?
I mean, what else are you going to do? It's actually a relatively dry board as well, so I think he's feeling pretty good about the c-bet here. It's not huge, but it doesn't have to be either. I mean, you're going to get a lot of stuff to fold here for the small sizing, so it seems good, but he just doesn't know that Glovny's sitting here with a very strong holding. Looks like a call to me.
It is a call, and we get the 8 of diamonds on the turn. And now opportunities emerge. As things stand, Glovny an 86% favorite to win the pot outright. Kiriak would need an ace on the river to scoop the pot.
Yeah, Glovny is now also blocking the nut straights. Although, given this dynamic pre-flop, don't know how much 9-10 he's going to have. He'll have a little bit, maybe 9-10 suited once in a while, that kind of thing. But the offsuit varieties, probably not nearly as much. So we're looking at about 4 combinations of 9-10 suited, and that's about it, really.
Is it terrible that I was expecting once the 8 hit for ace-10 to fire again?
I think he's just aware that his next move had to be an all-in, Joe. If you look at the effect,
Because of the stack
yeah,
size,
if you look at the SPR, usually when you turn a gut shot, it gives you a lot of ammunition to go ahead and fire again. But I think in this scenario, he's aware that his play has to basically be an all-in, and I don't know if he's willing to put his tournament life on the line here. It's not the worst hand to do it with, though, of course.
It's one of the worst hands to do it into.
Yeah, absolutely.
175,000, the small bet from Glovny, called by Kiriak, taking this hand to the river, which is the 5 of diamonds. It's a blank. Yeah. Glovny has a lock on it.
No change, but that was an exceedingly small bet on the turn, you guys. That was like really, really, really thin.
Vertical bird clocked it at 12% sizing.
Sounds like play has concluded at the other table, so once this hand has finished, we will be on break.
Oh my days, is he considering the all-in on the river?
I think he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got less than a half pot.
He's all in on time banks.
If he ships here, Glovny only has to have the best hand. It's like less than 25% of the time to make a profitable call.
Interestingly, does not shove, goes for half stack, 425k.
I mean, the price he's getting on this river is absurd.
I'm really, really good at this, by the way, giving my great price.
Also,
one of my moves.
Also, thinking, why would you not share?
Yeah.
This feels really, really valuable.
I think you're laughing. You're considering running diamonds, right? You're laughing at that.
He only has to have the best hand like 1 in 7 times to make this profitable. If he folds here, this would be absolutely unbelievable.
But I wouldn't blame him because I do think that this bet looks ridiculously strong.
I feel you, James. I absolutely do. It's just the most insane-o price, and it's just, oh, man.
MAFFS.
Yep. Oh, never mind.
Yet.
It's just a time bank card. They keep getting us with those, Joe.
It must be annoying to put the time bank card in and then have to start thinking again.
Yeah, I think it does interrupt the flow of thought for sure.
You don't have to do that, by the way.
Yeah, right. They just take them off you, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a crying call situation. You know what I mean?
Well, most people watching think it's an easy call because guess what? They can see all the cards.
That's another time bank. It's a big decision here.
Huge.
Kiriak.
He dropped a chip. Joey dropped a chip.
He's starting to show some signs of distress.
It's just such an unusual line. This is a 3-bet pot. This is a squeezed pot. He slowed down turn, bet river.
Nice call.
With just 450k, and Glovny is now going to be playing more than 3.5 million as the players go on break.
Like Glovny.
So the first session saw 2 eliminations. We're down to 14, 2 tables of 7, and we will keep this table on the main stage. We'll continue following these 7 players when we come back after the 20-minute break. And the session ended very well for Grzegorz Glovny. He is now second in chips at the table, but there is no denying that one guy has absolute control of not just this table, but this tournament. Turn Mulder playing 9.4 million. Even when the blinds go up to 30k, 60k when we come back, he'll have 157 bigs. And that action will resume in 20 minutes. More live coverage here from Prague, from the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Coming up on today's recap.
Oh,
Queen, 7 trips for Mulder.
And the remaining players are headed into day 5, 4x4. The Sweet 16 is set. This is your daily roundup of the PokerStars EPT Prague main event. Day 4 began with 42 players. By the end, 2 tables of 8 would be advancing to the penultimate day. Former EPT champion Adrian Mateos was amongst the first to fall. Robert Heindorn kicked things off with an early position raise with pocket 10s. Mateos, a relative short stack, woke up with 7s in the big blind and re-raised for most of his stack. Heindorn shoved, Mateos stalled momentarily to try to possibly outlast a bust out at the other table and ladder up, but eventually called. Being that he's an EPT champion, he immediately deduced the 10 on the flop was bad news. Somehow his single-digit equity didn't work out, and Mateos was busto, cashing for just under 18,000 euros.
Well, feeling is never good after busting the tournament, especially in early rounds. So opponents are pretty tough, especially for the main event. This table was pretty tough. Like mostly all the players are professionals, so hey, it's a tough tournament. But I'm really used to play with good players. So at the end of the day, it's one more day in the office.
On one of the outer tables, PokerStars qualifier Jack Sinclair came in today with a top 10 stack and went out on the third hand. we let him blow off some steam.
Well, it's a pretty disappointing day. I busted in 3 hands after coming in 9th in chips. So it's pretty much the worst start you could ever imagine. I got kings in versus ace king for 50 big blinds, chip lead pot, first hand of the day. Didn't win. Quite disappointed now, but it's okay.
Among the final 16 moving on to day 5 are the other 2 former EPT champs, Hossein Ensan and Dimitar Danchev.
I'll try to win second title, but it's a long way to go. We'll see if I get fortunate to get to the final table. Then I'll be more like maybe a little bit of pressure about that. But now it's still early, I think, so I don't think about that too much. I think the competition is quite tough, actually. I've had just one good table, and then all the other tables were very tough. At this point, you have to have some luck, of course. And that's all.
It was online animal Tuin Mulder who was the thoroughbred star of the show on day 4. On this particular hand, Mulder opened ace-queen in the hijack. Carlos Vicina Duenas flatted the raise in the big blind with king-queen of hearts. 5-high flop, ace-high still out in front. Vicino checked, Mulder c-bet, followed by a quick call. Queen of spades on the turn. Both players now paired, but leave it to the guy who rocks the horse avatar online to be the much stronger kicker. Vicino checked, Mulder bet, Vicino called, leaving him with less than pot behind. A 6 on the river makes some murky waters for just a pair of queens, but after a check from Vicino, Mulder dug in for the photo finish.
Mulder does not slow down, moves all in. Vicino calls all in and is all out.
Oh
36th place finisher, and we might have a new chip leader.
Yeah, I think he started the hand with like 18 big blinds or something. He checked the river pretty quickly, so that felt for me that he only had 1 pair, and I had the best 1 pair you could have, so it was kind of an easy all-in for me. My playstyle is pretty aggressive, I would say. I'll just open a lot of hands and yeah, try to play big pots. I like big pots, so.
The highlight hand of the day, also from the spirit of the horse. Mulder raised from the cutoff with queen 10 off. Katzenberger, aces on the button. Get this, Katzenberger does not re-raise. Sneaky. And Hossein Ensan also gets to sneak in from the big blind. 3 ways to the flop. And Katzenberger gets to live out every player's aces slow play nightmare.
Oh,
Queen,
no.
Queen, 7 trips for Mulder. Katzenberger outflopped.
What? Wait, what's this? Ensan deciding to lead at this flop.
Oh, it's so gloriously Ensan.
This guy's trapped you with aces. You know you're going to win a bunch of chips. You got Ensan with no hand doing all the betting for you. It's the dream.
Mulder, 9-1 favorite here. Trip queens, just calls. Now Katzenberger.
Oh my God, he hates life. He's hating life right now.
So 2 callers, and Ensan somehow gets to the turn with this hand.
Please, diamond. Please give him a diamond. All right, king of clubs.
King on the turn, and Ensan is now drawing dead. Katzenberger's down to 3%. Hossein, I love you, buddy. Stop betting.
Yeah, he's going to slow down now, obviously. Trying to do something kind of cheeky there, but he knows that it's time to slow down when you got 2 players calling behind. Mulder checks to the aces. Oh, he's going to make a bet. James.
455,000 in the middle, and Katzenberger bets 55,000. Ensan folds, and Mulder going to take his sweet time as he enjoys that sweet tea.
He's never looked more Le Chiffre-like ever.
Casually plays a time bank card. I'm going to need time to think about this. Mulder shoves on him, all into call for Katzenberger, who's kind of committed at this point.
You just don't feel good about your aces no more, do you?
Step 1, throw up in your mouth. Step 2, cycle. He doesn't like it, but he has to go along with it. And he calls all in and is drawing to the last remaining ace in the deck. Nope. Instead, it's quads for Mulder.
Change the deck, please, he says. He knows he's running hot.
Victor wasn't the only player to get kicked in the teeth by the spirit of the horse. Tuin Mulder also put Sharon Sade out to pasture. We asked him what happened, and somehow he actually told us.
What happened? I got busted.
I raised the cutoff with the 4-5 suit clubs. The flop came 3-4-6. I was a pair and a straight draw. And I raised. The guy to the left re-raised me. I shoved all in. He called with the pocket 7. I got a flush draw also in the turn, but no flush draw, no straight draw. He blocked me with the 7, so fortunate. I think Mulder is a very good player, and the combination with luck is a very good combination. Some of my chips are back. This was mine. This also was mine. This also was mine. And so is this. This, no. No. He gets it, you know, he gets the flush, he gets the straight, and when you don't get it in front of him, it's very hard to oppose the chip leader. I tried.
Let's focus on the positive. Of the players advancing to day 5, the top stacks are Simeon Alexandridi, Andrea Cortezi, and you guessed it, Tuin Mulder. Dmitro Kamenita and Dimitar Danchev are also in the top 10. Approaching the danger zone, our start of day chip leader, Gabyong Kim, who bubbled the final table last time we were in Prague, while Mario Navarro and everyone's real dad, Hossein Ensan, are the bottom 2 stacks. The payouts on day 5 start to get, it's nice. The goal is to play down to the final 6. Make it to 8 or better, and you've locked up darn near 100K. Tomorrow is day 5, the day we play down to the final table. Be sure to subscribe so you can keep up with all the updates, and let us know in the comments who you're rooting for. Thanks for watching.
Gurley's open with 7. Samson calls with 10s. Jensen in with 8-6. Hashim in with 7-5. And the blinds fold. So 4-way to the flop. 9-7-5. So this is 2-pair for Hashim, but the set for Fagerli, the straight for Jensen. Samson with an overpair to the board. How much is going to go in here?
This could get ugly. I'm going to say almost all of it from everyone, potentially. Samson, you got to say maybe the only player who could get away, but everybody else flops impeccably well. An insane board, given the 3 7s right there. That's obviously the key card to have dropped on the flop. Jensen raising. And Hashim has a bottom 2, which is very strong, but very vulnerable. There's almost no good turn cards for Joe Hashim, so I think he's going to be incentivized to play as quickly as possible and get as many chips in when he's most likely to have the best hand. This is an outrageous board, by the way. It's gone bet and raise, I believe. Yep, so we do see him re-raise the flop to 4,500. Action now back on Frode Fagerli, who has the 7s. The middle set, facing a lot of action.
I'd be so confused right now.
Yeah, me too. It's a really tricky spot to navigate. It looks like we see Frode make the call. So Samson folds his 10s.
Yes.
I think that's pretty easy at this point. But it's Jensen who has the stone cold nuts. And once you see this amount of action, it's very, very likely one of these two players has something really strong. So I like playing quickly here. You don't want the 6 of diamonds to roll off on the turn and kill all of your action against a set or 2 pairs. So I think Jensen makes a great decision, moves all in. And I just wonder now, there's been so much action on this 9-7-5 flop. And Hashem does have bottom 2. I wonder if he can get away.
I mean, the action, and bear in mind, this is still very early levels of the event. It's level 2, right? It smells of a set against a straight or set over set.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw 10s folding, so that seemed like a pretty standard fold even back here in 2005. So bottom 2 pair here. Actually, I think there's a good chance that Hashem can get away with it, given the action we've seen. And I don't think any of the action is incorrect. I think everyone here is right to play quickly because it's a very vulnerable board.
Yeah, Joe gets away from the 7-5. Will Fagerly get away from his set is the question now. This would be a laydown.
Yeah, Joe Hashem's laydown, it's nice, but it's kind of expected. I don't think Fagerly can fold, just because there's some consideration that even against a straight, he still has outs, and he could occasionally be up against something like Jack 10 of diamonds. Actually, Fagerly in a lot worse shape because we saw Hashem toss the 7 and the 5, so pairing the board going to be a lot tougher.
Jensen, the at-risk player, big favorite to double up.
And holds. Huge pot for Jensen here on day 1.
Yeah. Very early stages of day 1.
Eric Seidel with aces under the gun +1. He's raised to 32,000. From the hijack, Talal Shakurchi will call with king-queen.
In general, it's okay to call with this in late-ish position, unless you're up against aces, you dingus.
Gertaboy folds. Daniel Negreanu with Jack 8 suited on the button.
Daniel's getting okay pot odds, and he's in position. He might call even faster if he knew Seidel had aces.
Both blinds are folded.
Play the rush. TJ taught me this trick. Back in the old days.
Back in the old days, before all this crazy technology like Discmans and VCRs.
Top set for Seidel. And he checks it.
Seidel getting pretty tricky here. Gives up the lead. Shakurchi shouldn't bite.
Okay.
And Negreanu checks behind.
I think Eric's check there is going to cost him.
Whoa, a jack on the turn. Negreanu with 2 pair. This could get expensive for Daniel.
Daniel's got 2 pair and he's drawing deader than zombie Walt Disney.
Seidel checks again. Shakurchi with a gut shot bets 60,000.
Somehow Shakurchi's live despite having the worst hand.
Daniel calls with his 2 pair. And Seidel sticks in a raise, makes it 225,000 total. Shakurchi quickly folds.
Seidel's raise looks super strong, and even though Daniel has 2 pair, from his perspective, he's beating absolutely no value raises.
I don't know, maybe I should go with TJ. Fill up and lose.
He lets it go.
Yeah.
Great laydown from Daniel Negreanu. Seidel wins a decent sized pot.
It's hard for him to have 1 pair there. Either has like a monster draw, or I'm drawing dead. Tough.
Blinds are up to 10 and 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. Pocket 10s for Daniel Negreanu. Wow, what's that, 4x raise?
More than.
84? Ready? Holy misclicks.
The small baller accidentally decided to play with a bigger ball. Yep.
Eric Seidel with pocket kings will 3-bet to 210,000.
Gotta wonder if Daniel might think Eric's 3-betting because Daniel had that little freak out.
Come on.
Whoops.
Ay-ya.
Seidel obviously calls.
A misclick got me.
Oh, sick. Sick. That's kind of sick if you stick with stands too.
I know, right? Then I had to then it forced me to get a little crazier.
Yeah, because...
Really surprised to see the shove there. Daniel almost always just calls in spots like that.
You're gonna hit a 10.
So, be good.
Seidel is the player at risk, but Negreanu is a huge underdog here. Even bigger dog now.
Really bad flop for Daniel. Can't even hit any running cards to save himself. He's still got the same 2 outs he started with, just 3 less chances to hit one.
Now just 1 chance, just 5%.
Sometimes that shove will make Daniel look like a genius. This time, not so much.
Seidel set for the double up, a 10 on the river!
You were right, thanks, Tobias. I run good. I got him covered.
Gross.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Eric Seidel sent to the rail in horrific fashion.
I thought you were right, too, but then it started to look scary.
Daniel busted him in the PCA super high roller also.
Welcome back to Prague, and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 5 of the main event continues here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. We played near enough an hour and a half of poker, and we lost 2 players, so 14 coming back from the break. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello.
And thrilled to say we have with us the finalist from this event in 2018, Parker Talbot. Tonka, how you doing?
Not bad, man. You were saying finalist, and I was like, what? Finalist of what? I was so confused that, you know.
You remember making the final table of EPT Prague? It's kind of a big thing, dude.
For like the first untelevised or like, you know, unfollowed, the first one we didn't do in like 4 years or something, and that was the one that I made. That was actually kind of nice. I was kind of excited about that, to be honest. It was fun.
Pressure was off.
Pressure was off, exactly.
So we just saw the stacks of the table of the players we're watching at the feature table right now. We've still got the chip leader, Turn Mulder. We've still got the 2 former champs in the field, Hussein Ensan and Dimitar Danchev. Blinds are up to 30,000, 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante.
I hear we've already crowned a champion as well, more or less.
Yeah. More than a quarter of the chips in play.
Does he? A quarter, yeah?
Yeah.
Mr. Thune.
Danchev opening under the gun with 9s here. First hand of the new session.
1.25.
Oh, ace-king for online qualifier Manuel Lebu.
I guess we'll be playing an all-in here.
Seems
he
about
goes
right.
for a cheeky call. Not really that crazy, I guess. Nope.
So we've got the button and the blinds to get through. We've got Kyriak on the button. Oh, he calls all in with 8s.
Yeah, 9s is definitely going to fold now.
1.9.
And a decision for Danchev.
I don't think he'll be able to help himself yet, just in the muck.
Okay, so Kyriak, the at-risk player, with the snowmans, num-num, racing against Lebu's overcards, and Kyriak needs 8s to hold.
I feel really good about these 8s. I feel like it's just like really hard to lose.
You feeling the 8s, Nick?
More of an ace-king guy.
Well, so far, so good for the 8s.
You're
Jack,
dead.
7, 5 on the flop. There are still 2 cards to come, right? You know how this game works?
No, ace-king is dead. See that 27%? Literally 0.
Four of spades on the
that.
Count it out.
Pre-flop.
Count it out.
Are we going to see Barry Greenstein make an appearance? Kings also working for Lebu. 6 cards for Kyriak to fade on the river. It's a 5. 8s hold, and that's a double up.
Parker had it right.
Yeah, I can predict all these things all the time, and yet I still just bust every tournament within 45 minutes of registering.
So you can correctly predict it if it's somebody else's hand, but not if it's your own.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
it's a curse.
I can correctly predict when I'm going to bust, though, too, a lot of the time, you know? So it's a blessing in disguise, if you will.
So Kyriak now playing around 20 bigs.
Quite a gambler's call there from the man. I would have been very terrified to put in pocket eights facing lots of action in EP and EP raise under the gun and under the gun 2 went all in.
Yep.
I mean, I guess they're playing 7-handed, so yeah, short-handed table, but still, yeah, terrifying spot to put in eights, but he looked like he was ready to go.
Yeah, he was confident.
Some interesting noises coming from the other table, but doesn't look like we're losing anyone. So still at 14 players.
So Toon only has, Mulder only has 25% of chips in play, huh?
Just 25%, yeah.
I honestly thought it was more somehow. What do we play here? 60K big blind. He has 9 million chips.
9.5.
Okay. Okay, less of a lock than I thought, honestly. From everything that I'd heard, I thought he was like, you know, had 40% of the chips in play 10-handed or something. It's a little bit less than that.
Obviously, the reality is no one can be a lock at this stage, but considering the way he's playing and the way he's running and the chip stack he has,
yeah,
you'd be silly to bet against him.
Definitely. Yeah, he's definitely a man who knows how to make a big stack work. Most definitely in, you know, some deep tournament poker.
All right, dealer's going to collect the big blind ante there as we round into our next hand.
And I guess we're going to start with the action on Lebu, who's now playing around 20 big blinds after losing that all in against Kyriak.
Absolutely cutting-edge commentary there, Nick.
I know. I try my best. I was actually waiting. I was actually waiting for
the big blind.
I was waiting for the hand number, but but it didn't come in time. The graphics guys let me down there pretty hard.
There are still 14 players left of 1,190.
Absolutely. All right, we got King Jack opening up here from the hijack. Excuse me. Eights opening from +1.
Glovny has raised with the eights.
Very gangster call from Chiriak, or however I'm supposed to say that.
We referenced earlier on that Glovny won a Stadium Series event in the summer of 2020. Earlier in this festival, during the Eureka Poker Tour section here in Prague, he won the 2K, he didn't win it rather, he cashed in the 2K High Roller for near enough 5K. Meanwhile, Mulder considering whether to come along for the ride with Ace Deuce.
How do you feel about a squeeze here, Tonka?
Bad boy Mulder was definitely considering it.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the tournament, you know, you're gonna find your squeezes and your pre-flop bluffs from, you know, having an ace or a king in your hand. So yeah, Ace Deuce can absolutely could have absolutely made the cut there.
Well, luckily didn't get involved. A set of eights here for Glovny and not much for Kyriak to be excited about.
No, yeah, I mean, this peel from King Jack is very very adventurous for sure.
Yeah, he's pretty far out of position here, and he's not exactly stacked in a way where he's like, yeah, cool, I can just get involved with some more pots.
Hey, he seems to like to play pots for sure, from what we can tell. Obviously, I saw before with the ace 10. Did he get called on the ace 10? I guess he did, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, you're just gonna get yourself into some dicey situations, no doubt.
Like, for example, when somebody has pocket eights and they flop a set.
For sure.
That seems kind of dicey.
He might just check raise here too, because like there's not going to be a ton of bluffs from Chiriak here, so he's probably just going to check raise and expect him to have an ace and stack off the majority of the time, you know.
Right.
He can probably have like 10-9 suited, but he's almost certainly going to assume he's not flatting any of these like offsuit Broadway hands.
Sure.
So.
And actually, specifically from the hijack there, there's going to be quite a few like ace-X combos that he wants to come along with, like, you know, ace-jack, maybe ace-10, maybe ace-queen, that kind of thing. Although off that effective stack deck, maybe ace-queen's a little bit more pushy. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, in these kind of you know, deep situations where you do have he started with a hand with 20 big blinds or so, you know, 14 left, like there's lots of ICM pressure. You don't really do too much flatting in position, so you probably you know, these days people even 3-bet folding off of, you know, very small stack sizes. So I wouldn't really be surprised if, you know, from like a theoretical point of view, you wanted to just play only 3-bets and folds there and have a very limited calling range. So maybe you even do some 3-bet folding with a hand like Ace Jack or something, whereas you might, you know, normally call or just, you know, be already indifferent to it. It really just depends on, you know, what everybody else is doing, of course, as well. But personally, I wouldn't be playing a ton of calls there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, definitely wouldn't be getting in the mix with some of the weaker hands. But
action here folded to Hussein Ensan, who is on the short side, has pocket sixes.
Will he be moving it in?
He's been picking his spots really well so far, James.
I do expect him to put it in.
Yeah.
And do expect this to, you know, not really be even much of a spot that you pick. It's just kind of, this one just kind of plays itself, you know, your hand is forced.
Ensan shoves, red triangle in play, and sevens for Mulder, who's asked for a count.
Does he ever lose, though? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, Hossein Ensan is going to have 2 outs because Mulder will not be folding this. There's no chance.
Yeah, especially as Ensan's shoving the cutoff in particular, right? His shoving range is going to be considerably wider than if he was in from earlier position, of course.
For sure, and even past that, he still has 14 big blinds, so you know he's still going to, you know, probably try to raise call like the absolute top of what he's going to play. So you know he's going to be probably min-raising aces, kings, queens. But here we go.
So Ensan a risk and behind, dominated by Tun Mulder's sevens. And there is an 80% chance that we are going to lose the 2015 Prague champion, the 2019 World Series of Poker main event champion. Ensan, 1 foot out the door, needs some help.
I mean, I'd say the numbers are much closer to even, knowing Hossein Ensan's track record in all-ins. He's one of the better all-in at-risk players I've ever seen in my life. Definitely on the top 10, I think, that plays the circuit here.
Here comes the flop.
There's
a 6 on it, however.
That's an exciting flop. That's an exciting flop.
Spicy.
The set of sixes for Ensan, the open-ended straight draw for Tun Mulder. And now Ensan has to fade 10s, 7s, and 5s.
Ace. Spades. Ooh, yeah. Maybe a deuce of spades on the turn.
He's not bothered. He's got 8.5 mil.
No spade draw on the turn. Ensan now a 3-1 favorite to double up, but still has to fade 10s, 7s, and 5s on the river.
7's the worst way to go here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Spikes a 7. You expect to lose to the straight. You don't expect to lose to the 7.
It's the 5 for the straight, and we lose Hussein Ensan. He will not be winning EPT Prague a second time. He is out in 14th place. We are down to 13, and I guess inevitably his chips go to the guy who's already got all the chips, Tun Mulder.
He's a scholar and a gentleman.
Yeah, look at
that
the
guy.
smiles. I was just going to say, he's always such a delightful man to have at the table. I don't think I've ever actually had interaction other than like nodding at him or whatever, but anytime at the table, you know, he's always in a good mood, always upbeat, always a chipper guy.
Oh, yeah.
Ensan cashing out for just over 51K.
Not bad. Man, I wish I was cashing out for 51K.
Says seat open as he stands at the top of the stairs. Still has a smile, still has a sense of humor about it. What's Mulder now playing? He's gone over the 10 million mark.
171 big blinds for Tien Mulder.
Okay, he's now getting close, Parker, to having a third of the chips in play.
I like that. That's nice. Man, this is what you dream of, you know, right here.
Yeah.
When you register poker tournaments. Especially live poker tournaments, just having a mountain of chips where no one can even hurt you.
Yeah.
Like, what's the next biggest stack on the table? Next biggest stack is surely on the other table, right?
4 million, I think.
On the table, 4 million someone has? I mean, that's still quite big, but...
Yeah, not quite the point where he's just going to open jam on everyone.
No, no.
But interestingly, and this will work to his advantage, right? We're now short-handed because we're a table of 7 and a table of 6, and he's at the table of 6.
Loves that.
this is Valentino Konechiev opening under the gun +1 with Queen 8 of clubs. And Manuel Lebu has Ace Queen in the small blind.
Man, I'm scared of Mulder. I'd be terrified to open this Queen 8 suited on Mr. Mulder's button.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, pretty straightforward, just push there. He's got about 20 bigs. Out of position, Ace Queen off, seems good.
Now, Jork Dork, I agree it's insane that Mulder hits everything. I would say in that situation, when the money went in, he was a 4-1 favorite.
Pretty big, pretty big.
It was a bit of a roller coaster ride along the way, but
he did get it in, you know, up there close to how good you can possibly get it in before the flop.
Yeah.
Just about as good as it gets.
Here's a hashtag fun fact from StatTrick, who's down on the floor. He says, Ensan, ever the gentleman, shook hands with all the players, thanked all of the tournament staff, wished everyone on the secondary table good luck as well.
Yeah, like I said, always just an absolute gentleman, it would appear.
Okay, that's a pretty hand to have on the button.
It is, but as we go deeper in the tournament here, 13 people left, 25 big blinds, hands like this go down very aggressively in value. Obviously, day one, you know, even 25, 30, 40 bigs, whatever, you're very excited to play these kind of hands. But, and I'm still not saying to do anything different on the button, but you're definitely way less excited to be firing money in with, you know, 7 high with 25 bigs with 13 players left in the tournament.
Yeah, the ICM pressure is definitely ramping up now. You do need to take that into account and adjust your ranges accordingly. And of course, it really is going to come down to the dynamic with your small blind, big blind there as well, right? You don't really want to be doing that too frequently into, for example, the biggest stack at the table, Tien Mulder, for example, who's going to punish you.
I can't believe how much he's folded. He's folded like 3 out of 4 hands, and the only one he played was 7s. I'm in shock.
Oh, floor has been called to the table.
Someone being a bad boy.
Oh, when they came back from break, I believe Glovny forgot to surrender his mobile phone. Generally speaking, players at the feature table are not meant to have their phones on them.
Busted.
I think it was clearly an honest oversight, and he was the one who alerted the dealer to the fact that he hadn't
Busted.
actually given up his phone.
Wow, can't believe I've been sitting here for 10 minutes and no one's berated me for sitting out of the Sunday Million.
It's old news now.
Thank God. Joe wouldn't have let me get away with it.
Okay, 6 off. Going to play as a raise from the button. Just a little bit over a min raise. Seems good. Ace-10 off. Pretty standard shove here. This guy has got just over 10 bigs.
780.
It actually put us in a really insidious situation, by the way, because we wanted to laugh at it, but also there's part of your brain that's thinking, oh, God, what if something's happened to him? I mean, I know the most likely explanation is the idiot's overslept, but what if something's happened to him? So until you get the okay, it's like, oh, yeah, Tonka forgot to set his alarm clock. At that point, you can just berate him. But before that, you're kind of like,
fair.
One time.
Fair enough.
I hope it's okay.
Yeah, I was on a really broken sleep schedule coming back from Vegas, and I like played some tournaments on Sunday. Didn't play too much, and whatever. Finished the million at 9:30-ish, something like that, and I just immediately went to sleep because I like couldn't keep my eyes open.
Yeah.
My broken schedule, and I woke up at 1:30 in the morning, and couldn't go back to sleep, and then stayed awake until 9, and then tried to take a nap until 2, which is when I thought the tournament resumed. Right, 1 hour late, and yeah, then I was 1 hour late, and I was no longer in the tournament.
Well, I don't know if you've been following the coverage, Parker, but we actually have a fantastic closet that Joe has been sleeping in.
Okay.
Sincerely, he has actually been sleeping in the closet very frequently. He says it's kind of cozy in there. If you wanted to take a power nap, just let us know.
Wow, yeah.
You'll notice that the ticker's gone down to 12, by the way. We've just lost Justin Steinbrenner from the other table. He is our 13th place finisher, cashing out for just over 57K. Steinbrenner shoved aces into 5s, and guess what was on the flop? A 5. And that is why Justin Steinbrenner is no longer in the EPT Prague main event.
Damn.
GG, buddy. That's not how you want to exit at this stage. So close to that final.
All right, is Mulder going to play a hand here or what? What the hell?
Just not asserting dominance. Where's the dominance?
6-5?
6-5's a monster in there.
That's in that guy's wheelhouse.
Sure.
A very deliberate open from Labouche.
I think
Labouche.
Labou is probably the closest.
Labou.
Yeah, it's
I feel like with Labou, your first name is Francois, you know? I feel like this, I don't know what his first name is, but it's got to be Francois Labou.
Manuel Labou. You're
pretty
so
close. Pretty close.
So close.
Pretty close. Actually rolls off the tongue, you know? Francois Labou. Manuel Labou.
Yeah, I dig it.
People try to call my name French all the time. I don't know if it is French, Talbot.
Oh, Talbot, yeah.
But it's not. I don't think it's even French.
But obviously you've got a decent percentage of your population are French speakers.
Not really.
So they're going to naturally assume that you're
What
Monsieur
percentage? Do you know
Talbot.
what percentage of Canadians are French?
Was it 10, 15?
Yeah, it's like, I think it's 16%.
But I guess what I'm saying is knowing that there's that percentage, you're always questioning, is this a name of French origin?
Yeah. Wish I spoke French. Speak any other languages?
Nope.
Any other languages?
I speak a little bit of German, a little bit of Spanish.
Okay.
Yeah.
One cultured man among us. Small blind, king 5 suited. Will he go all in? I would expect the answer is yes. No, he calls. Also, very reasonable. Bit scary against Mr. Mulder, of course.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely getting into the danger zone here, where he's going to want to try and play a little bit more unexploitably. You know, small blind versus big blind, especially against the biggest stack at the table. So again, yeah, I think the push is pretty reasonable, as well as the call.
Question from It's Corny on Twitch. What's that sound, guys? Seriously. Parker Talbot, aka Tonka, is with us on commentary right now. You may have heard of him. He used to be big on the Twitch.
One time. At one time. We'll be back. Yeah, I feel like King 5 suited, you know, generally you would always limp here in a non, 12-player left situation. Like if there was 1,000 players left, you basically always limp. But here I'd be so much more tempted just to jam, just being terrified of, being able to limp call or do anything against Mr. Mulder, who I expect is going to play really aggressively. We can only see one card, and it's a 3, and he's going for the bet, so I don't really think he'll just, stab just absolute nothing. So if he is stabbing, he probably has, like, a 4, 5, or 6, some kind of backdoor. Like, if he has, 8-3 or something here, I think he'll probably just check. Although he might just, start going for it because he has 10 million chips and he is Toon Mulder.
By the way, if you want proof that you're proper famous, there's someone impersonating you in Twitch chat.
No.
There's a fake Parker Talbot.
Parker.
Answer any questions you have here.
Actually, I think James, you'll find that's Parker Talbot.
Yeah, that's Parker Talbot in the chat there. So we see the check call from King 5, which is, going to be very reasonable. He has a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. He has an overcard. He can be good. The problem with this, obviously, is that once you face one street regression from Mulder, you're probably not going... You're going to face more aggression in the future if he has a worse hand than you. So it's going to make it very difficult. Like now we see he doesn't improve his equity, and he is probably just going to have to check fold, because how can you put another bet in and knowing that the third bet is going to come so very often? And you have king high.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I like when the board pairs, you actually can kind of be a little bit more confident that your king high on the flop is still the best hand. But that's exactly right. The additional aggression that you're going to face on later streets is just going to make it so hard to get the showdown. And what are you going to do?
It's not really. Wow, we're using a time bank here. It's not really a situation where you want to be just blindly calling down with king high.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not for me, at least. Maybe he's thinking about doing something wild, though, like going for a min raise on the turn here. I don't really know. No, he just does go for the fold eventually. I want to see the other card. Show us the other card.
Not today.
No. Come back.
It's like the first hand he's played, we don't even get to see his cards. JK.
So Mulder still up over 10 million, nearly 10.5 million, 173 big blinds at the 30-60 blind level.
Yeah, how that played out literally is like one of the other reasons why like I would just way prefer to shove 15, 16 big blinds pre with like King 5 there against the chip leader. Just because you're just going to end up putting in chips, you know, post flop in just such shitty situations where you just really don't know what's going on. Not that you don't know what's going on, but you feel like you have to play a little bit tighter than normal.
Right. So he starts the hand with about 30 in the bit big blinds. Pocket nines opening from the cutoff.
So Valentino Konechchev is a player who's spent a decent amount of time at the feature table over the last 3 days. 17th place finisher in the EPT Barcelona main event in 2013. Is it bad that I don't remember him from that tournament?
No, that was 9 years ago.
I remember a lot of people. $337,000 in live earnings.
9 years ago? You remember most people from a tournament you commentated on 9
I guarantee
years
you,
ago?
had he made, most players who make the late stages of an EPT, the final table is definitely, because you remember back then, we're watching it once live when we're streaming it, but then we would also do the TV shows in post-production.
Ah, of
so
course.
a lot of the lineups in those years, a lot of the names who go deep, who play a lot of hands at the feature table, they lodge themselves in the noggin.
Damn.
Just really quick, Tonka, how do you feel about that fold with the ace-4 suited from UTG? He is on the short side there. I think maybe that is a nice little...
Yeah, I would still raise it. I mean, I'd much rather play this than the king-jack that we peeled before, you know, just having, like, again, just having the ace or a king when you go for steals is going to be, you know, optimal for what you want to go for here. So, yeah, suited ace under the gun, 20 big blinds, playing six-handed seems like a very reasonable spot to go for a little steal for me. Maybe if you want to fold one or two, maybe fold the ace-deuce and ace-3, but you go for the ace-4.
Sure, absolutely agree.
Pre-standard peel, I guess, here. Don't think you ever want to 3-bet the ace-9, couldn't 3-bet call it, can't 3-bet fold it.
Ooh, so we get a little bit of rotation with the 9-high flop. However, Konechchev with the flush draw, it's practically a flip.
You have 2 overcards in the diamonds and some backdoor straight draws as well. Absolutely mountains of equity.
Tough to do too much other than check call here from Glovny. Wouldn't be the craziest spot to go for a check raise, but might get yourself into some dicey situations that most people won't be interested in. So
Yeah, SPR is kind of awkward here, right, as well.
$110,000 apiece as this hand goes to the turn, which is the 5 of spades, and we've just ticked down to 11 players because Leonardo Romeo has just exited in 12th place at the other table. Ran king-jack into ace-9, didn't improve, and has busted and cashed out for €63,540. So now we have a table of 5 on the floor, table of 6 on the main stage, 2 away from the redraw to a single table of 9.
wouldn't have hated to see a lead here from the ace-9. I think it would accomplish quite a bit, and you're just gonna. There's gonna be so many hands that
wow,
Konechchev has that he's just gonna check back on the turn that have a lot of equity. Even if he has like queen 10 of spades or something, you know, even that hand has like a ton. And
yeah, I think that's exactly why the lead is so nice, because I mean, generally speaking, you want to lead in situations where your opponents can check behind when they've actually got equity, right? You kind of want to force your opponent to have to put some chips in.
One of the reasons we lead for sure. Yeah.
I mean, also kind of for protection as well, because, you know, another diamond is not going to be good a lot of the time. And in this case, of course, he's drawing to the absolute nuttos.
Probably nice to see a barrel a lot from the ace-10 on the turn. Now we're just in a really shitty spot where, you know, we kind of just got to guess and throw in some calls occasionally. Probably 10 is a very mediocre second card for Konechchev to have here. Ace of diamonds also probably doesn't, like, you know, block flushes because he probably check raised most of his nut flushes on the flop. So overall, not a very sweet hand to call down, although, you know, you are very tempted here.
Yeah,
you're very tempted.
Especially when the board pairs here. Like, no, yeah, it's just, it does feel like a spot where ace high is going to be winning some of the time. Like, and as you say, miss the turn bet. So tricky one now.
He does call, I believe. Yep, there it is.
So another pot for glove meat, chipping up to nearly 4.5 million.
What do you guys play down to today? 6 players?
6 players, that's the
Okay.
objective. So it's a weird one. I
Sure,
know that
sure.
9 players is officially the last table. An official EPT final table is the last 8 players. To balance the 2 days and ensure that we don't like finish at 4 o'clock this afternoon and then have like 16 hours of play tomorrow, we play down to 6 on the penultimate day and then come back with those final 6 players at the usual time tomorrow.
I like it. I liked it when I made the final table before, and then I got 6th, James.
Ah.
6th.
I wouldn't know. I mean, I'm not even sure this is true. There's no live stream.
There was no, there's no record
VOD
of it. There's
I
no
can go
record
back
of
to,
it.
yeah.
So did it really happen? I don't think it did. So yeah, Mr. Mulder, you gonna play a hand or what? I thought I was gonna get to watch some Tino Mulder action where he.
You
just,
did.
You, know,
you got to watch him bust a St. Ensan.
Yeah, I got to watch him cooler somebody and have a mildly exciting run out.
That's what he's been doing for the last 3 days.
I was coming in here for the 3 bets with ace deuce on the first hand that he just gave away.
Yeah, I mean we queued him up, we teed him up and everything for the epic squeeze, and he just went, nah, I'm not gonna play this one.
Chiriac, a man that likes to play, gonna come along. Surely.
Oh yeah. I mean, this feels like a pretty mandatory defend anyway, right? The suited queen.
Sure. Maybe a couple clubs. Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Wouldn't be surprised to see a lead here from Chiriac from what we've seen so far.
Oh, this is really savage. I mean, when you got the queen 6 of clubs here, you're really thinking that, yeah, I got an overcard in the clubs. Those are pretty clean most of the time, pretty much every single time. To actually go flush over flush here is pretty sick. He's definitely going to end up doing some chips here, no doubt about it.
I was cutting out the quick call.
What do you think about a check raise here, Tonka? It's a bit of a weird one, right? I mean, you can definitely rep the 4 being in the big blind, right? But
as is most things with poker in 2022, I would mix the queen 6 of clubs on the flop.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. It is one of those whatever situation when like you check raise, you're obviously going to put queen high in
right.
for 15 big blinds with 11 players left in the poker tournament. But it doesn't really matter, you know, that's just going to happen sometimes anyways. Even if you are going to, you know, mostly be check calling, you're still going to check raise and get it in sometimes.
Yep.
Now, curious to see what Danchev does. Because, I mean, when you get check called on 8-4-4, sure, there's going to be some 7-6-5, but it's going to be a little bit scary. Man, people using a lot of time bank chips here. And, yeah, do they have a lot of time bank chips? Does everybody have, like, 20 or something?
Well, you get 5 at the start of day 3,
okay.
5 at the start of day 4, and then 5 at the start of today. So if you haven't used them in the last 48 hours, you've carried all those
15.
cards over
okay.
into today. Yeah.
But I mean, God, if he's using a time bank chip here, I assume he can't have that many left. Although it does seem like a reasonable stack. Maybe considering a jam. I don't know. I doubt it, but okay. Goes for the 40% pot bet. Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, those of us who love sick coolers know exactly what they want on the river, right?
Pretty interesting to see what Chiriac does. It's an incredibly awkward situation with a queen high flush draw. Like, incredibly awkward.
Yeah.
Does go for the call, though.
When he makes it 40%, you really feel like you just got to call again, right?
Well, I don't know. It's also one of those situations where, like, when you do get there, how do you win the chips? You know, do you check and hope that he bluffs?
Right.
Do you check and hope that he, like, still piles the queens for values?
Yep.
You know, do you donk jam? It's just, it's an awkward situation where, you know, you're very shallow. Like, probably does just do a lot of jamming, especially on a 5. He's probably going to do it.
Yeah, SPR is less than 1 now, so it is a pretty straightforward just push now.
I mean, a wise man... No, actually, it was Joe Stapleton said that this was the year of Romania. It's not looking like it right now as Chiriac moves all in and gets snap called by Danchev. Flush over flush. A cooler that sends George Chiriac to the rail in 11th
not
place.
yet. He's got a big blind.
Oh.
Got 55K.
Oh,
55,000 chips
He
left.
had Denchev covered just.
He's still in.
What are you going to do? I feel like that hand did kind of play itself to a certain degree. I mean, as we said, there were a couple variations where he could have, the flop could have been played differently or something like that, but it was pretty much going to be the same outcome no matter what.
Well, guys, a wise man, no, actually it was Joe Stapleton again, said all it takes is a chip and a chair. So
I believe. Unless he's in the big blind, and then I don't believe.
The Kyriak comeback could be on, especially as this is the year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
That's right.
0 big blind. How sad is that?
Get a screenshot.
Not Come on, round it up for the kid. Give him a 1 BB. Oh, he's in the small blind as well. The horror.
Mulder, ace queen. I think you're going to see him play a hand, Parker.
Wow, finally.
This is what we came for.
Of course, he could just get spotted the nuts, huh? $150, nice. A real man's raise, too.
Oh, yeah.
Love that.
There is the all-in from Kyriak with 9-8 offsuit, and he's got live cards. Come on, accentuate the positive.
7, 6, 5. I'm ready to see a comeback.
Yeah.
Mulder doesn't need this 225K. Come on.
If he was all in against any other player, I'd say 9-8 has a chance. But I've seen the way that this guy's been running.
Yeah, it's going to come ace, deuce, deuce.
Just no sweat whatsoever.
As Andy Wilson contributes to Twitch chat, if you say Tino's name 3 times in the mirror, he appears behind you with 200 big blinds.
How's it going, Mr. Wilson? Thank you for the drinks last night.
The flop. 8-7-5. Okay.
I need like 6 more, like that.
I love how he's saying, I need 6 more like that. He's just celebrating the win already. Oh.
Okay, so he's improved to 2 pair.
He can't lose. Can't
I win,
lose.
no?
What about those opportunities?
Yeah, he could, but he can't lose.
6.
So Kyriak gets the small double up and survives.
The kid is back.
And we are still at 11 players.
You know what we should start doing? We should start handing out penalties for people who get up out of their chair when they get it in bad. If you get it up out of your chair, getting up out of your chair is fine. But if you get up out of your chair and put your backpack on before the flop is dealt, you should get a 1-round penalty.
I agree. I totally agree. All right, let's try this again, guys.
I think another double up is coming. A swift double up here. 225. He's going to have, what, 450, like almost 10 big blinds after this hand? That's very nice. 600K he's going to be up to.
This
and
is
then
hand
he's
number.
coming for Mr. Mulder.
This is hand number 39.
Very cool.
There
Thank
you go. We got it that time.
Thank you, Nick.
Yep, thank you. No problem.
Very good at reading numbers off a screen, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Next time, if you could, before announcing the hand number, let us know that the dealer has indeed raked in the big blind ante. That would just be perfect.
Only the best for you guys. Clowny's going to open it up here. 125,000 from the cutoff.
Fucking Americans, eh? He hears you saying Glovney multiple times, and he still goes Glowny.
Nick is British when it suits him.
I know, but he's American when he pronounces the names.
That cheeky laugh. You guys are getting the best right now.
All right, he didn't double up, huh? That was so sad. I thought he was going to do it the next hand.
Well,
I have nothing but faith here. I really feel the comeback.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to make a big comeback, but I feel like he's going to get back up to 1 million chips. Like, really, no questions asked as well.
Well, you called those 8s very successfully earlier, so I think...
Man, that guy was thinking about opening A6 briefly under the gun. That would be badass open into Mulder's big blind.
Do love a badass.
Here we go.
Oh, he folded. No!
What?
Probably not even the craziest fold. 220k pocket threes from the cutoff, no fold equity. Maybe fold equity? I don't even know. Really probably not the craziest fold ever. Maybe just a genius fold.
Could be.
So where are we at with the payouts right now? Is laddering a consideration? So
probably final table ladder.
Oh, my bad. Actually, it was 57k that Leonardo would have got for finishing in 12th. So basically, 11th and 10th pays the same, 63,540 euros.
Come on, give the man a pair of sevens. Not Glowny.
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 All right, that's enough from you, Mr. Talbot.
The raise is to 125,000. Kiriak not going to go with ace-3. Konechiev with ace-7 of diamonds. So not quite the Spraggy because it's suited.
Interested to see what he does here. Probably goes for some 3-bet folds and some just folds. Can't really see us, going for a call, and seems like a little bit much to just go all in. But it does look like he's loading up the gun here for a little 3-bet action.
How do you feel about this hand if he's on the button instead of the cutoff?
Yeah, then you definitely will be mixing in more peels and probably doing a little bit more peeling with exactly a hand like A7 suited aces, but probably still favoring going for 3-bets like we talked about earlier. There's just like 11 players left in the tournament. There's just so much less flatting and like attempting to get yourself into awkward post flop situations.
Yep.
Especially when Glovny, God, I just did it too. Is one of the bigger stacks going to be playing reasonable? It seems like he's playing some hands for sure, as we can see, raising King 7 on the gun here. In the tank, though, would be a pretty gangster spot to put more chips in. I'm all here for it, but just doing his Hollywood, as you do. As you do. I retired from Hollywooding in live poker at such a young age. I just always snap muck my hand when they catch me. I don't know if it's a blunder, honestly.
H8, which I guess you could read as hate, asks, "What's up, Parker? Hope you're good."
Oh, hate to see it. Great guy. I'm great, buddy. Be back to have you trolling me soon. No. He's going to have to put the big blind ante in. Or is he? He's going to have to put the big blind ante in. All right, okay.
Danchev opening with the genuine Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
Ace, jack suit. Man, this guy gets a lot of re-jammable opportunities. We'd assume he's just going to do it again. It's 26 big blinds now, a little bit more, but not exactly a situation with 11 players left where you want to start, mixing into 3-bet calls with the old ace-jack suited. Seems a little bit adventurous. Man, these guys just use these time banks like hotcakes.
Yeah, it looks like a few of the players have been collecting them over time.
For sure.
Pretty big stack there. Pretty big stack of time. Yeah, Parker is not wrong. This guy has had loads of these nice little opportunities just to ship it in.
So Lebu playing around 1.8 million, still a below average stack.
Man, gotta say it again. Very disappointed at the amount of hands that Mr. Mulder has played since I've arrived. He's played 2 hands and pocket 7s and ace queen. I was really hoping to jump in and see some crazy flying Dutchman action.
Tight is right.
That's actually the words that he lives by as well.
Danchev with 10s. And this is the hand where we've got our friend in the big blind, right?
Yes, 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 yes. He put 60K of his 220 into the big blind ante, and he now has 160,000 chips back. I don't envision him folding.
Okay.
Oh, he puts it in
Kyriak
blind.
all
He
in
will
with
not be pleased.
5 deuce offsuit up against the 10s of Danchev.
Okay, well, I mean, I said I was confident. I feel very not confident at the moment, but where there's a will, there's a way. Now it's reasonable to stand up. I don't know about backpack, but he can get out of his chair at this point.
Is there a minimum threshold? Like if you have less than 20%, you're allowed to stand up?
Nah. I feel like the chips is a big one too. You know, if he's got like 2 big blinds here, 15%, whatever, stand up. Oh, maybe a diamond on the turn? Let's give us a real sweat here.
Cheeky diamond for the
Yeah,
sweat.
let's get a real sweat. 5 of diamonds. Make it real nice.
Right now, 3s are working for him for the
2
wheel.
of diamonds. It's okay for me.
3 of diamonds? Wow, greedy. Why not just any 3, buddy?
I think that greed's going to cost him.
That is going to cost. That was way too much. That was so dumb.
And now
Why
you
would
get
he say
punished.
why would he say 3 of diamonds? Why wouldn't he just say a 3? That's so dumb. He's absolutely screwed himself.
The universe going to punish that for sure.
Needs a 3 on the river.
Bang!
Doesn't hit.
My God.
So, I may have announced his departure prematurely a few hands ago, but we can now announce that George Kyriak from Romania is our 11th place finisher and is cashing out of the EPT Prague main event for 63,500 euros. We are down to 10, 2 tables of 5, and we did have Sebastian want to say hello to Tonka.
Hello, my friend.
I think he described you as his 3rd favorite Toronto-based MTT streamer.
900 FT, I think. I'm not
Who's
sure.
even the other 2? Arlie and who else? Oh, man, I don't even know any other Toronto-based streamers. Jeez. Got him.
Got him.
Are you playing hand for hand?
All right, guys, so we are 5-handed on both tables, and this is the chip counts for our feature during day 5 of the Prague main event. Mulder up there with 10.35 million, and our smallest stack with 1.72 million.
Danchev seems concerned about something.
Are we playing hand for hand? Are we playing hand for hand, or is it...
I want to.
Oh, we're not? Okay.
There's just no real need to play hand for hand with a shot clock in play. It's a very moot point. Unless you have one player taking the 30 seconds on every single decision, no matter what they do.
And
yeah,
I'm glad you highlighted that, Parker, because it is situational. We have seen situations before where they do impose hand for hand. It's not the default, but sometimes it's necessary if they spot something that
someone's taking a little bit. Yeah, I was going to say, if they are doing that, either that person will get warned and potentially get a penalty, or they get a special call. I remember we had I don't think it was my table. I don't think I was whining about it, but Cabral had a special shot clock in an EPT high roller once, I believe. He had a 15-second shot clock while everyone else had 30. It's pretty nice.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that we are short-handed, though, we will get to see more hands and presumably a little bit more action, because as we get shorter-handed, of course, those ranges are going to be wider, and you need to be defending correctly in the big blind, small blind, these out of position situations in order to maximize your win rate.
Well, you are definitely not going to be getting wider at this point.
I think that the ICM considerations are also going to come into play as well. You're absolutely right.
Those bad boys are going to outweigh playing short-handed for sure.
Yep.
It won't matter as much in this because we play with big blind ante, but in previous years when we didn't play with big blind ante, that's actually like quite a common misconception that people have. You know, the less people at the table playing, the people tend to loosen up and play even wider. When, you know, again, we play with big blind ante now, so it doesn't make a difference, but we used to play with even smaller antes. So if you're playing like a cash game, you know, the shallower or the less people that you play, you end up actually playing a little bit tighter because the antes go down. But I feel like most people, myself included, for many years used to adjust the other way and play even more aggressively. So Mulder played ace-queen, beat his, doubled up a mini stack, played sevens, eliminated a man, and now has king-queen, his third played hand since I've been here, and he has top 2 pairs. It's going to be tough for him to lose this tournament.
He's gonna have to really try.
Big bet coming? No, small bet coming. Keep his man in. And he will keep his man in, I think.
Think he calls with a 6?
I think so. Tino is Mulder's a very hard person to fold. Maybe he doesn't, because it is quite a bad hand. He should fold. He should fold. We're very deep on the turn. It's virtually impossible to improve playing. It's a very aggressive player in very dense ICM spot. Not to sound like too much of a nerd, but he should definitely fold when he can't improve to making a nutted hand that he wants to put chips on the river. If he had even if he had 10-6 there, where he can make a straight on the river, he would much rather play this than a6, of course. So. Yeah.
So not only have we reached the stage where we're one elimination away from being down to a single table of 9, but we're also at a situation when there is a jump in the prize money with every single elimination. So
Big
next player out, 63.5 grand, not an insignificant amount of money. If you can ladder up to 9th, though, you're looking at an additional, what, 13K? 76,650?
Very nice. Here we go. A7 under the gun. The first unsavory hand the man has played. Let's go.
Please.
And not really unsavory at all.
Please refer to this hand by its name. This is the Spraggy.
Yep. Wasn't this but this is the hand that you guys berated him for like the most standard play ever, right? Then you guys go on like some you guys and Griffin went on some 10-minute rant about how badly he played some hand, and it was just incredibly standard.
If it was any other player, we obviously would have dismissed it as incredibly standard, but if it's Spraggy, we're basically going to make a big thing about the fact that he punted off all of his chips with A7. It doesn't matter what the blinds were, what his stack was, or what the action was. The reality is he got it in bad with A7.
Gotcha.
You have to be selective with the part of the story you tell.
Right. Great play, Sprag. Don't worry, I'll defend your honor till the day I die, buddy. Don't let these commentators and washed-up Griffin Banger poker player commentators tell you otherwise, buddy. You played it great. Hope Griffin wasn't watching. So we do see the C-bet, standard stuff. We're going to see a call probably, unless the other card is a 10 or a suited 4. Or even king, queen, or ace, queen. Wouldn't be crazy to see a raise, but maybe you just want to call against Mulder in these spots because he's presumably going to have a wide range and be putting lots of chips in the middle. Even though we've only seen him play good hands so far since I've been here, you guys would know better though. I'm sure he's been playing like a loose goose for the last 2 days. Do we see a turn barrel? Probably betting in the 400 to 500K range if we do see a turn barrel. And honestly, I would expect him to bet a reasonable amount of the time.
Yeah. 450 into 560.
Very nice. Good read. Parker?
Yeah. Tino's played. We played a lot of poker, me and this man. He's kicked my ass on many occasions.
Spirit of the horse.
Unless the river comes like an 8 of diamonds or a 9 of diamonds, it's going to go, check and jam here a lot, too. If we see any, 6, 3 deuce, maybe even a 4 or a 5, he'll treat himself on a lot. Although, that being said, not in the mind of Tino right now. Maybe he just is going for the one more and done, assuming that Adanchev is going to fold out, all of his 10x on the turn here. Of course, all of his 4x, and we're just going to end up with a very straightforward, range of hands on the river that's mostly like Queen X plus. Oh, and he does go for the jam, so it would be nice to see the other card, of course. I would really like to see what he just jams with. Seems very interesting, honestly. Very curious.
So Danchev adding more than 700K to his stack.
Almost seems like one of those spots where you've just got king, queen or something. Not even that would be a crazy jam, but that you just really don't want to see the river and really don't want to see a check and then a jam from Tino. You'd just be terrified. New cards. This is the good deck.
Yeah, so I think everyone's aware by now that the cards are RFID cards and they have chips in them which the scanners under the table can read, and that relays the whole card information to the graphics system. And every now and then, especially when players peel cards aggressively, that chip gets broken, and that suddenly means we can't read one of the cards and then have to change the entire deck.
You mean there isn't a very small man under the table peering up and relaying
I'm afraid
the
not.
cards?
But we do have Bernie the Lizard, who lives inside the grey box and operates the shot clock.
Wow, very nice. Why do the dealers always touch it then?
They have to send a signal to Bernie.
Ah, go on, Bernie. I hope we pay him well.
Mostly insects.
All right, a strong hand. Ooh, an even stronger hand.
All these suited aces.
Yeah, geez, a lot of big hands on the 10 left. You see a call. I don't think you could ever do anything else here. Seems again impossible to raise call, impossible to raise fold. Too many blinds to go all in with, so we see a flop. Will we get the chip leader? No.
Two really pretty aces here.
And a very not pretty board.
Boring.
Do have some backdoor possibilities
for both players. Mm-hmm.
And of course the overcards are going to come into play here too. Or at least the perceived overcards. Ace-9, of course, not knowing that his ace is currently dominated.
Looks like we'll be seeing a river. Unofficial final table will be with 9, presumably.
Correct.
And we're going to show it down, and Manuel Labou is going to lose the hand. Kind of a dicey spot to try to bluff with ace high on the river when your opponent can just so easily have, you know, king, queen, jack 10, any sort of suited Broadway action going on.
Sure. And I think this is definitely the kind of run out and with the action on flop and turn where ace jack can just hero call all day long, right? Like, I mean, not even hero call. You're just going to have the best hand so frequently, I think.
Hello to my friends in the chat. Love to write immersed. Oh, I saw you guys in there. I will be back. I will be back soon. I might actually fire up a stream from Spraggy's house.
Ooh.
In the next 2 weeks.
You're going to stay with Spraggy?
I'm thinking about. I have to be in Europe for another in like 12 days. So I'm thinking about staying. I'm just doing a little Euro trip, a little 2-week-long Euro trip, and ending it with a little trip to my good buddy Spraggy in England.
Have you discussed this with him already, or are you basically imposing yourself?
No. I mean, I told him. I was like, hey, I might come over in a week, and he was like, oh, you might, eh? Huh.
Well, you're not invited, so there you go. No, we do the UK EPT coming up, the London leg.
When's that?
I think that's on the 1st of April, if I'm not mistaken, James.
It's early April, yeah.
I won't be attending that, I don't think.
It's a shame. Nice little wrap up to the trip.
True. So the Glowman is opening it up under the gun here.
And it is Labou who defends the big blind, taking us to the flop, which is 10-6-4.
A little something to work with here. We're probably going to see Glovney bet almost always, I would assume, on this board.
Yep, lots of really nice turns to continue as well. That 10 of hearts giving Glovney lots of opportunities.
And unless he goes for, you know, a nice meaty size like 200 to 250K, he is going to be. Now he does go with the meaty size, a little half pot action.
All right,
it's exciting. We will see. Nice bet size, honestly. I think it's pretty much exactly what you want to be doing here.
Now, some players will opt to play their gut shots as a check raise here, but there is so many other considerations at play at this stage in the tournament.
Well, it's also quite hard to check raise versus a half pot bet with
exactly.
with a nutted gut shot that you would then have to check raise fold.
Right.
And when your opponent bets 25 big blinds deep half pot, you are going to be met with a lot of 3-bet jams. There's lots of situations where you're going to be check raising lots of hands on the flop, and lots of situations with the expectation that your opponent, and he is going to go for a check raise, with the expectation that your opponent isn't going to jam on you. But at this point, this many people left in the tournament, I would assume that he is going to pile it in your face a lot. So I'd be scared to do this, but also think it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
And it's going to get it done. There's almost no way that Queen 9 can continue here.
I think you're right, though. Using that, one of the reasons why that meteor size in the flop is so cool is because I think it does shut down a lot of players from making this exact play, because it's just so much more chips to actually make the play. And
well, you also just put an incredibly large amount of hands in just horrendous situations. Like if you have a 6 or a 4 here, and you don't really have anything to go with it, if you just have like maybe, let's say King 6 offsuit or Queen 6 offsuit, or like you have no backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draws. Like a 6 is in just an absolute world of hurt.
Obviously, we're watching some poker legends at this feature table. We've got a poker legend watching the stream, Lexington Veldhouse, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Lex.
Wow. I hear Lex just celebrated his 54th birthday. I didn't hear for sure, but I saw a picture of him, and I just assumed. Pretty funny. I saw some people tagging Spraggy before, and Spraggy got no shout out. And then Lex shows his face. And there he is. How we doing, sexy Lexi? Man, ace 9 of spades. Is this the 4th time we've seen ace 9 of spades?
Ace 9 of spades is hot today.
It's a hot hand. It's a very hot hand. PokerStars forgot to buy WD-40. I always forget until the first tournament I play in Prague, the squeaky chairs, and then I just can't stop. You can't hear anything except the squeak, 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 squeak.
Parker, we have a response to that. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Embrace the squeak. Hell yeah. I mean, I embrace it, of course. There's nothing. No sense. Didn't we put tennis balls on the bottom of the chairs 1 year?
No. Every single morning. This is not a bit. This is true. The staff here, at the start of every day, put felt pads on the bottom of every single chair leg. And by 45 minutes, 60 minutes into the day, pretty much 90% of them have worn off.
Why do they even bother?
Yeah, I guess it's a bit like Don Quixote charging at the windmill. It's a valiant effort, guys, but it's not working. Apparently, I'd be careful what I say here. They think they have a solution the next time we come here. So maybe this is the last time that you will associate Prague with the word squeak.
I honestly don't mind. Interesting here from the King 6. Do expect him to continue. Whether or not he continues with a 3-bet or a call could really go either way, and looks like he will be going for a 3-bet. Again, just harping back on the same point that I've made a few times. When we do get deep here, with 10 players left, whatever, we're going to do a lot less calling and a lot more, nonsense like this. Not saying that this hand is going to be a heavy 3-bet, but when you do have an ace or a king, you do make to look your move. You do look to make your moves.
Absolutely.
And we will be getting it done here. We can't really, we can't put in more chips with an offsuit hand like this, I don't think, unless...
how about the Jack-10 suited variety?
Yeah, Jack-10 suited, you wouldn't be... Oh, all in, and there it is. You can put more chips in. And if you know your opponent is being out of line, you can be even more out of line. That was very exciting.
That was
something
spicy.
I did not expect to see. Go Manuel. That was awesome. He must have a very, very solid read on Danchev there. Is that who it was?
I think it was Konechiev, right?
Yeah.
Konechiev, sorry. We had many Evs. That was awesome. I haven't I haven't seen it play that gangster in some time, honestly. Jack 10-0. 34 big blinds or so. 2 million chips all in.
Sure.
Absolutely not worried at all.
So a reminder that we are at 10 players right now. 2 tables of 5. 5 on the main stage, 5 on the outer table. Field will merge to a single table of 9 when we have our next elimination. And Dimitar Danshev has queens in the big blind here. It's the 2 Bulgarian players at the table, in the blinds, involved in this confrontation.
Man, pretty disappointed. Lex kept on baiting, saying he was thinking about coming out for the main. I'll come out for the main, come out for a night. And then he didn't. I feel pretty baited. Just in case Lex is still around. Hopefully Konechchev doesn't get too many ideas here. Again, not a very good hand to do it with, but a hand that I have seen people go for some cheeky limp raises with, so wouldn't put it past him after seeing last hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lex's response, some people stream, bud.
Ooh. Yep, I have no rebuttal for that one, my friend. You have got me there.
To be fair, Lex was here the last time we streamed EPT Prague, which was December 2019. Joined us for the final table when we saw Mikolaj Babal win his 2nd European Poker Tour title. And that coincidentally was the very last EPT stream we did until this one.
How long has it been, exactly?
So 2 and a bit years.
2 and a bit years?
December
Okay.
2019 was the last one.
Sorry, December, you said, yeah. That's not bad. I thought it'd honestly been longer.
It feels like longer in many ways.
Mm-hmm. It feels like goddamn millennia since we got to play an EPT. Like, it honestly feels so long. Cutoff ace-6 suited. Will we see a 3-bet? Or will we see a call?
Do you think this is another spot where you're kind of just going to be 3-bet or fold kind of in that zone?
Yeah, I think so. It becomes a lot from my understanding, once you get to this point, you have like a lot more flats on the button compared to every other position, and then, sure, maybe a couple on the cutoff, but, past that, working towards the hijack and the low jack and whatnot, when there's even, 7 or 8 people left, you just don't really have many calls. It's just very hard to play a lot of calls. The main reason is just like your opponent is highly incentivized to fold or play 4-bet strategy, right? So like you don't end up seeing many flops even when you 3-bet with some of these more unsavory hands, even though that was a pretty nice hand, ace-6 suited.
Sure, absolutely.
Apply the pressure. Yeah, Tino's definitely happy overall with this tournament going on and playing shorthanded. Although he's not reaping any of the rewards of having his big chip stack right now. He's kind of just sitting there and letting everyone do their thing, which is, of course, a very, it's just going to happen. Doesn't matter how many chips you have. These days, you can't really... I feel like in, 2010, if you had this chip stack, you could really, more or less do what you wanted, get away with things. But these days, if you start to get, really out of line to the extent that you might have been able to at one point, people just start punishing you very swiftly.
Well, Gluvny's opened with ace-10.
We're going to see a play, whether we see a 3-bet or a call. We do see a 3-bet.
Yeah. Mulder re-raising to 500,000. And pocket nines for Lebeau.
Oh, man. He's not afraid.
Probably just see a full. I don't know. It's not a good hand to go all in with here. So you'd rather go all in with an ace. You'd almost rather go all in with ace-10 offsuit than pocket nines here. You'd definitely rather go all in with a hand like ace-5 suited or something. Just because when you do get called, you're going to have better equity against the range they're going to call against you, and you're going to block some of their actual call-offs. So pocket nines here actually kind of sucks. That being said, you are playing against Mulder, who has 10 million chips, and is incredibly capable. But even still, I'd much rather just go all in here with a hand like ace-jack suited than pocket nines. So interested to see what he does. After the jack-10, though,
yeah, that was exactly what I was making reference to. I think I think this is undoubtedly a really, really tricky spot, but he wasn't afraid in that previous situation with jack-10 to make the play. and it looks like he's going to go for it again.
Nice.
Very nice. Big pickup.
He's just moved over the 3 million mark, which should make him feel warm and fuzzy on the inside.
Yeah, it's a weird one with the chip leader being the 3-better there and it being Mulder for sure. But, I mean, say that's just another big stack, like, say that's just a 3 million chip stack. I wouldn't even really think twice about folding the 9s. They would just be in the muck.
So we've got about 20 minutes left to run on this level.
Okay, cheeky jacks here under the gun.
I would imagine that if...
This guy's not Canadian, right? He's just got this D squared on.
No, that's Dimitar Danchev. That's cool. He is from Bulgaria.
Cool.
I was just thinking that if we did somehow get to 9 players in the next 20 minutes, that we probably just take the break early and do the redraw during the break, rather than have a break, play out 20 minutes, and then take another break. Too many breaks.
So we do see a cutoff call here. You know, again, we have one of those hands we were talking about, like in that range of, you know, feels pretty whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and this combo specifically is kind of the ones that we were making reference to, right? Like, you know.
Sure, yeah, with ace queen, I'd feel even better about just calling, and then
Right.
ace jack, you're even pushing to the point where you might want to, you know, 3-bet fold or whatever.
Sure.
But yeah, we are going to see a 3-way pot. A Glovny.
Love it. 3 players going to the flop, which is king, king, 3.
A real action board, if you will.
Jack's still good.
Yeah, 9-10 not looking so hot now. 1% equity.
A lot of people asking Lex if he's nervous for tonight's game. Good luck, Lex. What's he playing tonight?
Big Ajax game tonight. Elimination game, I think. Yeah, advanced to something. I don't know what they advanced to.
Oh, the Ajax Soccer Squadron are playing.
Ajax, yeah,
Yes.
Ajax. Ajax? Ajax? Ajax?
The Ajax Soccer Squadron is their official name.
Oh, okay.
So, Ace Jack here does have...
He has to... he couldn't help himself.
Ace Jack had position, decides to fold, and so does 9-10, and these jacks are just going to take this bad boy down.
I'm sure he's very happy with that after, you know, going multi-ways and then seeing the 2 kings in the flop. Very, very accepting of the result.
Yeah, I think we're going to run into quite a few king X, given the pre-flop action there as well.
I have a... Disappointed that the first aggressive big stack action from Mulder got punished. Danchev has had a lot of playable hands. Oh.
Oh, hello.
3-bet or call. A little pick your adventure situation for Mr. Mulder.
Yeah, it's interesting. From the cutoff specifically, I think I prefer the 3-bet.
I really don't think you mind what you do with this hand.
But you can't exactly mess it up, can you?
As long as you don't fold.
As long as you don't fold.
As long as you don't fold, you're good. Now I'm interested to see what Danchev does. One of those situations where, like, you know, you'd always call these 6s or 4-bet jam them. But, again, going back to the same sentiment as we had with the 9s, you'd rather be jamming with the hand like, say, Ace-5, Ace-4, Ace-3, Ace-2 suited here than pocket 6s. And, again, you don't really want to be playing pots post-flop, 40 big blinds deep where you've called out a position against the chip leader.
Yeah.
You know, but also you have 6s. So yeah, this is honestly a toughish spot, I'd say.
This is really tough. I mean,
I think you probably just dump it in against Mulder and just be kind of happy about it. Say, if you've got it, you've got it. But also calling very reasonable. If somebody told me that you could fold this, I wouldn't even be that surprised either.
So the flop is ace 10 8. 6 is still ahead for now. Mulder with the gut shot and live cards still has 42%.
He can see that so small here if he wants.
It would appear as though Mr. Mulder has 100% on this hand.
What if he just makes it like...
Then he wins.
220K.
If he makes it 60K, he should win. No, he probably will just make it 220K because I don't really think, 200 to 300K, whatever in that range, is just going to get the job done. And he's always going to bet it.
Seems good.
425, very cool.
Ooh, spicy.
Also very fair because he's going to be 4-bet jamming a lot of aces, so he's not going to have very much ace-x. So, Mulder just destroys him on that flop.
Close to 10 million, more than 160 big blinds. Very comfortable chip leader with 10 players remaining.
Finally, something goes right for him.
I know, he's had a hard few days.
I really should proofread before sending messages. Well played, sir.
Nice. Very nice. Under the gun raise from Mulder with pocket threes.
Yeah. There's trays for the biggest stack in the tournament.
I'm just like, okay, he's going to call. Let's see, 2 hearts with a 3. I'm just like rooting for maximum action on every single board.
Leonard on YouTube says, please read my message from earlier. Leonard, I can't be bothered to scroll. Repost it and I'll do my best.
Oh, why not?
Unfortunately, we're not going to see any action. It's just going to go bet and fold. Unless Danchev is in a very adventurous mood. Not the craziest hand if you wanted to go for a loose goose check raise. Not really the craziest hand at all, but also kind of crazy.
Yeah, pretty much just turn potential.
Come on, Leonard. I'm waiting.
At this point, you should just forget again and just move on.
Gonna give him another minute.
I think you can have 10 seconds.
All right, guys, check out the chip counts here on our main event Day 5 feature table. Mulder still has 9.98 million, and our smallest stack still 165 milli. Don't forget, guys, we are one elimination away from our final table here at EPT Prague.
The King Jack will be played.
I'm sorry, Leonard. You had your chance and you blew it.
He's done. He's gone. Honestly, you know what? Just close the YouTube chat.
Oh, man. Wise words. And King Jack, raise and take it down. Easy game.
Oh. Sweetle. I'm sorry to tell you that Hussein Ensan is not still in. Ensan eliminated early at this level. So we are down to 10 players now. The last remaining former EPT champion is Dimitar Danchev, winner of the PCA in 2013. Was also a runner-up in San Remo in 2011. So he has a first and a second on the EPT.
Oh, wow.
And he could potentially win his second title. But I have to say, right now, the primary focus is on a player who has been crushing online, and that player is Turn Mulder.
Spirit of the horse.
Snowman, Snum Num. Pocket 8s for Danchev.
They really do just spot Danchev a playable hand every other hand. He's in the mix.
Quick fold from the small blind, big blind, a whole lot of nutting. Raise and take it down, easy game.
How much is first?
Just over 1 million euros.
How much is for second? What's everyone else playing for?
Million for first, 600k, near enough 610k for second, 428,000 for third, 320 for fourth. Well, you can see it for yourself, but we're talking about near enough six figures for everyone at the final table, because 8th place pays 98,750 euros, and then it's six-figure scores all the way up until we get to that milli for the winner.
I was just curious what everyone was playing for outside of Toon, of course.
Yes.
Danchev with the suited ace in the cutoff. Mulder on the button with king 10 off. We did see a 3-bet previously from king queen. Let's see how he plays the king 10 here. Having absolute position this time. Okay, he's going to make the call.
And yes, we have referenced a few times that Mulder won the 25k high roller at the start of the EPT Prague festival. But obviously, we've been watching this guy at pretty much every final table we've covered online for the last 2 years. 2 scoop titles, 1 W-Coop title, $6.7 million in online earnings. 3rd place in the W-Coop main event in 2020, which was worth $1.1 million. That horse avatar is ingrained in my brain.
All right, we're going 3 ways to the flop, guys.
And it is a king high flop, so Mulder flops best.
Oh, 3-way pot.
Yeah.
Just a call from Labu in the small blind. And punished.
Yeah, definitely another spot where he could have done something pre, but decides to play this one a little bit slower. Okay, turn is really clean for king 10. Now it did go check, check, check on the flop, so king 10 disguising their hand quite effectively here.
Yeah, probably checking back even a second time. Don't really know what.
Right.
Feels kind of difficult. Even both of our opponents here will still be uncapped, checking to us twice with a bunch of better hands. I don't really know how we bet king 10 twice for value. You don't really need to protect from anything, so do expect for him just to go for, you know, not saying he can't bet here, but probably checking again a decent amount of the time. Makes a lot of sense in my peanut brain.
You probably want to bet here a little bit more frequently when you don't have the 10 of diamonds, because of course then your opponents will have a couple more flush draws that you might be getting some value from. Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously betting is, I can see why a check would be nice here, especially with the 10 of diamonds in your hand, but you know, you want to bet the turn too. Decides to go for 240. Okay, 2 folds, easy game.
Oh, no.
No, Labu called.
Oh, excuse me.
Labu gets in there. He's a fighter. I mean, if your opponent is going to call a half-pot wager on the turn with ace-10 in the small blind here, then, yeah, it's going to be a pretty fantastic bet. You should definitely go for... should definitely go for some more bets, so maybe Tino just knows. What a weird spot now for king 10. A very weird spot, especially with a 9 on the river. Pocket 9s gets there.
625.
Our pocket 8s and 7s really going to call you, but he does go for the value bet.
Nice.
Whoa, it's big too.
960 in the middle, and he makes it 625,000. And this is where Labu is like, I can be a hero. I can call this beast with ace high and be right and win a pot of 1.6 million. Everyone's going to cheer at home. Everyone will know my name.
He's for sure calling, too. If you call the turn with ace-10 against Mulder, and then you get this board, like, he's going to call.
Manuel.
He's going to use 2 time bank chips and then call.
Don't do it, buddy.
What a great value bet. Just knows his man. Really hard spot to value bet, honestly. There's so few hands that that Lebu can like perceivably have. But
oh, Manuel Lebu, if this was an online stream, the superhero would be taking off and crashing to the ground. Hero call gone wrong, and gifting Mulder another milli.
Wow, that was a pretty sick one.
The spirit of the horse continues to power through this field on the penultimate day, up to 11 million now. A 184 big blind stack, and all that work Lebu has done this level to chip up, gone in one pot.
He made some really nice moves, and then, yeah, just tried to go for his hard read. Tried to go for the hard read on the bluff.
Top analysis here from Anthony Wong on YouTube, and this is why you keep the YouTube chat open, Parker.
Tell me.
Bad call.
Ooh. That's pretty nice, actually, yeah. Thank you, my friend. I was curious, honestly. I was kind of on the fence, but now that you've said that. Yeah, I mean, once he calls the turn, he's just decided that Mulder is bluffing, and he's just not going to fold to another bet on the river. And we will see a jam. Oh my God, we will not. Oh no, sorry, I thought he was in the small blind. He's on the button. Okay. The adventures of Lebu continue.
That'd be a good comic strip, wouldn't it? The Adventures of Lebu.
Sounds like it is one already, to be honest.
The Adventures of Francois Lebu. And his dog, Talbot.
And his dog, Manuel Talbot.
Yo, it's Curtis says, could you let Nick know if he doesn't bring me back one of those sweet EPT hotties, we are no longer friends. Cheers.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, you know that Curtis I was telling you about? That's the one.
King High board is a pretty reasonable board for Mulder in these spots, but that is with a range of hands that he normally would open. I would assume in this scenario, in this setup, he is going to be going much looser from the cutoff, so board probably not as good as it normally is for him, so we see the check-check.
Yeah, and we were talking about the kind of hands that might flat button a little bit more frequently, specifically button, as opposed to cut off and other out of position, other positions prior to it. Containing quite a lot of King X combos here too, so you see a lot of slowdowns in this situation where I think a ton of people might actually c-bet a little bit too frequently, perhaps.
Yeah, probably just show down here almost always. It's another one of those spots where, like, Mulder kind of has the hand that he wants to fold out if he does go for the bluff on the end. So he's just going to, wave the white flag probably and just say that he's, accept that he's losing the 6s and 5s. Or he's
Bomb it again.
Go for it.
Bomb it again. The guy's now...
And he also did the guy just hero called him very hard, so...
Exactly. You've got him exactly where you want him. He's shell-shocked. There's no way he's calling again.
He will probably bet big. Again, if you have the ace-jack here, or if you have the ace-10, that's the kind of hand you want to fold out. So if you use a small bet, you want to fold out, ace-10. So if he does go for it, I expect a bigger bet, but he bets the 10%. He's actually value betting. Okay. He goes for the 60K. Going for the little mini milker, which, yeah, again, not bad at all. This is, effectively a check. Should be played very similarly to as a check.
Oh, good on you, Lebu, for making the call. I didn't think you'd find it, but I guess 60K, just a tickler.
Yeah.
Gets a little bit back.
Yeah. Nice.
Can you imagine if Mulder had a king again? It's like, oh no, that's 2 in a row.
This one was a little bit cheaper. I don't think Mulder would have too many stronger hands with his 60K river bet there. Yeah, I was going to announce what hand it is, but that's not really my job, so.
Rounding on hand number 60.
Very nice.
The dealer has dealt the cards.
But did they pull in the big blind ante?
Oh, I can see it right there.
The big blind ante has been pulled in. Fear not.
Perfect.
Oh, I was on edge there. I needed to know.
I was a bit worried, yeah.
I needed to know.
The dealer button has been moved from the previous hand. The players have chips. They have cards.
Now we're really getting into it. Dan Chev. He's a crazy guy, but is he queen 4 offsuit crazy? I wonder if he's thinking about going for a 3-bet in this spot as opposed to a call. I would assume there's a good chance of that, yeah, because queen 4 offsuit, of course, you know, just really, real stinker of a hand.
Yeah, real garbage.
Clock's ticking into the break, so 1 or 2 hands max before the next 20-minute hiatus in the action.
The dealer has washed the cards. First riffle, second riffle, ban the strip, third riffle, cut, and cards are in the air. Come on, guys. We're getting close to the break. Let's make it a good one.
All right, we're going to have the battle of the Evs here or what? Ooh.
Okay, so on the button here with the tray of spades.
For a bit of a beefier size, 140K. Juicing it up, 25 big blinds deep. Dan Chev wanted to play, but couldn't do it. And looks like Toon has run away, so we do have the break.
We do indeed. A bit of an inconsequential hand to end the level. Chances are we're going to take a 20-minute break. We're going to come back. They're going to play like 2 or 3 hands. We're going to lose a player and then have to take another break for the redraw. But them's the way things go. Parker, thank you very much for coming by the booth.
Thank you for having me in here. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. We had some Tonka time, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, Joe will be back on the mic. Griffin Benja, that washed-up poker player, Parker Talbot, 2022, will be with us on the stream live from Montreal. More analysis, more cards-up coverage of the penultimate day of the European Poker Tour main event from Prague.
Blinds are 50,000 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Mike Dietrich folding 8s under the gun.
Doesn't want to be the first guy out.
Ace 10 suited for Mohsen Charania.
Big suited ace. Let's get it started in here, Most I am.
Raises to 225,000. Gomez and Modston fold. Ace Jack for Lucille Kai.
She's got most and most dominated. She could 3-bet, but a 3-bet would oftentimes chase out better and only get action from worse.
Call. She calls.
Suited would most likely be a 3-bet.
Caprioli folds the small blind. Guillaume gives up the big blind. We're going heads up to the flop. Charani is out of position with the worst hand, but he does have the pre-flop betting lead.
Had she 3-bet, she certainly would have gotten action, I think.
Queen, Queen 8. Ace Jack high, still good.
Mike Dietrich would have flopped a full house. Ouch.
Mohsen continues for 185,000.
And he continues to be dominated, though a chop is possible.
Lucille calls.
Sounds like a defiant call to me, but I could just be reading into it. Floating this flop is a little dangerous given the stack sizes.
Blue chips are worth 5,000. Yellows are worth 25,000.
On a board like this, it's really hard for Mosen to have connected.
7 of clubs changes nothing.
There's an 8% chance of a split pot.
Mosen bets again. 335,000.
Mosen's trying to ghost in the distance. Wonder if Kai was calling the flop just to see if Mosen would shut down. Nope.
She calls again.
We've seen her call down much lighter.
The river. There's another 7. They're both playing queens and 7s with an ace kicker. Mosen checks.
Check.
And Lucille checks behind.
Me too.
You play that trash? Nice river.
Nice river.
I knew it!
I was actually planning on check shoving the river. Thought you were gonna bet it.
Nine-7 for Castelluccio. He folds from under the gun. Ace-king for Mosen Charania.
Mosen should most def raise here.
And he does raise to 250,000. Folded around to Mike Dietrich. The table short stack. He has ace-9 of clubs.
You hate it, but with his stack, you gotta shove this.
He does.
He's definitely gonna get a call, and he's definitely dominated.
Cards go on their back.
Well, good luck, Mike.
Yeah, you too, bud.
Mike Dietrich will be looking for a 9 or some clubs.
Both would be preferable, and also no king.
Otherwise, he will exit this tournament in 6th place. Nice of Clayton Moston to stick around and rail his buddy. 10-7-5 flop with no clubs.
Not the sweat he was hoping for. Now he's just looking for a 9 or running straight cards.
An 8 on the turn.
We got a gutter ball sweat.
Any jack, any 9, any 6. The river is a brick for Dietrich. He goes out in 6th.
Game, Sergio. Game, man. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah. Nice hand, brother. Play well.
Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000. Curiously, Sergio Castelluccio has limped the button with 7 deuce suited.
Castelluccio's played pretty well all day, but I am not a fan of this at all. No reason to get fancy, but like I said before, sometimes losing a big pot can make you do some crazy stuff.
Mosen is called out of the small blind. Lucille Kai checks her option. We're going 3-way to the flop in an unraised pot.
It's a little deceptive where Lucille didn't raise. Good way to balance her range.
The flop is 8-10-7. Castelluccio has the best hand.
Mosen's whiffed. Lucille's also whiffed.
Not going to stop her betting, though. 190,000.
She does have 2 overs and a gut shot.
Here comes Castelluccio, raising to 530,000.
Ah, the old button limp bluff raise.
Motion accidental exposure.
Oops, Mosen accidentally showed his cards as he folded.
What's Lucille gonna do with her top air? Now, it might look like button clicking, but bluff raising, bluff 3-betting are just things you have to throw into your game sometimes. This is a good spot for Lucille because Sergio limped pre-flop, which means he can pretty much never have an overpair.
There is the re-raise. It's a 3-bet to 1.38 million.
Which one of those two wasn't the lady?
Castelluccio folds. Pocket jacks for Castelluccio.
This guy catches more cards than a watermelon at Chris Ferguson's house.
Under the gun, he is raising to 320,000. 6-8 suited for Mosen Charania.
Trade playing.
3 million.
3-9.
3 million.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like Mosen Gosen wants to get a little cute on the button. Not terrible to do with a hand like this. You got position in the betting lead. Sometimes you win now, sometimes you win it on the flop. Sometimes you win a huge pot at showdown if you hit your hand.
So he 3-bets to 680,000. Ace-queen for Lucille Kai in the small blind.
This is a hand that's certainly strong enough to call a 3-bet, but you don't really want to 4-bet with it. By the way, she still got Scourgio to act behind. And Mosin again if she does 4-bet.
She calls. Bernard Guillon folds the big blind.
Oh, hi, you're still here. Castelluccio can't love it, but he probably just has to shove here. Hopefully he won't get called in 2 spots.
He does shove. Should get rid of Mosin.
See ya, 8 Mile. And look at the trouble you caused.
Question, what does Lucille do?
Unless there's a player who's super short and about to bust, which there isn't, I think Lucille has to call here. If they were 3-handed, this would be a snap call. Just hate to make this call and see Ace-King get flipped over.
A call.
She calls. A few hands ago, Sergio Castelluccio had the chip lead. Now he's on the verge of going out the door. He's slight favorite, but it is a flip.
And you can just read the stress on Lucille's face. You can tell how important this is to her. Castelluccio also sweating it just a little bit.
Castelluccio needs the jacks to hold. 5 cards to come. The flop is 3-10-9.
Jacks are holding.
2 diamonds on the board. Lucille does have a backdoor flush draw to go with her overs to the board. There's a queen on the turn.
There is a 6 sweat for Sergio to make it straight, though.
Un deux. Un deux, c'est bien.
He can win with a king, a jack, or an 8 on the river. Will he double up? Will he survive? No. Castelluccio busts in 4th. And Lucille Caillet takes the tournament chip lead.
If you don't think women are good for poker, that's the deepest final table rail I've seen all season.
Lucille Caillet in the small blind. There's 10 deuce off suit.
Now, it looks like Lucille's thinking about raising this. Typically, I'd give her a speech about how it's okay to fold your small blinds sometimes, but Bernard Guillon has been tighter than the legroom and coach, so I'm actually okay with her raising his big blind every single time.
Well, she does raise to 390,000. Bernard has a hand, ace-8.
Now, if Bernard calls, Lucille has to know he's got something pretty decent. This guy hasn't played a hand since... I don't think we've actually seen him play a hand.
He calls. Let's see a flop. Ace-5 jack, top pair for Guillon.
Now, I know she won't do it, and I know I can see the whole cards and everything, but I'm all for check folding this once this ace hits.
Lucille bets 430,000.
Well, Bernard certainly can't and should not fold this to just 1 bet.
Call.
Yeah, he got it. He's still with us. All right, Bernard, I was starting to wonder about you there, buddy.
To the turn.
Maybe Lucille will just shut down now.
6 of spades.
Completes the potential flush draw, but we know nobody's really worried about that. Now, it looks like because she opened, she feels the need to barrel the flop and turn. I gotta tell you, once this guy calls me on the flop, I am out of there. If you've ever tried to bluff someone over the age of 60 off an ace, you know it's like trying to ice skate uphill.
730,000 is her bet on the turn.
All right, somebody just get near the defibrillator. Not a code red yet, just get over there.
Wow! Guillon folds!
What? Oh man, I think that just gave me a nosebleed.
Charania with king-queen suited on the button, raising. Makes it 410,000. Lucille folds the small blind. Bernard Guillon with ace-4 in the big blind.
Thinking of doing something crazy, Bernard?
All in.
He shoves.
He knows those aren't aces, right? I'm kidding. He should probably shove with that anyway.
Mosin calls.
Just one little stack of yellows, all it took for him.
Practically a flip.
Good luck, Bernard.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, that almost made me cry. I love him.
What a flop for Charania. Queen, queen, 9.
I have 3 queens.
Thank you, Mosin. We'd noticed. Guillaume now with less than 1% equity. Lucille on the verge of going heads up against Mohsen Charania for the title here in Monaco. Yes. Guillaume drawing dead on the turn. He goes out in third. Mohsen Charania and Lucille Kai go heads up at the EPT Grand Final. As Ace King.
Hello there.
Well, if she raises 8-10, chances are she's going to raise Ace King.
You don't say.
Sure enough, 400,000. Pocket queens from Mohsen.
Well, hello to you too. Here we go.
And here comes the 3-bet. Mohsen Charania makes it a total of 855,000.
And one more time from Lucille.
Raise.
4-bet coming, which will no doubt lead to a 5-bet jam from Charania, which no doubt she will call.
Whoa, 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 let's not get ahead of ourselves, James. Mohsen can lay this down still.
Yeah, right. She makes it 2,055,000.
One more time from Mohsen. We could probably just get to the river.
All in.
He shoves, and she calls.
Here we go.
That's pas la paire de dames.
You hate to see it come down to a flip, but both have played so good. Both want it so bad. I don't know any other way to decide this.
One of the biggest coin flips in EPT history. A ridiculously huge race with the championship on the line. 9-3 deuce, 2 clubs.
Lucille calling for the backdoor flush draw.
Her immediate outs are aces and kings.
Queens are holding. Queens are holding.
The turn is a 7, no club.
No additional sweat on the turn. The river card potentially for the biggest title in European poker.
If it's not an ace or a king, Mohsen Charania has won this year's EPT Grand Final. The river card is a brick. Charania is the champion. He pockets more than 1.3 million euros and he will lift that trophy. Commiserations on one side of the room and celebrations on the other.
Great performance by Lucille Kai. You lost, kid, but you don't have to like it. And Mohsen seems a little shell-shocked.
Johnny Lodden is all in. He shoved over the top of Vasily Fursau's virtual all in.
Lodden in for just under 25 bigs.
Steve O'Dwyer's got 9s.
All in. Wow.
He reshoves.
Wow. You got queens?
Fursau is committed. He has to call.
Only getting about 73 to 1.
Cool.
O'Dwyer's got them both covered. 2 players at risk here.
Oh, don't show ace something.
Sizable side pot.
I'm sorry, but I'm rooting for Steve.
Steve is also rooting for Steve. He's got excellent equity 3 ways. And this could be a double elimination to get us down to the final 8.
How can you have 9s going?
Johnny Lawden somehow eked past the teens, but again, he's got a real shot at missing this final table.
Johnny needs to hit an ace or a queen. Fursau needs to hit an ace and a 5.
Wow.
But there's a 9 on the flop, and that pretty much seals the fate of Johnny Lawden and Vasily Fursau.
It's over, Johnny. It's over. Mercier off to share the good news.
We're done, guys. Really?
Final table.
Done.
You did not?
No, not me. O'Dwyer.
There's 2 people gone, though, really?
I mean, unless they catch runners.
Every time.
Lawden's so sick of bubbling final tables.
Oh. Dude, that is a runner. The aces can make a straight now.
A 3 on the river, and it is a chop!
No way.
Jinx.
What happened? All right, never mind.
Do we have 9 or 10?
It was 9s against ace queen, ace 5. It came 9-5 deuce, and then 3-4.
So the ace, both aces split?
Chop, yeah.
Oh,
So
cool.
Still 10 left.
Oh, wow, awesome.
Sorry, I spoke too soon.
You certainly did.
Oh my god, bro.
Yo, is that real? What the hell?
207.
Take control of the...
I get 204 and he get 203.
You guys are witnessing the sickest hand in EPT history, probably. You know, I have a mathematical brain. When I see 99%, I assume it's gonna win.
Not that mathematical, Jason. O'Dwyer was only 98%.
I didn't expect that one.
Well, hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Prague. Live coverage of the main event, Day 5, the penultimate day from King's Casino at the Prague Hilton. Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, and Griffin Benger. Hey, buddy. All the way from Canada.
Yeah, how's it going? Excited to be here. I love that word, penultimate. It's epic.
It's a very Hardigan word. We basically speak the same language at this point. 10 players remain, 2 tables of 5, and 2 in Mulder continues to be the force to be reckoned with in this event. 134 big blinds with 10 players left to go. I'm going to do some quick maths. And that is more than everyone else at the table combined by a wide margin.
You're absolutely right, Joe. That's a lot of chips.
And we're finally going to start handing out the money that on this chart we've been showing all week. On day 5, 10th place money will finally be awarded. And if you make it to the final table, the official final table, you will be dang near close enough a 6-figure score. In fact, Nick Walsh has offered to bump up the rest.
Yeah,
to make it a full 6 figures.
I'm just going to round them all up, guys. I've decided that for the first EPT back, let's just do it. Let's just go big, 6 figs.
Oh, and of course, will you not only win €1 million for this event, but a beautiful golden classic trophy. Hey, I hope it's eligible for the GPI Trophy Award next year. Although I don't know how we can compete with a trophy that is a life-size replica, not life-size, but a to-scale replica of the Wynn Hotel and Casino.
Hey, Griff, what's it like to win 6 figures?
Yeah, I mean, what's it like to win 7 figures? You should be asking me.
Yeah, that's what I thought that'd be more appropriate. But Griffin wins 7 figures or 0.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good way to be.
Action back underway.
Danchev has been getting his fair share of playable hands. 9-4 off is not one of them.
Mulder been getting his fair share of playable and unplayable hands. Doesn't really matter. Jack deuce, no problem. Flop a boat.
What do you got? 10 million chips. That's what's important.
We are aiming to play down to 6 today. One more elimination. We will reach the unofficial final table. We'll take a break. We'll have a redraw. Blind on blind. LeBlue flops. a wheel draw. Slow it down. Mulder has a pair of threes.
Yeah, pretty interesting board here. Definitely going to see it continue from both players. Mulder knows he's going to get a continue from, you know, a lot of worse hands than this three. A lot of ace-high type hands, some floats. You know, King Jack will certainly call this small bet. Only 185 after the raises to 240 pre, so turn could make things interesting. Labuse can make the effective nuts with a 4.
No 4, but a queen on the turn.
Yeah. And of course, having ace-5 here is nice too, because ace-high can just be the best hand as well. There's no reason why that is not, it can't make its way to showdown and actually take this pot, especially when you're playing blind v blind and those ranges are particularly interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Mulder is going to go for another bet. Something in the range of sort of blocky value. And again, super small with the 240. Enticing those, you know, ace highs to continue comfortably and, you know, not create a situation where Mulder's going to have to check and maybe face a big bet from, you know, a bluffing hand like 5-6.
Poor Lebu has had to play too many pots against the more than capable Tuan Mulder.
Yeah, I think, let me know if you agree with this, Griff, but I think that in particular having such a nice kicker with your second pair, or sorry, your flop second pair, is an even greater incentive to want to continue on this turn, because you can get called by worse threes on this turn, and it just if he's sitting here with maybe a hand like 4-3, maybe a little bit less inclined to put in 2 barrels, but with the king kicker, I think the second barrel feels a lot more confident on the turn.
Yeah, I agree with you to an extent. I think the 3 in particular is an interesting card to be paired for Labuse, because he did, you know, call a 3x raise preflop. So,
right.
You know, I don't think it's going to be in there with all the 3-4s and
sure.
You know, maybe something like a suited queen 3, and you can see. Really well played there by Mulder to get max value.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He will have plenty of sort of suited hands that contain a 3, but there's actually not, you know,
Didn't know which one was which.
way fewer of those than, you know, the off-suited varieties.
Check on the river, and Lebu sees the bad news. And I think that, look, I'm not saying Lebu thinks this, but I think that when us mere mortals play a hand like that in a tournament, and then you see them turn over the 3, we think like, oh, this is some kind of lucky thing, or kind of unlucky that it ran out like that, you know. And listening to you guys describe it, it really is phenomenal just how orchestrated it really is, just how much thought there is that goes into it. It's not a matter of like, oh, it's blind on blind, and he hit a 3 and it went bet, check, whatever it was. There's a lot of context in between those lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Under the gun with King 10 suited. Well, we've got Lebu in the small blind. Luke writes in to say that he looks like Baron Zemo, our resident Marvel expert. Griffin Bender, what say you?
Yeah, not bad. I mean, I have to see him without the mask, but it's not a bad comparison.
Mulder with ace-8 suited makes the call. Lebu's out with king deuce. Lovney folds in the big blind. So now it's up to Konakchev to stand up to Mulder. Will be out of position for this hand. 6-6 deuce, and wouldn't you know, Mulder flops a ton of equity.
Tuan Mulder, the run good is out there.
I'm in fact very skeptical of this run good. And Konakchev very understandably is going to continuation bet.
Did you guys ever see that episode of X-Files where the guy was like super lucky? Like he couldn't do anything. Like he couldn't.
I don't remember the episode of the X-Files, but I remember a show that was on right after the X-Files called Strange Luck.
Oh.
About a guy that was super lucky.
Yeah.
It only ran a couple of episodes.
I think that's what we're seeing here. I think Mulder might actually be that guy.
Like whenever he needed to pay for something in a diner, he'd be like, "Just give me a scratch-off ticket," and then and it would be like for $40.
Exactly.
Just,
like he jumps out of a window knowing that he's going to land in a pillow truck.
So Mulder electing to make a pretty small raise here to 350,000. I think this is designed to, Mulder's very comfortable in getting in 20 big blinds on this 2 club flop. So even though Konechchev, you can't really blame Konechchev for making that sort of range advantage bet on the flop, expecting to get some floats, of course, from Mulder, but also, Mulder's going to have something like, Queen 10 of spades there sometimes and just fold. So, but Mulder raising it, willing to get in the 20 big blinds, and just gets a quick fold. So again, Mulder up to 12 million now, just an astronomical chip lead here on day 5 of the main event.
Griffin, obviously, Tu and Mulder very composed now, not showing a ton of emotion either way, positive or negative. Is it difficult to contain yourself when you have this big of a chip lead? Like, I just can't imagine a scenario. I mean, I guess I would never be in this situation, but where I'm not, like, ecstatic and obviously ecstatic at what's happening right now. Do you actively have to control those emotions?
I mean, and I'm sure Nick can speak to this as well. It's for me, in my experience, it's been more of a sort of flow state. Like it's very exciting and it's adrenaline filled and it's exciting when you're just running like this and every move you're making is working out well. You're making these perfect value bets with third pair of threes to get value from ace high. It's obviously very exhilarating, but you're so zoned in, it feels so like everything is just coming together, and it's really fun to be a part of.
You're having fun on the inside is what you're saying.
Yeah. And these are the moments you prepare for. Mulder's played probably who knows how many hands of poker in his life, and certainly this is the moment that he's been waiting for, to have a big opportunity like this and making the most of it.
Mulder once again with a playable hand, certainly with his reputation, chip stack, skill level, ace-9 offsuit, no problem.
Yeah, don't forget we're also 5-handed here, so even though he is UTG, there are far fewer players behind him to act, so this is definitely going to be a hand that you want to play.
And you see the sort of corner that a lot of these very talented players are backed into when they're, considering ICM with 10 people left. Queen 10 suited, such a beautiful hand. 5-handed, you want to play. You would have loved to have opened the pot with a raise, playing those 18 big blinds. But really, you're in a situation where you kind of have to just shove or fold on that open. And even if you think that you're going to get a lot of folds from the range Mulder is opening, you still have another 3 players behind. So it sort of forces a fold.
I guess there's probably more painful folds to make there than Queen 10 suited, but definitely your point stands. We're going heads up to the flop, Mulder v. Glovney, and it's top pair for Mulder.
Surprise, surprise.
Nearly bottom pair for Glovney. No improvement. We had a great bad lookalike for Glovney. In fact, not even a bad lookalike, a good lookalike. What do you think of this? Taryn Edgerton from producer Paul.
Not bad. Yeah,
not bad
I like
at all
that
here.
for Glovney. Yeah.
Rocket Man himself.
The Kingsman.
What do the manners maketh, Griffin?
The man.
Glovney not giving up right away. Understandable. He can't hit every flop. Turns out he can.
I've got this image in my head now of Joe recreating that scene, but instead of saying manners maketh man, he says chip And a chair.
Chippeth maketh chair.
Hold cards.
That's right, Raksha. Does he ever lose?
Now hold on a second. There's still a 5% chance. No, it's not going to the river.
Mulder electing to go with another, what I assume is going to be a small bet. You know, you don't have a crazy nice kicker here with the 9, but if you think of it sort of contextually with where Glowney called, you're not really worried about a better kicker here. You know, ace-10 off, probably going to flat. Ace-jack, probably going to play as a shove for 20 big blinds. Oh, sorry, it is 40 big blinds, actually. So ace-jack, you know, might be in the range, but just takes it down there.
Mulder, over 12.5 million. 4 times the chips, more or less, of Glowney, who is in second place. Everyone else really just treading water at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually more, I think, if my math serves, more than all the other chips on the table.
That is correct. And LeBeau with a hand that is unlikely to be folded, regardless of the rest of the pre-flop action here.
Yeah, and actually a pretty great situation being this short into Mulder's big blind, because you know you're getting a defend. We've seen Jack Deuce off be defended from Mulder, so gonna.
Someone was watching earlier.
To the range. Yeah. Gonna call most of the range and then maybe be willing to get in, you know, something like top pair.
Oh.
Another super strong hand for Mulder.
I was going to say, Griff, does he ever just ship this?
Shoves on the jacks.
Makes the call. He's got to do it. Look at his face. He looks at him.
LeBeau, the favorite. 35% equity, more than enough for Tuin Mulder. Spirit of the horse.
All right, if Mulder wins this one, I'm going home.
I cannot allow you to make that bet. This is more like a 55-45 in Mulder's favor.
Yeah, I think LeBeau slightly frustrated by how his run was going here, in particular some of the pots he's played against Mulder, including that amazing value bet with King 10, if you recall, Joe. And there is an ace on the deck. Oh, man.
What a marksman. This dude never misses. LeBeau got it in good, is going to need the math to work out on a later street.
This never happens live, Joe.
We're going to need a jack and only a jack. Completely acceptable use of one time.
He calls his one time. That's probably the first time I've ever seen one time actually used correctly.
Top. For Manuel LeBeau, the river is a 5. Au revoir, Manuel. Trampled by the spirit of the horse.
Spirit of the horse.
Manuel out in 10th place for 63,540 euros. And just another $1.5 million chips for Tuin Mulder. And that means that we are about to take another break as we redraw and repopulate the unofficial final table of 9.
Redraw. 9 left. So I'm going to ask you to please remain seated for the moment.
Dmitry Danchev still alive. Glowney still in there. During the redraw, we're going to take a look at a little best of clip from Poker in the Ears. Eric Seidel
Alright, just stay in your seats for the moment. We'll come back to you when it's time to move.
First time he's ever done a poker podcast was for Poker in the Ears. Very lucky to have gotten Eric. Here are the 4 players at the feature table who are moving on to the final, unofficial final table of 9.
Must be nice. Must be nice, yeah.
I'm jealous.
Two and Mulder still holding strong. I probably has as many chips as the entire rest of the field at this point. We're going to take a short break for the redraw. When we get back, more action for the unofficial final table.
There's a certain amount of artistic license, and the truth is he did outplay me, so it wasn't, it wasn't like they were making something up. Chan was a much better player than I was at that time.
Let's start with the movie. Let's start with Rounders. What did you think when you first saw this film?
When I first saw the script, I didn't react well to it. I was like, wow, that's really up.
That's understandable, for sure, because I think it gave a bad impression of you to a lot of people.
I'm the donkey here, yeah. But it didn't take me long before I realized, first of all, I was a fan of the director, and there's a certain amount of artistic license, and the truth is he did outplay me, so it wasn't like they were making something up. Chan was a much better player than I was at that time. And, I think overall it's been a good thing. And it's, they haven't made very many good poker movies. I think Rounders is a decent one.
You're saying it's like pretty good is actually an even better review coming from you because your circles are sort of being represented there. So I think it would be really easy for you to have hated it and said this is nothing like what things were really like. Does part of you feel that way?
I think they did a pretty good job at capturing what the Mayfair was like. Obviously embellished, but and I haven't seen it in a while, but I mean, my impression of it was, it was a decent enough movie that people could see, people could see it and get interested in poker. And I think it did impact, I think it did bring a lot of people into the game. It's very hard to tell what was Rounders and what was Moneymaker and what was just the online explosion.
When the boom hit, anyone who, like yourself, was a consistent winner became a poker celebrity. I know that's almost like an oxymoron, but how do you feel about that? How do you feel about being one of the people who is recognized as one of those poker OGs?
If I'm walking down the street and somebody says hi or somebody recognizes me, to me, it's almost always a pleasant encounter, and I feel like, it's a nice thing that, that I've done well enough that it gets recognized, and it's kind of the level I'm comfortable with. I don't know that I could handle a greater level of attention. so I don't know. I think it's been fine.
Well, I have to say that part of your reluctance for that level of attention has made some of the things that you've popped up in very, very entertaining. For example, the Full Tilt commercials back in the day, the black and white Full Tilt house. I don't know if you know this. Your commercial was far and away the funniest one. And that, of course, is you dealing, wearing all of your World Series of Poker bracelets, and then just like clanging. And I don't know if you knew at the time, but that was so funny.
That was a great commercial. That really was. I mean, they hired some really. Errol Morris directed some of those commercials. Oh, wow. I don't think he directed that one, but he did direct a few of the Full Tilt commercials. So they hired really good people, and they had some good ideas. They were fun. They had some good ideas.
So when you say you don't like playing on TV that much, how much of that is don't like exposing sort of your style and your thought process versus just not wanting to have attention?
Yeah, I just prefer to play poker, you know, the way it used to be played at a table, you know, without a million people watching. I don't know, you know, plus you make a dumb mistake, let it be your own dumb mistake. You know, you don't want it playing on YouTube for the next, you know, for the next generation.
Well, the good news is that any mistake you make now, because you're Eric Seidel, we'll just figure out a way to try to say it's not a mistake. We'll be like, well, Eric Seidel did this. Obviously, there's got to be
level.
Yeah, exactly. Like he must be on the next generation of poker strategy. Let's figure out what he's doing.
I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Leon Sukanik to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. What about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At Kings Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years with over 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making Kings Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at Kings to become a part of poker history.
I might have been winning with Jack, Charlie.
Rafe finds.
Next time there is a shot of Ram Vaswani, I want to see if anyone in the chat or one of my two co-commentators can recognize the gentleman who is sat directly behind Ram and occasionally is peering in to see what's happening at the table.
Okay.
We said there'd be some familiar faces in the crowd. I appreciate that his face may not be that familiar, but when I tell you his name, you will recognize it.
40,000.
And now they change the angle on Ram Vaswani just to thwart me.
All in by Ram.
We're going to flip for a win here. Potentially for the win.
There he is.
Oh, that is a Scheinberg.
That is Mark Scheinberg, one of the two founders of PokerStars.
A rare on-camera sighting of a Scheinberg.
And called by Rory.
Oh, we've got a call from Rory. And Vaswani with the ace-5. If he wins, he is your champion.
So this is a unorthodox race, but it is two overcards against a pocket pair.
Like Ass G's versus GeoCities.
And it's an ace-high flop, and that sees Ram Vaswani move out in front.
Turn cards. 7.
It is always coming 7, but unless it comes a 4, which it doesn't, Ram Vaswani will win the Dublin EPT. 3 events, 3 winners. Alexander Stevic, John Shipley, and now Ram Vaswani, the second Brit to win a European Poker Tour title.
I mean, look at the size of the stack Budawine has to put out there just for the blinds. Looks like he's got maybe 200K in blues and maybe another 100 in yellow, and that's it. He's all in with Jack 10.
And Earmark will call with ace 3. And Lex Veldhaus watches on from the rail as they deal out this board. Queen 5-3. Budawine still has 2 live cards.
Yeah, the 3 doesn't hurt him that much. Hey, Lex actually touched him.
Open-ended straight draw.
Oh, what an awkward weirdo.
But does not get there on the river, and Mats Earmark goes from almost 0 to absolute hero, short stack at the start of the final table, and wins the main event here in Deauville on Season 2 of the European Poker Tour.
All right, let's try this again. Welcome back, my babies, to EPT Prague, live from day 5 of the main event from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague in the capital of the Czech Republic. Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, the final 9 players.
This is what we came to see.
Payouts as follows. 10th place has already been awarded. Every single spot you ladder means more money. Everyone here eligible to win up to 608,000 euros. Of course, Mulder is going to get the $1,033,000.
You know, I was half expecting Mulder to be lifting the trophy when we got back in picture.
Yeah.
Here, so
If
we have some poker to look forward to.
If I were these kids, I may say, hey, let's work out some kind of deal. We'll give you $1,033,540. Everyone else can chop up the rest. We are doing official chip counts right now, down on the floor. All very solid paydays for a nearly record-breaking Prague main event. There are your final 9 players. A lot of letters on that screen. We've got players from Bulgaria, Italy, Greece, Netherlands, South Korea, Poland, and Austria. A real European and worldwide affair with Gabyon Kim. Obviously, the story right now is Mulder, who has entered the Konami, well, I don't want to say cheat code, but he is certainly nearly invincible in this event thus far.
Up, down, A, B, right, right.
Check raise.
Flop it, bet it, get called, get paid. All right, Glovny, the player from Poland, going to kick things off here. Remember, we're 9-handed now, so it's going to change things a little bit about opening ranges, calling ranges pre-flop. Jacks Always a hand you can open from any position. Pocket tens for Danchev.
Brutal start here on this final table for Danchev. 20 big blinds, pocket tens. It is a relatively early position raise, so you might want to be a bit cautious, but with 20 bigs, a lot of the times you kind of just have to ship this in. Let's see how Danchev does it.
Dan ship for Danchev.
Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, Griff? It's just a little bit too strong.
Yeah.
Oh. Pocket nines for Cortezi is already folded.
Yeah,
it's going to be
pretty easy.
Pretty stoked when these cards get turned over. Alexandritis, who was a major force in this tournament until it became all about two and gets out of the way with a suited ace.
How much total?
Oh, this was not an all-in yet. Excuse me, just a 3-bet to $1 million for Danchev.
1.6 almost.
Yeah, leaving himself about 585K behind, so it's an effective all-in.
Yeah, I think Glovny's going to come to the conclusion that this is too strong to fold.
Glovny all in. Danchev makes the call. We are going to run it here. The tournament life of a former EPT champion on the line. Former PCA champion, Dimitar Danchev. The last remaining champ in the field, actually, after we lost Hossein Ensan in 14th place today. Gonna need to spike a 2-outer. A heart flush. Somehow, just a 10 high straight. A jack right in the window. All right. A jack.
Like a Glovny.
Like a Glovny. Hungry fella? Danchev now needs. How about running tens? Oh my goodness!
No way, Stradamus.
This would be probably one of the most ridiculous runouts of all time in EPT history if he finds another 10. There's only one left in the deck.
One out.
For the fans at home.
Danchev.
Have you not entertained?
Eliminated.
Oops.
Not the first thing on his mind right now, I don't think, to fist pump the player to his right. Obviously, semi-disappointed. Dimitar Danchev, PCA champion. They can never take that away. At least not until the next PCA. 76,000 euros. And at this point, Glovny, one of the only players that can contend with the stack of 2 and Mulder, and even that, not really.
Even then. That's right, 63 big blinds.
He's got almost half as many big blinds now. As the spirit of the horse. But we're down to 8. This is the official final table now. And we are approaching 6-figure payouts. Everyone else laddering up after that elimination. But the first hand back?
That was indeed.
Here's a fun fact. So Gabyon Kim, last time we were in Prague in 2019, went out 9th. This fella right here. Which means Kim now guaranteed to have bested that. Guaranteed to finish at least 8th. Congratulations to Gabyon Kim.
Got a little cutoff decision here with the queen 10 off. My man's got 4 millies.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be in the small blind of the massive stacked Mulder. So this is probably good enough to come in for a raise. I mean, you know, you're playing close to 50 big blinds here. Actually, it is 50 big blinds. Got to win pots somehow. You're going to be out of position against Mulder in almost all the hands you play against him. So it's nice to
Yeah.
you know, raise when he's in the
one
blinds.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's got the kind of stack where Mulder can't get too out of line with him, right? He can put a dent in Mulder's stack as opposed to being one of the shorter stacks where he could potentially put some pressure on a little bit more.
Yeah, but pressure still can be put by Mulder. I mean, Rezai doesn't want to get in too much of a troublesome situation. You know, you find yourself being 3-bet here hypothetically to, you know, around 600,000. You're kind of, it's going to be tough to continue unless you have a pretty strong hand. But elects to go with the call. I don't really mind this. It's a nice way to kind of balance your flatting range when you have this many chips and you can really play more hands than you normally would be able to. A lot of the flats from the small blind in a situation like this will be hands similar to what Rezai has, you know, maybe suited King 10, things like that. So to have 6-5 suited, it's kind of nice.
And it's Mulder and Rezai who take this flop. Mulder, do we have this right? Is this right? Sorry, I just want to check to make sure there's not a mistake here. Because Mulder doesn't have a pair, and the colors don't match.
There seems to be a graphic error. Can we talk to the production staff here?
Now, Rezai actually has a pair. Mulder with 4% equity here. Rezai checks in position. Maybe just doesn't want to play a huge pot against the chip leader. Fine. Quick shout out to Georgina James. Thank you, GJ Reggie, for a little raid here. Appreciate it. I mean, little raid. It's actually significant raid. Appreciate you.
Hey, GJ, how's it going?
I don't know if Mulder's going to attack this check back because Rezai can certainly have, you know, even as good as a king and just check back and play cautious, not wanting to get check raised. But Mulder is also aware about the kind of range thing I was talking about that small blind flatting range, having a lot of hands with kings and queens in them. So I think that's why we see the bet here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see another big bluff on the river. You know, obviously targeting Rezai's hands, that something like ace-9, things like that aren't really going to be able to call on the turn. Expecting Mulder to be on base with that king-queen board.
And yeah, this is exactly why you would maybe not bet the flop. Mulder getting a little out of line here. Haven't seen too much out of line in this. This is probably good news for Rezai. Maybe Mulder decides not to bluff.
Yeah, Mulder now beating hands like ace-jack, ace-10. You know, pocket 5s, pocket 4s could certainly check back the flop and then decide to call on the turn. So may have improved too much here for Mulder to bluff.
There you go. See, you gotta thank you, lucky stars, for small favors here. Rezai is getting one of the only cheap showdowns we've seen. Senzo to win on Twitch says, Stapes, big fan of your commentary. Been watching, listening since the big game. Can I get a shout out? Now, Griffin, I know this is something you've been in the public eye a lot longer than I have. Would a shout out be like, yo, what's up, Senzo? Appreciate you, buddy. Hope things are going good out there. You're my boy, something like that.
Yeah, please like and subscribe, you know, that kind of
shout
thing.
out? Okay, yeah, no, I don't do those. Sorry.
Hit
Sorry,
that bell icon.
I don't do those. Thank you for your question, though. Thanks for watching. Has there been a South Korean winner on the EPT yet? I don't think so. That'd be pretty cool.
It's the kind of thing James Hardy can window instantaneously.
If not, he would just say it, and then the universe would retroactively arrange it to make whatever he said correct. Pretty sure James is a wizard.
That's what he does. He is a wizard.
Caminita in the small blind with a pretty terrible hand. The Kitchens. Maddie pointing out it's hand 69, the Ronnie the limo driver hand. 10 trade limping in. Huh. Pocket sixes. We're going to give Griffin Benger a second to check his audio and check his privilege.
Got him. Okay, little blind v blind situation brewing. Glovney is like, no, we're not doing this limpy stuff.
No.
No, none of that.
Eddie the Eagle says, no. 10-3 lets it go. Glovney having a good level thus far. So, Taron Egerton lookalike, Eddie the Eagle, starring Taron Egerton, directed by...
I don't know. That's something that Griff might know.
Directed by a former Poker in the Ears podcast guest. In fact, it was our 100th episode.
Really?
That's right. Dexter Fletcher.
Great film. I enjoyed that.
It is a very cute film.
Yeah.
Dexter Fletcher, of course, went on to direct both Rocket Man, starring Taron Egerton, and what was the name of We Will Rock You? What was the Queen movie called?
I think it was
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, yeah. I think the stage show was called We Will Rock You. Yeah.
Was James over in the corner trying to mime Dexter Fletcher to you? I got to see what that would have been.
Is Arlie in the chat? We just tagged Arlie. If you are Arlie, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, there he is. There he is. I see him. You shaband.
Love me some Arlie Shaban.
The Shabanimal.
Rezi I. Armin Rezi I. Reppin' Austria. Best ever EPT cash. And if he can make it a 6 or better, it'll be his best ever cash. Full stop. Making it 160 with Queen 10 of clubs. Should not get any resistance from Caminita. Kema not gonna call. Glovney out. Easy game. So our goal today is to play down to 6. If somehow we don't get to 6 before this level finishes out and another level is played, we'll call it. And let's get our boy Griffin back in. Griffin, did you check your audio?
Yeah, the audio, the privilege, it's all been triple checked.
You know, our friend Nick Walsh last night went out with someone that somehow isn't sick of talking about that hand. Can you guess who it was? Can you guess who still wanted to relive? Is not embarrassed at all? Isn't sick of people bringing it up? In fact, brought it up himself last night. Can you guess who that would have been?
Is his first name William?
Yeah, I think his first name may be just Will. I don't know. But yes, one way or the other. Where there's a will, there's a way to bring up that hand.
Yeah.
It's just a fond memory now, isn't it? Isn't it, Griff? Just a passing fancy after all these years.
Mulder raising from the hijack with ace-9. Caminita with the unfortunate king-jack that will have to take a flop against Mulder. Oh, no, we're going to 3-bet. Totally understandable.
Yeah.
When it's folded to Mulder, he's probably going to open a very wide range of hands.
Yeah, I think this is a great spot to attack Mulder. You know, expecting Mulder to be raising so wide. You got those blockers in the king-jack. You know, you have a stack that could put a little dent in Mulder's if, you know, you're wrong and you 4-bet shove a hand like ace-9. And it works.
Thank you.
I'm liking the swag here. My man's looking good on that final table.
It's a very good-looking group in general. And that's a good thing, because whoever wins, I'm going to end up tagging along to their after party. That's my thing. I just show up. They're like, oh, we didn't even tell you where we were going. That's one of my superpowers.
You know, Stapes, if we're gonna do more of this commentary stuff together, you got to show me your ways. The way of the Stapleton, the after party crasher extraordinary.
Somehow I have wiggled my way into becoming like fairly good friends with 8 of the last 10 World Series of Poker main event champions.
You did manage to make it into the WSOP after party, right?
I did this. I don't know if it was an after party, but like the nearly after party. Yeah.
Was it at Caesars, something like that?
I was at the Voodoo Lounge.
Oh,
the Rio.
Nice.
Not only did I make it, well, I brought like 9 girls with me, and typically, if you bring 9 girls to a party, they're like, yeah, all right. This is an acceptable loss for us, for you to be here. So I did make the mistake of going to the bathroom, and I was like, my girlfriend, they wouldn't let me in. My girlfriend's in there. And they're like, yeah.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
A lot of people's girlfriends are in there. Kim makes it 200K.
Playing this.
Yep. 10-6
There's a
suited.
sort of smallish raise from the small blind. I don't mind this. You know, you're playing just over 20 big blinds. You know, you don't want to find yourself limp folding a hand that can flop decently well with just 2 players in the pot, like 10-6 suited. So electing to go for a raise, but not going to fall for it is Cortezi. Pardon me, Cortezi.
Cortezi, actually, Griffin, is my favorite item on the secret menu at Starbucks. I always get a venti
Cortezi.
Yeah. It's got boba in it.
Oh, no. All right, can we get a vote in the chat who actually likes boba tea for real? And then can I get a list of the people that voted yes so I can unfriend them?
So what is boba tea? Is that the same as bubble tea?
Yes.
Oh, I like bubble tea.
Oh,
Are we not friends anymore?
Griff.
How can you not like bubble tea?
Oh, it's just... Ugh.
With those little balls that you sip, and
You're
then they
making
like
it worse.
hatch.
You're making it worse.
And they hatch inside your stomach and burst out, and
you're hitting the nail on the head here, buddy. This is this is disgusting.
Action folds around to Caminita, ace deuce. That's right, Pie Face Poker. They're talking about sipping on balls. I love a good drink.
One person,
a good drink, you gotta chew.
Well, yeah, one person in the chat saying cancel Griffin again. Actually, you can't cancel someone more than once. It's like Double Jeopardy, that movie with, you know.
No, but seriously, I think that's worthy of a poll, you guys. We should try.
Cortezi with another solid hand in the blinds. This time the small blind. This time King 10. A hand we used to call my home game. I can't tell you actually because it's not suitable for air. I'll just call it moose leg. Good old moose leg. Ooh. Trays in the big blind for Rezai.
So he's a little bit on the deeper side. You know, versus the limp, you could just be shipping these trays a lot if you're getting sort of around 25 big blinds effective, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's probably a bit too much. You don't want to risk being trapped. And
Yeah.
you don't really want to raise because, yeah, sometimes you're going to raise and get a fold, but sometimes you're going to get, you know, limp shoved on, limp raise, and not really know what to do.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think with the ICM implications, a lot of that stuff needs to be considered very, very carefully.
How unlucky is this? You call it threes. 3 overcards on the flop. 8, 7, 5, 2 hearts. Isn't that always the way? Whatever pair you have, there's always an overcard.
Hey, he's winning, Joe. And you know what? It's gonna hit back the check raise, the check back range, just as much as it is.
Ooh. Check,
the
check.
Limp.
Ace on the turn. Time for somebody to take a stab.
Someone asks, why does it, Anorak171 asks, why does it say unofficial final table in title? We're still waiting on the officiator to show up.
It hasn't been blessed yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been blessed yet, so he's running a little late.
This actually is the official final table at this point. There just wasn't a title change after the player went out in 9th. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 is just 2 threes. Okay, fine.
Ooh, and a nice, quick glance from Razai, being like, "Don't you dare try to rep that! You don't got no 6. Check your king high down." And that's what happens.
Check, check. Threes are good.
Oh.
Jess Alice says, no blessing, no sacred poker.
That's right. You can't have sacred poker without the blessing.
Right.
Good comment here from Keith Becker, a.k.a. Accidental Grenade. Great streamer, by the way. Give him a follow if you like watching legal U.S. poker being streamed. Says, I'm not saying boba tea is how aliens would incubate their eggs inside humans, but I'm not saying it either.
Exactly. Exactly.
Griffin's like, yeah, bring on the alien eggs. Cool. I'm in. And Luke, using the hashtag PokerStarsTV, writes in to say, that hand made me love watching Griffin so much. All throughout the tournament coverage, he was great to watch, but that hand solidified that sometimes in poker, the nice guy wins. There should be more nice people in poker. Stapes. Is that leveled at me? I don't understand. Anyone will tell you I'm an absolute jerk at the table. Always giving people chips.
Pidgey Corn Cobb asks, are they playing down to a full winner today? We are playing down to 6 today.
Yes, indeed.
As far as I know.
Mulder with a suited king. He wants to open this pot, and I really dig it. I'm here for it. Gets ace-9 to fold there, which is pretty mahoosive. 6-7 suited in the hijack. Probably a little bit too wide from that position. King-8 suited going in the bin as well.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of, having this big stack. So many players kind of have to play a bit honestly with you, and they're going to fold out those medium strong hands in those early position spots. And Razai even going to feel good about, ace-2 suited against Mulder's range, but how do you play it here? You're, what, 2nd or 3rd in chips? In the big blind, it's an easy peel, but small blind, you don't really want to play it as a raise.
Yep,
you don't want to get in trouble as a call and makes it, tight fold, but can't blame him.
How about the ace-queen here, though, Griff? I'm kind of feeling the flat, to be honest. I mean, this is a final table dynamic, right? You don't want to be going.
You don't want to. No,
you don't want to build pots against this early position open and put yourself in ugly spots.
And you stay so under-repped. You can have your opponent just blast off on ace, queen, high type boards and think, right here.
Saw the 5 in the window. Usually that's enough for Mulder. Not this time. Alexandritis, top pair, top kicker.
Have we talked about how cool some of the names are on this final table?
We have not.
Alexandritis.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
$175, the continuation bet from Mulder. Got the ace of diamonds in your hand. Is there a lot to be afraid of? Any reason to try to protect this, right? Just a flat call seems reasonable to me.
I like the flat a lot. I mean, specifically also because of what Griff was saying about them blasting off. I mean, this is kind of exactly the board you're looking for. And I don't see any reason to elevate, really, at this point.
Do not escalate. Do not elevate. Alexandritis once again checking to the aggressor.
Yeah, I think Mulder knows that it's a spot where he could put in a second barrel. And as Griff was saying, Alexandritis is so under-repped here.
I don't know. I feel like, okay, well, it looks like you were right about that, Nick. I'm going to stop disagreeing with you as soon as I see Mulder reaching for chips. I kind of feel like that Jack is going to improve a lot of the hands that Alexandritis may have called with.
Yeah, but, you know, he's got blockers. To the nut straight.
A blocker. All right, hold on a second now.
Yeah, and look, if your opponent has something like Jack, if your opponent has something like Jack 10 here, Queen 10, you know, it's so tough to call a big overbet that's representing, you know, a quarter of your stack when you're one of these mid stacks. So that's really, I think, what Mulder is trying to do. But Ace Queen too strong, too high up in the range.
I mean, it makes perfect sense that a guy named Mulder would believe in something that isn't real. Blockers.
This is a fairly spicy, bricky, excuse me, river. The opposite of spicy. Mild. It's a very mild river.
Alexandritis shifting in his seat a little bit.
And does Mulder pull the trigger just over pot-sized left?
Yeah, when he sizes his bet like that on the turn, he gives himself the opportunity to put him to the test for all of his chips on the river, right? Puts it within just above SPR1.
It's tough. It's tough to pull the trigger here because your opponent does have something
does move
like
all in.
What's?
You were talking about the other guy pulling the trigger.
Absolutely.
Whoa.
I guess it wasn't an all-in. Sorry, I might have heard that wrong. $1 million is what I heard. Excuse me.
This is an unusual line, Griff.
And with the king in your hand, you know, you are scared, of course, of something like 10-8 that would, you know, call a small bet on the flop. King 10 can still be out there just because you have one of the 4 kings.
Blep says, horrible lead if he shoves. What do you do? I like just the question part of that. If he shoves, what do you do? I don't think you need the horrible lead.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He wants to look at that dealer and say the magic words. Oh. A little trepidation.
If Mulder actually pulls the trigger here, I just don't even know what to say.
Mulder contributing time bank cards toward the thinking in this hand.
I mean, Mulder might sniff out that this is, in a way, kind of like a blocker bet, really.
It does feel blocker, even though it's for, you know, more than a...
Yeah, big, very large blocker bet.
Yeah.
What can I get my opponent to fold, Mulder thinks.
What if he does it?
If Alexandritis is doing this with a hand like Ace-Queen, we'll probably fold it. If he's doing it with Queen-Jack, will he fold it? Only one way to find out, and let's
Mulder does not call, does not shove. Kicks the 2 cards in. Alexandritis, by the way, just $164,000 in live earnings, but was the chip leader for the entire day on the other table. And in any other event, probably would have been the overall chip leader if the chips were more evenly distributed. It's just that and Mulder has such a massive stack. As you can see, has more than twice the chips of Alexandritis. Lovney hovering right around the same stack. Rezi not far behind, and then things start to get a little shaky from there. Very cool hand right there.
Yeah, very interesting.
Remev says, great to hear about 2 in Mulder all the time with a exasperated emote. Great to hear from you. Never. You're banned. Thanks for your comment.
Pocket nines UTG for Caminita. Makes it 160K to go. Little 2x opener.
Well, it looks like we have an interested party on the button.
Yeah,
but not a very interesting first card.
Yeah, we're going to have another sweat situation if he decides to come along. Going to play guess the other card.
Well, I think it can only really be, you know, a 5 or an ace of diamonds for that pause.
Oh, man. Man, oh, man. He's like a bad penny. Just keeps turning up.
In the big blind with ace 10 off.
I mean, you're just like, all I have to get through is, oh, damn it.
Does he ever lose?
Just about even equity headed into the flop. Queen, 10, 9, 2 clubs. That's a set for Caminita. Second pair for Mulder.
Oh, dear.
We're finally seeing Mulder not spike the best hand every single hand. And he's managed, I wouldn't say to lose the minimum so far, but certainly not the maximum. John Delano remarks this could be a 5 million chip pot. Here comes another couple 100,000.
Yeah, I don't think Mulder's going to get too sticky based on the bet sizing here. You're against a very strong range. This board is very wet. And it also can really change on the turn. Of course, we're going to expect Mulder to continue to the turn. But there's a lot of cards that Mulder's going to see where I don't think he's going to be happy to put any more money in the pot. A card like a jack, king, 8, club.
One more club on the turn. Not exactly a card either player wants to see. Mulder's already checked.
Interested to see what the size is here from Caminita.
This guy obsessed with size. It's unbelievable.
Check. Yeah, you want to protect your 3 of a kind here, but also I understand the check because you also don't want to get it into your and find yourself up against a flush. That is the dream river card, especially based on what Mulder has. You know, that Mulder may even just put out some sort of block sort of value bet here, maybe hoping to get called by a worse 10.
Yeah, he's just going to have the best hand here so often, and his opponent's just going to have a ton of stuff that wants to continue. So it really, Mulder's thinking that this is a great river for him. And I think he's going to do exactly what Griff just mentioned. And Caminita is like, please have a queen, please have a queen, please have a queen, please have a queen. I mean, if you think there's a chance he's got the queen, do you just do some kind of crazy all in here, Griff? Is that a possibility on this specific kind of run out?
I don't think the board's big enough, or the pot, pardon me, is big enough to go for such a massive shove.
Sure, it is a little bit OTT. with this SPR.
Yeah, 125,000. I mean, then you just all in for 2.2 million. 20x the bet almost.
But you can make it big, right? You could make it close to pot or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. I expect something in the realm of 800,000 maybe.
Sure. $700K.
Just 575 to call. Now, do you ever factor in, you know, not just board texture and position here? Do you factor in, like, this is such a big percentage of Caminita's stack? Is it less likely that this is going to be a bluff?
The thing is Caminita is effectively repping pretty thin. You know, a queen I don't think would feel super comfortable just making some big raise because, you know, Mulder's certainly capable of raising over top of that raise with, like, you know, the ace of clubs in his hand. So you're repping pretty thin there with that big raise, like something like pocket nines. But you know, Mulder losing a bit of steam here and doesn't want to get too crazy. Was thinking about going crazy in that hand before, but willing to accept. I can lose a couple pots here and there. I only bet 125 on the turn. It was a blind and a half, so really not effectively not a big pot at all.
Yeah, so far has taken his lumps pretty well. And Caminita does pick up some chips. Haven't heard much from Cortezi. Don't think we'll hear much this hand either. Folds. Rezzi also with a hand in my home game that we call the hand that never wins. Out. 6-3 for Alexandritis. And not gonna do it. Small blind, 2 and Mulder. Queen 8. And sorry, Caminita. No free flops here. Makes it 280,000 and has raised into ace jack.
Now, what do you do if you're Caminita? Do you just shove in your, you know, 38 big blinds? Do you just call and stay under repped? Do you 3-bet induced?
I shove because I can't play post flop, but maybe you should ask Nick because he's, you know, a real player.
I mean, I don't know, Griff. What do you think about that? I mean, it's a lot of chips, and we are on the final table, and there is that ICM pressure.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because of the ICM, the one thing I definitely wouldn't do, other than fold, obviously, because I also wouldn't do that, I wouldn't 3-bet call. You know, you don't want to just do that and run into deuces or king queen, and suddenly, you know, you lose an 8 million chip pot with just ace high,
right?
In 8th place. So I like shove before I like 3-bet call, and I think just flatting could be interesting, but you're just going to win it so often when you just go all in, you just take down those chips, and you're just never getting called. So let's just take it down and move on. I think it's fine.
Okay.
You're saying I would have played it fine? Yes. Who's complaining about the payouts? Where's this happening?
Big ass Goobus is asking, how can first place only get 1 million when Mulder alone has more than 10 million?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
This is definitely a troll.
That is
100%.
awesome. Cash out now.
Yeah, it's called tournament fees, buddy. Okay, we're not doing this for free here.
Taxes, fees.
Yeah.
Glovney with an ace in the big blind. I think I can safely say not ahead.
It's interesting to see a little limp action here from Cortezi. Ooh.
We got a deuce.
Probably ahead now.
We got a deuce. Very likely to be ahead. Cortezi raising.
Okay, chat.
Yep.
What are the 3 cards that Cortezi can have that are ahead of Glowney's hands? Little trivia.
Trivia, get it in the chat now.
A 5.
Yeah,
Oh, wait, it's for
that's
chat.
one of them.
It's for chat. It's for chat. It's for
Okay,
chat.
well, we gave you a spoiler on one of them.
I like this from Pexica Shannon. Polish Steve Jobs. Because of the turtleneck.
There are some smart players in the chat.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
That is not a deuce on the turn. There it is. 6 of hearts.
Okay, chat. What 2 cards would you need to have a straight flush on this board?
Ooh.
A street flash, if you will.
Street flash.
Street flash.
The 8 of hearts. No. The 7 of hearts. No.
Joe.
Yeah.
This is why we need the chat. I knew you couldn't do this
Sorry.
without their help. Now you've read the chat. What's the answer?
3. The 3, 4 of hearts.
Correct.
Push up. Yells 7.
7.
The 7 is always coming with the games, the flipping. We're playing the credit card games, and the 7 it's always coming.
It's always coming with the games with the
It's the year of
flipping
the
every
7.
time.
Last year's the year of the 6,
That's
was
why
the
you
year
know
of the
it's
7.
Glovney checks.
He's got a lot of showdown on this river.
It is up to Cortezi to value bet / bluff here. Not sure. Would have been a bluff.
Ace 9 of clubs. Ace 9 of clubs.
Griffin.
Ace 9 of clubs. Oh, come
We are
on.
not
Did we get
going
to see it?
Well.
Oh my gosh.
Glovney continues stacking chips. Been a good level so far for Gregor Glovney.
Every half an hour you change the deck. Every half an hour you change the deck.
3rd in chips. Creeping up on Alexandritis, who's 2nd. Mulder still with a lot of altitude here. Spirit of the Horse has a stack that's hung like one.
Glovney, Glovney.
Oh, nice.
Say that you love me.
That's enough.
Okay, hand number 78.
You've been counting the hands?
No.
It's amazing.
Kim folds ace deuce under the gun. Cortezi.
I was wondering what your thing was, Walsh, but now I know you count the hands. This is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Kings for
Can we
Cortezi.
get a check on that? Can we check that it's actually the 78th hand?
Have you ever heard of a movie called The Card Counter, Griff?
Oh, I have actually.
It's
My
loosely based on
friend
my life.
worked on that, yeah. And you know what's crazy? The hand featured that my friend made involved Pocket Kings in that movie.
There you go.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. Okay, on the dealer button, Caminita with the 9-10 off. Probably just going to want to put this in the bin a lot.
Roll
Oh
up
my
sleeves so everyone
goodness.
sees my sick tattoos.
Bring out the stretcher. Glovney.
Sick.
with the potential to get seriously maimed here. It's what poker does sometimes. You're just cruising along, doing everything right, and bang, cooler.
Wow, the people in the chat are funny. They're awesome. They're like, cooler, yes! Big action, let's go! Fire, fire, fire! Here we go, woohoo! I love you guys. You guys are crazy.
Some men just want to see the world burn.
Well, that's a really good Michael Caine.
My name is Michael Caine. There are only two things I hate in this world.
And here comes the 4-bet from Cortezi. Now it's gut check time.
Now,
a warm 4-bet.
What's amazing about this, yeah, is that Cortezi is really balancing the limp range. This was actually a limp by Cortezi to 80,000, and then the raise to Glovney to 285. So this is kind of why you can, if you do limp in these hands like Ace X, presumably suited like last hand, you can mix in these big ones, obviously, but the alarm bells will glow off in Glovney's head. I think if Glovney had something like 10s or, you know, Ace Jack certainly, Ace Queen even would maybe find a fold against this limp raise, but Queen's probably too good for 30 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, I would go so far as to maybe even say Jacks as well. I think it just looks so strong.
The limp re-raise. I did not know Cortezi was 65 years old.
Yeah.
Is hiding it well. Very youthful appearance here, despite the limp re-raise with kings.
Yes, we have someone in the comments saying the limp raise, that looks so strong. It does, certainly, but because we've seen Cortezi do it with non-big strength hands, that's why, you know, it's not always going to be these massive hands.
Yeah, it's why he's allowed to do it, because he bounces it like that.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so sick. You're at the final table of the EPT, and you're looking at a limp raise. Like, what's going on here?
And, you know, flatting is a pretty bad option, though, right? Like, you can't do that either.
You flat and then doesn't, I mean, you can have...
You can't set mine with queens. There's the all-in.
Yeah, call.
Cortezi makes the call on your feet.
What was the penalty we were bringing in here?
I don't know. I think this is different.
I'm just kidding.
This isn't the I'm going to lose stand. This is the I need to have a full view of what's happening here stand up.
Absolutely.
Cortezi, the player at risk. Glovney way behind.
And 78% for hand 78. Look at that.
Whoa.
Very, very big moment. You can see the pain in his eyes. This is such an annoying spot. Very, very difficult to get away from queens here. Probably even incorrect to do so.
The flop. King, 9, Jack, all diamonds. So opportunities, only 4%, but do exist with a flush on board. Neither player holds a diamond. A set of kings for Cortezi. Glovney does have straight outs, 3 outs now instead of 2.
7 of diamond. I was just thinking about the always coming 7 diamond.
Turn card is the 7 of clubs. Almost. The 7, it is always coming.
It's still always coming, just not diamond.
Glovney needs a 10, needs a straight. No straight. Barry Greenstein appears and disappears just like Glovney's 2.7 million in chips. Double up for Cortezi. All of Glovney's hard work this level evaporating in one hand. One disgusting cooler.
Thank you. And 45. You have enough research to play. So you fold as queen there, as checker. You can fold it.
Still very healthy with 32 big blinds is Glovney. Yeah, really still in the hunt.
All right. Mr. Cortezi now up to 70 big blinds.
Thank you.
That worked out pretty good for those pocket kings. It's the full double. What a time to get.
I need aso. Yeah, I need a kappa.
You're already strong.
Huh?
You don't need
What?
strong cards. You're already strong.
Perfect.
Okay.
Kappa.
What did you fold? Nothing. Headball.
Rezzi.
Do you think I had an airball too?
I don't know why I chose him to highlight there.
Airball
Seems to
versus
be having fun
airball? No?
with this double up. Not as much fun as Cortezi's having. Under the gun this hand. That's right. Take a look at your newly amassed fortune. Queen Jack for Armin.
You know, Griff, if those kings were just played as an open, probably the same outcome anyway. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just playing it back. You need a pretty specific read to get away there pre, I think. So it just kind of plays itself. Okay, next hand anyway. Rezzi makes it 160 to go. The straight min raise with Queen Jack off.
9-8 suited for Mulder in the HJ. One of my favorites.
460.
Mulder's like, no, not on my table. I don't know who you think you are playing UTG +1.
Hi-ya!
I don't know who you think you're playing with on this table, but this is my table. 460K is the size of the 3-bets.
Yeah, I already let you get away with winning a hand with Queen 10 off. You know, I'm not gonna let you just raise liberally. And a quick fold from the Queen Jack, and Mulder establishing his presence.
I'm still here, guys. Think you're all hot stuff with your queens and kings? Guess what? 9 high. Like a what?
All day.
9 high.
Like a boss.
Like a boss. I'm pointing at Griffin, but he can't see me.
I literally only just got the reference. Good job. Nice work, Joe.
You got to let things die out for a while, and then they're at least semi-fresh when you dust them off again. It's like when you find an old SNES game. You're like, oh my God, F-Zero, and then you get all excited, and then you play it for fun, and you're like, oh wait, this sucks. This is why. This is actually not good anymore.
Yeah, just messes with your eyes.
Truck the muck. Not happy with that comment. Glovney, ace queen. acequeen.co. Yes, Tony Starkers. Europeans say SNES. Americans say SNES. Kanakshev with 9s.
Yeah, and just 9 big blinds here, so we're going to see a big flip with 8 left here on the final table.
9 of spades, 9 of hearts, 9 big blinds, all in. Kim with queens
maybe not
in
a
the
big
small blind.
Oh, my days.
Spoke too soon. Oh, my days.
Oh, my days.
Fewer than 20 big blinds for Kim.
Unbelievable.
700.
Also all in.
What a spot for Kim. Oh man, this is just another setup.
Cortezi, Jack-10 suited. Gonna be a pass.
Kim of Queens.
Kim of Queens. Well done. Well done, you beautiful SOB. How about Korean barbecues?
Also good.
Lovney with just one over to the queens and one out
fold,
to
buddy.
hit a queen to beat the nines. Lets the ace queen go. All right, well this time the player at risk is the player behind.
Well, one time he says.
Kim finished 9th in this event before. Finishing 8th on a bad beat would be awfully brutal.
Kim using his one time here. This is a big pot. This is.
Oh no, you can't call for your one time when you're ahead.
The equity here.
Kim does have Konachiev covered. Stop being so dramatic, Joe. Cannot be eliminated here. But would be very short.
That's right. Sorry, my bad. Excuse me.
There about one lady? Yeah.
Of course it's Konachiev who's at risk. Thank you, Griffin.
I love correcting you, Joe, so I'll
No, I got,
be
look,
here.
I shouldn't have got that wrong.
A couple people in the chat calling for the stars nuts.
I just got done saying the player at risk is the one who's far behind.
No clubs for Konachiev. Gonna need the niner.
Did I catch a niner in there? Konachiev
The
is hoping so.
Ooh.
Upside down 9. No more opportunities. 2 outs. 1 shot.
1 opportunity.
This is everything you ever wanted.
No,
no
9, and no more Konachiev. Could not hit the 2-outer. Eliminated in 8th place. $98,750, and that does officially mean everyone else is into the 6-figure scores.
Let's go, 6 figs.
7 players remain. We are going to end the day when we get down to 6. Or somehow if we play one more full level without an elimination. Did I say dollars again? Someone wrote euros. 6 figures, euros. Unfortunately, I just did 2 years of online poker coverage where everyone won dollars. And it's still in my head. It reminds me of that story about Albert Einstein, where he writes the times table on the board, and he writes like 1 times 9 is 9, 2 times 9, and he gets all the way down to 9 times 9, and he writes 82. And the whole room was like, what? Oh my, Einstein made a mistake. He's like, I just did 8 correct things in a row. All anyone noticed was the thing I got wrong. And in this analogy, I'm Einstein.
Exactly. I don't know what's gotten into chat today. You guys, this is the most toxic I've seen chat in a very long time. Leave Stapleton alone.
No, it's cool. I messed up. Whatever. Ace-5 for Caminita. Ace-King for Glovney.
He's got to be happy about that ladder, Joe. That's such a big jump. Despite the fact that he got coolered with his queens into the kings, still managed to find that pay jump and get into the 6 figures.
There's the 3-bet, 455,000.
Yeah, sometimes you go for the steal with the you know, low ace like this at the hijack. It's one of those situations too for Caminita, not doing too bad with 3.21 million chips to start the hand at 80k big blind. You're not going to get a ton of opening opportunities with the chip leader on your direct right because Mulder's going to be entering the pot so often. So it's nice sometimes to try to get one off and put a steal out there. But ace-5 certainly in that bottom of the range and quickly getting 3-bet by Glovney.
Ace-5 lets it go. Frustrating level for Glovney, but a little consolation there. Pick up a few more big blinds. And I think we are closing in on a break.
Okay. For those of you counting, this is hand number 82.
Stop trying to recruit people to your cause. There's tons of us. There's so many of us. For all the thousands of you that are counting like me, 82, right?
I've heard of counting cards, but this is ridiculous.
The hand counter. This summer. Nick Walsh is.
Nick Walsh is.
The hand counter.
The hand counter.
Jack 9 for Gabion Kim.
This summer, Rob Schneider is.
King 6 on the button for Cortezi. Would be raising into one pretty big stack. Alexandritis.
One nice walk.
Rezzi, no slouch either. 4.5 million in that stack. 9-6 in the small.
Coming this fall. 9-6 off in the small blind.
Limps in, and Alexandritis, your turn with Ace King.
Who wants Ace King?
Big Slick Energy. Quick fold from Rezzi. Alexandritis. 164,000 in live earnings, and so we have got to be closing in on an all-time cash double. 7th place pays 138,000, so one more ladder, and boom, double your lifetime earnings in live poker. Pretty cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah, and actually really been the star of the, you know, proper final table so far. Had that massive hand against Mulder with the ace-queen. Really showing that Alexandritis touch.
Luckily, luckily Kim of Queens was so good, you have a little bit of breathing room. Little sourdough for Cortezi.
Artisanal, the artisanal variety.
Artisanal sourdough. Let's go with a sourdough. Must be on keto. Queen 9 for Rezzi.
Must be on a keto. Nice.
This is a hand I hate playing post flop, but you gotta raise it on the button. I mean, you look like an idiot if you don't raise Queen 9 on the button.
Yeah, who's not
raising
playing Queen 9 in the button? Oh, here we go.
Yes, fold it. See, just fold.
The man with the Alexandritis touch.
Alexandritis, ace queen suited.
It's catching on. You know that pun you were looking for?
460,000. And pocket eights for Mulder.
Oh. Probably asking, ace-5 suited, surely an open there in the cutoff. No, not when your opponents have ace-queen suited and pocket eights.
Great laydown there. And this this dynamic is pretty weird, right? Like neither one of these players necessarily has to have a hand to raise the button, 3-bet the small blind. And that's why we see the lukewarm cold bet.
Whoa,
Lukewarm 4-bet.
This is such a tough spot.
From Mulder. Queen 9
and look,
out of there.
Mulder doesn't want to see it. Mulder doesn't want to see a shove here for 5 million, and will almost certainly fold for those 60, 70 big blinds. But you know that you're putting hands like this and the ones that are slightly worse into a real coffin here. You know, if Alexandritis has something like ace jack off, he's going to find a fold here. But ace queen suited, I think, is going to be too strong to want to fold, and we should expect to see, it's only 540,000 more. You have 460 in there. Should expect to see a call from Alexandritis or a shove. Hoping to fold out
2.2 million
hands like Mulder's. Oh my goodness, the 4-bet.
He's just going to click it
5-bet.
back in, too.
A 5-bet and Mulder instamucks.
Let's go.
Alexandritis continues to be the only player in contention for catching Mulder. Up to nearly 7 million now, with 1 million of those chips coming directly from Mulder. 84
not exactly how I expected Alexandritis to play it there. I mean, you're effectively putting in 40%, over 40% of your stack there with the ace queen suited. What's your plan if you know, Mulder just decides to shove jacks or whatever it may be, but gonna take it down pre-flop and increase his stack by over 1 million chips.
Yeah, I mean, I just got done saying that one more ladder would be a lifetime double score for Alexandritis, and a little tricky ICM spot there if you don't ladder up one more spot. If you go from being second in chips to being out because you flipped with the chip leader, or worse, got it in bad. Luckily, that wasn't the case. Cortezi now limping in with a pocket pair.
And, you know, has a very credible, balanced range with these limps. I mean, this is certainly a strategy that players can decide to use. And we've seen the hands now, sort of an ace-X, we presume to be suited, pocket kings and now pocket sixes. And look how it kind of freezes Razai, who might have had an opportunity to, you know, ISO there. But it's, the last time we saw this, the person had kings. Do you really want to do it? You got Mulder behind you. You got Alexandritis 5-betting. So, yeah, really freezing the competition. Good stuff.
What a perfect time to do it, right? That you limp, re-raise with kings, and you get to show it down. And now you get to do it with a weaker hand. Interesting call here from Mulder in the small blind with queen tray offsuit.
Yeah, it's just 40 more thousand. You're sitting there with 10 million. Why not just flick it in?
And Caminita gets to get a free flop. We have not seen a limp pot, I don't think, the entire tournament. And here we are at the final table going 3 ways limp. And wouldn't you know, Mulder hits a pair, not the best hand.
How do you feel about a lead here, Griff, with the queen tray?
It's not going to happen.
I just think it's a bit obvious, and you are going to get some worse hands to call, some ace X's from Caminita, but it's hard for you to have a jack when you do it, and, and your opponents can just play so well against you.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
Maybe with something like a button limp, I might feel comfortable doing it, because it opens up Cortelazi's range even more, and maybe you want to just protect that 3, and you kind of are saying to Cortelazi, like, let's play chicken here. Are you really willing to rep better than this 3?
Yep.
But in this particular situation, I like the check call.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Mulder plays it as a raise. Tricky. And this is the other great thing about, you know, playing some of these pots as limps, is that the pots are quite small. So you just got raised. You know, you're not thrilled about the situation with sixes, but it's only 240. It's 3 big blinds because you limp this in pre-flop and you bet the minimum, and you can really pot control against the chip leader.
Yeah, it's so fascinating how much pre-flop influences, you know, the sort of tree as it branches out, you know, into the future, right? And so that's why it's so important that we get our sizings correct pre-flop. And indeed, there are opportunities for us to limp and just control the size of the pot even further, right? As soon as you even min-raise it, because every bet thereafter is going to be a percentage of that pot, you know, it's ever increasing. So it is really, really crucial that we get those pre-flop decisions down pat.
Yeah, and think about the range of situations you're going to be in a hand against Mulder. You know, a lot of the time he's going to be in position on you, 3-betting you often, calling your raises from the big blind. But in this situation, you've snuck him in here with Queen 3 offsuit because you've been able to limp, and now you're playing in this hand where you're in position, you have a significantly better hand, you're getting check raised by worse because he thinks you might not have anything. And I really like the way Cortezi is playing. This pot is almost 1 million chips.
Mulder's now checked it on the turn and river. Cortezi gets a free showdown.
Well, that's if he decides not to value bet. I think it is possible.
It's a bit too scary.
It's a little bit, it is. It might be a little bit too thin, but it really depends on his interpretation of like what combos he's going to check raise flop with, right? With the running cards 7-8, you know, you're not going to.
Yeah, it's just more about is your opponent even going to call and just put you on?
Yeah.
You know, it's nice to just take it down there.
I agree.
This has been a very good level for Cortezi. And we're going to get a couple, 1 or 2 hands in, I'm not sure, before the next break. We'll check out the entire table of chip stacks. I think we'll see it. Things have evened out quite a bit. Chu and Mulder still on top by a comfortable margin, but plenty of movement below him. Jack 8 for Cortezi. Nah.
Nah, dog.
Resi eye. Ugh. Bye-bye. Ace, tray of hearts for Alexandritis. Really hoping Mulder does not want to get involved. But he is gonna get involved. Like a nosy neighbor.
A friend just sent me a message here behind the scenes. Said, we got a new meta. There's a new ICM meta. Limp game. Let's see it. I'm all for it. I love it.
Mulder just calls.
Yeah, and I think this actually might be the first time we're seeing Mulder. I think scared would be the wrong word, but deciding to play a bit cautious just because of what he's seen from Alexandritis, just someone who's willing to, you know, make that big sort of blocker bet, make this 5-bet. You know, Mulder's thinking, I don't really want to just 3-bet this and then just get 4-bet again to 1.2 million. Let's just call, let's stay under-repped.
You're saying he's playing some sacred poker.
Yeah.
And Glovny is going to get to come along for the ride in the big blind with Jack 10 suited. This is pretty fun. We got all the suits covered.
Beautiful hands, yeah.
Diamond in the window. Ooh. 2 hearts on the flop, though, and a wheel draw for Alexandritis to boot.
Wow.
King doesn't hit anyone.
Huge flop for ace-3 here.
Might be difficult for Alexandritis to get action from these 2 hands in particular. I think it's certainly within, you know, possibility that Mulder floats if the bet is small enough, but you're not going to be thrilled about calling here without a heart in your hand. This is, you know, about a 40% pot bet. very under-repped with the ace-queen.
This is
Still have to worry about the big blind behind.
the last hand of the level.
Yeah, tough spot there for Mulder. Lets it go.
Alexandritis picks up another 440,000 before the break. Oh, everyone just left Glovney. Guys. Rude.
Where's the glove?
How about some chip stacks? There are your 7 remaining players. There are the number of big blinds I have. Blinds going up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 chip ante when we get back to it. Mulder still on top, but Alexandritis, Cortezi doing just fine. Rezai pretty good too. A little shorter for Caminita. Kim and Glovney still above 20 big blinds, so no one really in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
We're going to play one more level or one more elimination. More from EPT Prague after the break.
So six-handed action continues. Folded around to Ola Shemian in the cutoff.
You mentioned we haven't seen Ola for a while. It looks like he went to the mountains for a few months, trained with a Shaolin monk, drank a bunch of rainwater, learned to fight with a stick.
Ace deuce offsuit. Raises to 130,000. Chip leader Ali Reza Fatahi's in the big blind. He's got king 4 of clubs.
Well, that side was real.
Cool. He defends. Heads up to the flop. Well, it's a flush draw for Fatehi. Nada for Shemian, but he still has the best hand, ace high.
1 club would be good for Fatehi, but 2 would be bad.
Ali Reza leads with his draw, 150,000.
It's a draw-heavy board.
Shemian calls.
Little float, lots of runner-runners for Ola.
And Shemian picks up a wheel draw, but doesn't actually need to improve. Ace high still the best hand. Another semi-bluff from Ali Reza, 230,000. Once again, Shemian calls.
Ola must be confident he can win this sometimes without hitting his gut shot.
10 of hearts on the river. The board is bricked out for Ali Reza. He's going to fire again. He bluffs at it, 340k.
There's really only 1 card Ola's worried about, and that's a 10. What are the chances?
Shemian only has ace high. But he calls.
King high.
And that's going to look like magic or lucky or both, but it's neither. It's 100% pure, unmitigated, unadulterated swag.
Blinds are up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10k ante. And on this hand, we are going to sweat with Mustafa. We will only see Canet's hole cards.
You can't stop a Mustafa.
He's first to speak. He's under the gun. With Jack 8 of clubs. That's a raise to 210,000. No action from Shemian or Nui. Kurganov folds the small.
Easy peasy.
It's Ali Reza Fatahi's big blind.
We know he likes to defend fairly liberally. We haven't seen a 3-betting range yet.
Call. He's defending again.
Fairly confident he wouldn't be playing anything super slow.
Well, the flop gives Canet a flush draw plus a backdoor straight draw, and he has 2 overs to the board.
Pretty great flop for us. You can bet your sweet mustachione we're gonna bet it.
250,000.
Raise.
Check raise alert. 600,000.
First of all, our draw is too good to fold. Second of all, when a guy announces raise like that, like he's kind of annoyed by you, he's almost never got it. It's like his voice is trying to overcompensate for the strength of his hand. We could re-raise, but I like just calling because if we hit our card and he's bluffing, he could keep bluffing.
Canet calls in position. The turn card is the king of clubs. Canet now has a flush.
Got it.
500.
Fateh bets again.
Now we have to just call. And now that I think about it, one of the bluffs Fateh could have had on the flop is an ace-high flush draw. And that's a pretty small bet relative to the size of the pot. If he shoves river, I don't know, but for now, we're going to call. I assume.
Yes. So 2.7 million in the middle. Canet the effective stack with 1.42 million behind. The river is a 3 pairing the board.
Holy.
And Fateh quickly shoves.
That was so fast. I know he doesn't have a full house, but I'm not convinced he doesn't have a bigger flush. He seemed a little aggro with that all in too, and I don't know if it's because he doesn't have it or because he's annoyed the board paired.
Oh my god.
Another big decision for Mustafa.
I don't think I can fold.
Given the hands we've seen Ali Reza defend with in the big blind, I don't think so either.
Canet looking at the pay jumps. He calls all in.
Let's see it.
Queen high.
Fateh bluffing with Queen Jack.
Great call, us. Yes.
Canet doubles up.
Nice hand anyway. Was tough.
And the Italian takes the chip lead. Pocket eights for Paul Newey. He's been very quiet at this final table.
Newey's my favorite of all Scrooge McDuck's nephews.
He's raised it up to 200,000.
Where do you think Paul got all that money from?
Sola Shemian's big blind. Queen 6 of clubs. He calls. To the flop. Which brings drama. A set for Newey. Shemian has a flush draw and he's double gutted.
See you at the river. They are pretty shallow, so it's usually going to go in on the flop.
Shemian has checked. Newey set to continue.
Always bet your sets, especially on a board wetter than the sinks in an airport bathroom. What are people doing in there?
I don't like to think about it. 285,000.
Ola can't fold these draws, and he's probably not going to just call for a huge chunk of his stack.
All in. Call.
Shoving a call. Newey at risk, but ahead. A 6-4 favorite.
Not a massive favorite.
Opzione. Buon flop.
Hashtag understatement.
You're the favorite.
Statistically, no. Swagtistically, yes.
I think you're the favorite. Not now.
Shemian makes his flush.
3.
Newey needs the board to pair.
7. 7 from heaven.
It's a king, he's out.
You got me covered, haven't you? I don't know. I have 2.5 here, I think. Exactly.
Newey out in 5th.
Yep, again, guys. Unlucky, Paul. What a flop. Cheers. Mustafa. Cheers. Cheers.
Poor Paul Newey. Not literally. He's still rich AF.
I'm gonna take your revenge.
Shemian with ace 10 on the button raises.
240.
Ali Reza Fatehi has pocket fives in the small blind.
Very reasonable spot for a shove. Ola is going to be opening wide. Alireza is out of position, and he's very likely to hate most flops.
All in. He shoves.
Yes.
Canet folds. Action back on Shemian. Now this is a big shove. 33 big blinds.
Which means this is not a snap call. Ola agrees.
Surely it's not a call at all with ace-10 off.
Peekaboo, who's hiding over there? Who is that?
Shemian's really thinking about this, isn't he?
Yes.
Wow, I am really surprised by that call.
I don't think he makes the same call against anyone else.
Good luck.
Good luck to you.
Good luck, guys.
Well, it's a flip. Fatehi, the player at risk.
Ola must think he's going to have a lot of bad aces and Broadway hands.
Ole against Ali Reza.
Yeah.
Not now, Igor.
Let's blow the whistle and start this race. Great start for Shemian. He pairs his 10 on the flop.
That is a bummer for 2 5s, though.
Ali Reza left with 2 outs.
No, no, Igor's on the beers.
The turn card.
The 5.
No, the 3.
Put the 5 here, please.
Right there.
Yeah, exactly there. He can do it. One time he do it for me.
Go, boom. He teach me this. He teach me this like 4 years ago. In a 25K.
Swag actually sometimes stands for stolen without a gun, oddly.
The river is an ace.
Thank you.
Good game.
Good luck.
Ali.
Thank you, bro.
Nice to meet you.
Good luck.
It was a pleasure.
Love seeing a good deep run by an amateur. Anyone can do it.
Leaving us with the 2 high roller vets.
Pocket 5 against 8, 10.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Blind 61-20. Shemian limps in from the button with ace-5. Canet does not check his option. He raises with the 10-7. And Shemian calls the raise in position.
Let's play a bigger pot.
Well, that's a nothing flop. Shemian still ahead with ace-high. Canet continues to show aggression. That's 350,000.
I don't think we're going to see Ola call a 3-bet with ace-high too often and then fold the flop right away.
He calls. The turn card is a 4. Well, both players now have straight draws. Shemian's open-ended. Canet has a gut shot. He needs a 5.
All the more reason neither of these guys is likely to fold.
Canet continuing to demonstrate strength. 875,000. Once again, Shemian calls. The river card is a 3 pairing the board. So ace-high was the best hand before the flop, and it's still the best hand after the river.
Major brickage on the river. I think a bet here gets snapped off by Ola.
I think Canet's going to give it a go. He's not waving the white flag of surrender. Fires out a bluff of 1.95 million.
It's actually a pretty great run out to call with ace-high, just like he did with Fatehi earlier. White flag, more like white swag. Feel like I'm really getting to know Anna here. Sorry.
Shemian thinking this through. He heroes.
You win. 6, right?
Not even.
Really big chip lead for Shemian now.
His bad card was an ace. His good card, swag.
Nice hand.
And Shemian picks up queens. raises to 350,000. Phil Gruesome railing the action now. Cannett's got sevens.
This could be the cooler we were waiting for.
All in? Call.
Here we go, all in and a call, and Shemian is a 4-1 favorite to win.
Mustafa's prediction not looking so hot right now.
Good luck, bro. I always make quads with sevens. Lucky number, huh? Lucky, lucky.
A wise man once said, it is always coming 7. A set for Shemian.
I have a sweat.
For now.
7 for spade. It's okay.
The turn card is a spade.
The sweat just got sweatier.
Cannett picks up 8 outs, all the spades bar the deuce. Any other card, Shemian is the champ.
What a life these guys have.
It's gonna be 8 of spade. Not so big, not so... It's okay. Or queen. You can finish it with queen. Quad queens. That would be nice, huh?
The river, not a spade.
Oh, it's black, it's a 7.
Too little, too late.
Again, bro.
We said that earlier on. If you wanted to know about poker, you had to find books, and there were only about 2 of them in existence, Super System 1 and Super System 2.
Yeah, we hadn't even had Harrington on Hold'em yet at this point, had we?
The revolutionary. Harrington on Hold'em.
Falconer with pocket jacks. I believe
75,000.
75,000? I believe Falconer had limped. And Shipley, he said 75,000. Doesn't really matter. Falconer was all in for around 300, it looks like. I guess this is what you did back then with jacks.
Danger hand. You don't want to see too many cards coming out.
A lot of tanking with jacks so far in this era.
Some tanking now with King Queen suited from Shipley.
Cool.
There it is. And we are flipping this time potentially for the first ever EPT London title. Wow, what a flop again. 2 spades and a queen. That's the spade on the turn. Shipley takes it down, wins the flip, wins EPT London, numero uno, 200,000 pounds.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as day 5 of the main event continues. Right now, we have the Magnificent 7, and we will continue playing until we are down to the Super 6. We'll come back with those 6 players tomorrow and play down to a champion. Thanks for your company over the course of the last few hours. Still more live Cards Up Poker to come. With me, James Hartigan, him, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And him, Griffin Benger.
James, how you doing?
Good to see you. I know you can't see us. We can see you. Crucially, you can see the players at the final table. The shortest stack, 25 bigs, coming back at the 50k, 100k blind level. It is possible, Griffin, that we could get through this level without losing a player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of deep stacks here and not a lot of people getting too out of line, very aware of the ICM implications of busting in 7th. So we'll see how it goes, but some big hands have been going down.
Absolutely. Now, earlier we lost the last two remaining former champs in the field, Hussein Ensan and Dimitar Danchev. The real story of the day, though, has been the continuing ascent of Turn Mulder, who has a 100 big blind stack, more than 10 million chips coming into this level. I know he's peaked higher than that, but even so, he still has a significant advantage over the rest of the table.
Yeah, I don't want to be negative. It was a bit of a plateau, that level, but when you're already that high,
yeah,
you can afford to not get any higher for 90 minutes.
He'll be looking to channel the spirit of the horse as we return back from break. And it's ace-king suited under the gun for Andrea Cortezi.
Very
Now,
good
Joe,
level.
how many blinds does Cortezi have? We are at the 100k level, your favorite for the human calculator.
58. 58.4.
Very good.
He knows his onions, Griffin.
And we're seeing a limp again.
36 layers.
This is now the 4th or 5th limp in the last level plus from Cortezi. We've seen the ace-x limp, the pocket sixes limp, the king's limp, and now the ace-king suited limp. So perfectly balanced so far with these limps. If you think about it, 2 absolute monsters and 2 medium strength hands. And Caminada is going to fall for it here.
So the 3-bet from Caminita on the button, 360,000. The 2 Italians at the table doing their thing.
And just look at how effective this limp strategy is working here. You think about a hand like ace-9 on the button. Cortezi had opened to 200,000+. I don't think we would have seen even a sniff at this pot from Caminita, but because of that limp, because it's been balanced with medium strength and massive, fell right into the trap. Brilliant stuff from Cortezi.
Yeah, and at first I didn't spot that it was a Gibbons from Cortezi, but we don't get the double Gibbons. He does not call the raise. Instead, Cortezi shoves.
Yeah, effectively 30 big blinds. I think that's really the way to do it. You know, facing that 3.6x ISO, you know, you're not really going to make it, 12 blinds. So I like the shove from Andrea.
So we saw Cortezi limp get it in, limp play a pot, limp get it in, get a fold this time. I think if we see him limp and everyone folds to the limp, including the big blind, that's hitting for the cycle.
I like it. Any baseball metaphor I'm into.
Ace-9 of diamonds for Simeon Alexandridis.
Looking to continue after a brilliant 80k level all the way up to over 7 million now.
Gabyon Kim, pocket fives in the small blind, and I know you highlighted earlier, Joe, that Gabyon Kim has gone better than his finish in 2019. I think it's worth highlighting that that is a pretty incredible achievement. In both 2019 and in this event, we had nearly 1,200 runners in the Prague main event, and this guy has made the last table twice.
Back-to-back Pragues.
Now guaranteed at least 7th place, and calling out in the small with the fives. Andrea Cortezi in the big.
Quite a tricky spot with pocket fives in the small blind against the +1 open. Really hard to fault any of the three moves from fold. I think shove is a bit too aggressive on 24 bigs. You know, you're facing a button open here. I think you comfortably go all in with the pocket fives, but you really don't want to run into a monster. So I think call is interesting. It's going to be a little tough to play. You're welcoming Cortezi into the pot as well, but Kim elects to go with the call, and we're going to see three.
Yeah, we've only seen one of Cortelazi's hole cards, the deuce of spades, and we've got 3 spades on the flop.
I feel like a suited deuce is completely within the realm. I don't know what other deuces you're really calling with.
Almost the most likely of other cards in this situation. Not a lot of deuces you're going to call in the big blind if you think about the kind of hands. Maybe ace deuce.
Yeah. Sorry, Griffin, I'm slightly confused. What's with this lead from Kim?
Yeah, very strange. Not a recommended line to take. It will freeze your opponents in the sense that you're going to get a cheap turn card to actualize your spade equity here. I mean, I think Alexandritis would have probably bet this flop to protect against hands like 2 5s with a spade. So this really sets the price at 1.6 big blinds, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Called by Alexandridis, who still has the best hand after we get the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Alexandridis now with the dead man's hand, aces and 8s.
Ooh. Alexandridis? Alexandridid?
If he was at risk of elimination here, I'd allow it, but
no.
I'm
just working on it for later.
Okay.
Yeah, and the problem with this lead, I mean, it doesn't seem that bad on the flop because we see that Kim had 37% equity. But think about the other kind of hands Alexandritis could have on this flop, something like 2 10s with a spade that will call. So I don't really particularly like this line from Kim. And now Alexandritis just betting for protection is going to fold out that spade equity. So a little bit of a chip lead, I think, from Kim.
And here comes a new deck of cards. We discussed this earlier on, and for those of you who are new to our live streams from the EPT, we do use RFID technology. There are scanners under the table. There are chips in the cards. And if those chips stop working, as it clearly did with one of Cortelazi's hole cards there, we changed the entire deck.
I would love to know what that other card was, overcalling in the big blind, if it wasn't a spade. Maybe pocket 2s.
Maybe.
So amongst the many mistakes I made during the last level, one of them was to say that if we didn't lose, that we were going to play one more level or lose one more player, but I think that was inaccurate, right? If we somehow get through this level without losing somebody, we're going to go one more, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
That last level was only the 3rd level of the day. This is level 4.
I count wrong.
Of day 5, so 100% we will keep going. Should we get through the next 90 minutes without losing a player?
Yeah, somehow that was the least big mistake I made.
I did hear you say that you got 8 things right and 1 thing wrong, and I was going to call BS on that. I mean, I can imagine you getting a handful of things right, but no way. No way.
8. No, it wasn't. It wasn't 8. I was just saying that, in that scenario, I was Einstein. That was really the takeaway.
Yeah, again, I'm going to question that one, Joe. I love you dearly, but come on. Oh, hello. 10s under the gun, queens in the small blind. Alexandridis and Cortelazi.
I would actually not be surprised if we see a sneaky flat here from Cortezi. It is against an under the gun open. You don't really want to just get in these 60 big blinds, 3rd and 2nd and chips, and you're so under-repped when you just call here. So I like this tricky play from Cortezi.
Ooh, and 5s get to get in there too.
Of course, we have got Armin Rezai at the final table as well. securing his best ever EPT cash in this event. And we have an 8-7 deuce flop. Queen still ahead.
Danger.
Yeah, danger for Alexandridis, who does also have an overpair to the board.
Even fives might think they have the best hand.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a situational cooler for Alexandridis, but a situation that I don't expect Cortezi to be coming out firing with check raises here. So, you know, I don't think the pot's going to get too big, especially depending on what kind of turn card we see. And Razai's, you know, alarm bells will be going off once there's a bet and a call on this particular texture.
It's not going to be queen jack and king queen very often, is it?
Exactly.
$250,000 called by queens. Fives?
I fold, I guess.
Yeah, gotta go. Gotta get out of there. You know, you also have to take into consideration, I mean, your opponents could have pocket sevens or pocket eights here. You don't want to just give yourself an opportunity to get cooler if you turn a 5.
Well, that ace may slow down.
What a bummer. Boo.
Boo earns.
I was saying boo earns. I wanted to do a LeBoo earns joke, but he went broke too fast.
I will say that Alexandridis' default when he's deciding what to do ends up being putting chips in the pot, so I might just elect to fire a small bet here to check back the river so as maybe not to get bluffed by dry spades by the river or something if they missed. And the bet does come.
I hate it when somebody dry bluffs me.
You gotta love the size here, though. If you're Cortezi, you're obviously not thrilled that it's an ace on the turn, but it's so small it can be a blocker bet from worse hands like 10s, like jacks, like 9s.
Cortezi playing a time bank card and extending his thinking time by 30 seconds.
Really important not to overthink the situation, I think, and just call.
Yeah, my hand would be pretty face up at this point because I just would have screamed the F word as soon as the turn came out. Did you guys hear that?
I mean, even if Cortezi has something like, you know, 10-8 of spades, would probably bet again for value protection, being able to check back if you don't hit your spade, or 2 pair of trips.
Oh man, fives would have riveted a straight draw.
Hey, you got blockers to rep it at that point. The 5-9.
Not my phone.
It's gone check, check on the river. Queens are good, and that pot will go to Andrea Cortezi, and he loves it.
And he liked that one, yeah.
I mean, ever since the final table, it's been all Cortezi.
Looking good. Looking good.
7.38 million, more than 73 big blinds.
Yeah. It's okay, dude.
And Simeon Alexandridis playing just over 7 million, 70 bigs. So yeah, some very deep stacks at this seven-handed final table. And still no short stacks. Turn Mulder, first to act. Has been the chip leader all day. Opens with jacks.
Ooh, a big hand.
200K from under the gun. Ace, deuce of diamonds, and Caminita passes pretty quickly. And now it's Gluvny.
Looking interested.
Oh no, not another broken card. Ace of clubs and something?
Another good one. Gluvny, the victim of a pretty gross cooler during the last level against the pocket kings of Cortezi. Gluvny had queens.
Certainly an interesting card to be revealed, the ace of clubs. It actually maybe gives more options for what would be a, you know, sort of 3-bet fold, as well as those, you know, the only hands you're really 3-bet calling off here for 25 bigs are the aces and ace kings. Even ace queen, you're not thrilled about it. You probably find maybe a flat here. So could certainly be a 3-bet bluff, or we could see a massive all-in. Even something like ace-jack of clubs you might be not thrilled about. I wouldn't really want to call this off.
Mulder shoves and Gluvny calls all in and clearly has the goods.
The other A.
Yeah, looks like aces from here.
And this is a great spot for Gluvny to double up through the chip leader.
That other ace doesn't look broken to me, guys.
I mean,
it looks pretty damn good.
I'll tell you after the run out.
25 you play, right? Yeah.
I mean, if there's a suck out here, we're done, right?
That is true. 86% chance, though, that Gluvny gets the double up and we play on.
14% chance I get to go out to dinner.
The flop is ace high. Running cards needed for Mulder. Could be drawing dead. Could be drawing dead on the turn. And is. So that will be a double up for Gluvny. We play on, and Mulder still has the chip lead, right, with 7.5 million?
It's damn close.
Barely. Yeah, 3 players now around between 7 and 7.5 million.
Almost makes you feel bad for how much of a big deal we made about how good he was running. Almost.
52 bigs now to Grzegorz Gluvny. Mulder still playing 75 bigs. And on we go. Yeah, just has the lead over Cortezi. You're right, Joe, it's very close. So Kim, the short stack of the table, still has 21 big blinds, though.
Benjay says 10 some things ago, Mulder had 11 million. Can someone explain? Yeah, he lost some hands.
The value of your investments can go down as well as up. And when playing poker, your chip stack can go down as well as up.
Yeah, and just lost a 5.2 million chip pot, effectively 52 big blind total with the jacks against the aces. Yes, Ben Jay-Z, you just missed it, buddy. Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you, Griffin. It just happened. Open your eyes.
2.5? 25.
Oh, goodness. All right, fine. Hope your grandma's okay.
Wow, and just going for it against Caminita. We saw effectively pretty much the same situation with 2 tables left for Mulder with the ace-8 of diamonds. That time was up against jacks and got there, so felt confident. Diamonds again, and just went for it. 7-handed. I mean, we were 5-handed when it was, you know, Mulder did it with the ace-8, but just power poker.
Mulder just flailing now, says Immortalized.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, could this analysis be any worse?
Yes. Thank you for your question. Flailing, tilting, angry. Savage. People think commentators are born professionals. The reality is they're molded, shaped, and formed by the masses in Twitch chat. Thank you for your comment.
Pocket 4s for Rizai in the cutoff.
Not an envious seat for Rizai there. You got both Alexandritis and Mulder on your direct left.
Yeah.
But you got to make chips somehow, and opening the pocket 4s here at the cutoff gives you options. Get 3-bet, you might 4-bet all in for those 38 bigs. And a call from Caminita.
And that'll take us to the flop. And that flop is Jack 10 deuce. Well, we know that Rizai has a pair and a small flush draw. Caminita? I don't know.
Rizai hasn't really made very many hands. Always kind of in a weird spot like this.
125,000 gets the job done.
Good work. Music Ninja Spy.
So easy when you're up against one card.
Yeah, right. Music Ninja Spy asked, question for our commentators. What got you into poker? For me, it was the cards. James?
Chips.
The chips, Griffin?
The banter.
There you go. Covered all the bases.
Griffin loves the bants, doesn't he?
He's a bantam heavyweight.
Banter heavyweight? Nice. And bunched up now. 1 through 3. And then 2, you know, shortish stacks. Around 20 big blinds for Caminita and Kim.
Mard asks, how did Turn lose 2.5 million? Basically, someone got up on the table too quickly, and it knocked it over, and we could only find...
That's it.
3/4 of his stack. Pocket fours for Gabyon Kim. Under the gun. Decides to fold. Cortezi has passed Jack 9 of hearts. Armin Rezai with Queen 5 of clubs. And now Simeon Alexandridis with kings in the cutoff. Alexandridis has raised.
And this would be disaster if you find yourself with a shoving hand in the small, but Caminita doesn't have one. It's one of those situations where you kind of have to open up your shove range from the small blind against these big, big stacks of the cutoff and button. So to see Alexandridis have the kings, you're kind of hoping for his sake in the small blind not to get something.
With me defending the big blind with King 8. And we have a Jack 3 flop.
Gosh, how can you call King 8 when your opponent has kings? What are you doing?
If it came 8-8, I probably would have had a reaction that could have ended my career.
Alexandridis wins that pot. Still hovering around the 7 million mark.
Big deal. O'Neill asks, had to go to the office today, so I've missed everything so far. Any chance it's been boring all day? No. Thank you for your question.
But glad you're now back at home and able to watch the stream. Big deal, O'Neill.
Which we will end as soon as one person is eliminated, so you're not going to get much, probably.
You're guaranteed at least one exciting hand, but no more.
Yeah.
We've already said, Griffin, there is a solid chance that we get through this level.
That looked pretty cool.
Mattis doesn't like the constant chip noise. Should we go down and ask him to knock it off?
First time my girlfriend came to a poker event, she went into a big hall where, you know, everyone was playing, and she said it sounded like crickets chirping, like she was walking into a forest of crickets chirping.
It is a bit of a mating call.
She saw the beauty, yeah, she saw the beauty in it.
Mulder has opened in the cutoff with Jack 4 of clubs. Glovney's got ace king in the small blind.
I think Glovney's going to want to make this one pretty big, probably in the range of 700,000 to 800,000. Actually just goes for a call, pretty tricky. Doesn't want Mulder to spin out here and end up all in. Just ace high.
Well, Kim has called with 10-8 off as well. 3-way to the flop. And that flop is 8-7-3.
Yeesh.
And there are 2 clubs on the board.
Yeah, and Kim with just, you know, stack to pot ratio of about, you know, 2.5. But the check back with the underrepped now flush draw.
And a pair.
Pair and a flush draw with my reputation. Bet of 350,000, half pot from Kim.
Now, Kim only has 1.46 behind. Does Mulder play this as a call, or does he try to raise and get Kim off something like a 7? Big river card coming up here.
Oh.
Can't win with the 4, so with pot left, Mulder doesn't go for it.
Now, obviously, we see Kim add 750k to his stack, but a more significant event has just occurred, which is that Turn Mulder has just lost the chip lead at this final table.
Ooh.
No longer in the catbird seat. Still a big stack. Still a threat, but no longer #1 on the leaderboard. That position now occupied by Andrea Cortezi. Yes, it's close, and we have got 3 players with more than 7 million.
Would you say the horse has been stalled?
Yeah, and you know, with that loss of the chip lead, you know, a loss of his teeth a little bit. You saw how quickly, not even considering, you can't really win with just the 4 there. So many other situations when Mulder had 10 to 12 million was trying to find a way to win these tricky pots with big bluffs and really thinking about making big moves. And there, just, you know what, I'm not messing about here. I'm not just going to shove here and get snapped by 2 pair. I'm going to just check back and try to find a better spot.
But to build on your metaphor, Joe.
Yeah.
The horse may have been stalled, but it's still a long way from the glue factory.
Oh, a long way. It's got a whole lot of racing left to do.
So Alex Andridis has opened with Queen Jack, and looks like it's a raise and take it situation. Natural Born Chiller on YouTube asks, how many more hands tonight? In the words of Homer Simpson, I don't know. However many hands it takes to lose another player. Getting down to the final 6 tonight.
Yes, Mr. Burns. What is your first name?
Do you know what I like best about you Brits? Octopussy.
Do you know my dad wouldn't let us watch The Simpsons because we told him that he was Homer, and it made him real mad, and there was like a 10-year Simpsons ban in my house.
Wow.
And it wasn't until the Simpsons movie came out and he saw the clip of him going, Spider Pig, and he's like, okay, that is me. We were allowed to start watching it again.
So Mulder opening with kings under the gun +1. 4s again for Gabyon Kim. So in addition
Kim
to being,
does love to play the pocket pairs.
Oh. Did he fold the 4s?
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah. He did.
You don't hate to see it.
Azai with 6 deuce of clubs, folds the big blind. Kings go to waste.
Mulder flailing.
I mean, he's just raising any random hand with any random amount right now.
Shouldn't have raised. If he wasn't on tilt, he could have just limped those kings probably. Instead, it's just more flailing.
Well, Mulder's first to act here. Jack 10 offsuit. And he makes it 200k. Caminita's out. Ooh, ace queen of strawberries. for Glovny. And again, just flats with a big hand.
Yeah, just doesn't really trust Mulder pre-flop in the sense of, you know, not to do something big. We've seen Mulder on this table 4-bet fold. So Glovny's comfortable to just flat, be under-repped, let Mulder stay in with worse hands. And I can't fault the strategy when you think about the ICM implications of the two stacks that have between 2 and 3 million.
Jack 7-7. So top pair for Mulder, but because it is always coming 7, trips for Alexandridis.
This is so sick, these two stacks.
The hearts too for Glovny, wow.
Mulder continuing into a pot of 750,000 for 150,000, betting small.
Not only is this hand sick with the connection that everyone's made, the stacks that are involved, all three of these players have been really impressive today.
Ace, Queen of Hearts, nut flush draw, that is a call. And now, what do you do with trips in this spot? Check raise, Griffin?
I mean, that would be the sort of standard play, but you know, there's some big chips going around here too, so.
I mean, the big blind's going to have all of the 7s here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you can't automatically think, okay, there was a bet and a call, and now I can sort of try to scoop up some of this dead money. There's a real distinct possibility that Alexandridis is just going to play this straightforward and just have a 7.
Just calls. So still 3-way. No.
Not yet.
Got Glovny to act as well.
You hate that the board is paired here when you're Glovny. I think the check raise from the big blind is very credible, but could also be like worse hearts. It's very difficult for you to be drawing dead. You're really only up against boats when it's Mulder has pocket jacks. So the pot is getting bigger here, but you're not too concerned about you know, going broke.
Oh, man.
But I'll tell you what, Mulder definitely feels like he's in trouble at this point.
Absolutely.
Someone's going to have the nut flush draw.
And a check here from Alexandridis because you're scared now of those potential pocket jacks, pocket aces. Don't want to get too greedy here.
Seems weird for Mulder to put more chips in, too. Does this ever check around?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the most likely scenario here, unless Mulder wants to just, with that jack in the hand, represent pocket jacks. Recognizing that Alexandridis probably has a 7, that Glovny's going to have a hand like what he has. Surely Mulder knows, cannot ever have the best hand here.
Plays another time bank card and then checks.
Yeah, I love what Spud Smasher just said on Twitch. That'd be some Tom Dwan stuff.
Does check around.
Okay, show us the river. It's another ace. So Glovny had the flush draw, but actually goes runner to make a better full house than Alexandridis, who's got 7s full of aces rather than aces full of 7s.
And it has position, is going to get to bet this.
Mulder, run away. Time for that horse to bolt.
I mean, it's pretty exciting run out, but I think this is just going to go bet full, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're right. Old Busty. We need Flaming Barries. Keep them going, people. Flaming Barries in the chat. Ace on the river, which has changed everything in this hand.
I think it's important for Glovney not to get too greedy here, simply because, you know, you're targeting that 7. If you bet something, you know, north of 1.5 million, I think that Alexandritis can find a big fold.
Yeah.
But maybe if you just fire out something like 900K, get Alexandritis to get a little curious for the 40%. You know, there is the argument that you want to kind of stay balanced with your bluffs and maybe make it big, but I don't know.
I was thinking maybe like 700, 750, just go a third.
Yeah, why not? But then again, it really does look like the nut flush draw. You know, no matter what you bet, I think your only bluffs are really king, queen of hearts, you know, king, 10 of hearts, maybe 9, 10 of hearts. But would you really fire 700K to try to get a 7 to fold? Wow, look at Joe!
Hundo.
Joseph Stapleton.
Can somebody clip that? Can you guys clip that? That won't happen again.
The temptation.
9 things right.
Perhaps too great for Alexandritis.
Einstein. It feels so bad to fold this.
But what are you beating? What would your
that
opponent do here?
The time bank cards kind of help you from make. Oh, you do make the frustration call.
House over house. And Glovney is going to win a pot of 3.7 million, moving up over the 7 million mark.
Mulder with a little crink of the neck there. I think maybe regretting calling that check raise. You feel like you're just, if you bet so small there and get check raise, you need to call, but I think with Glovney's range behind there, calling on the flop being pretty strong, maybe it's best to just let it go for that 525.
Glovney now second on the leaderboard behind Cortezi. Mulder's dropped down to 3rd place. Caminita now low man at the table with 2.1 million. But no players.
They clipped it for you, Joe.
Super short. No players in the danger zone.
Did you hear that? That was me not saying danger zone.
No, I got it. I got it. Jacks now for Glovney.
You'd love to see it.
Raises to 200,000. Kim with 9-5 of clubs. Suited Dolly Parton.
Bam, bam, bam.
Folded around to the blinds. And the raise gets through.
Thank you, Spud Smasher, for your kind words. Gotta throw a lot, if not most, if not all of the credit to the production team we have behind us who do jump through all kinds of hoops so that we can get all the praise and glory.
Fortune and glory, kid. Fortune and glory.
We're ripping off our ideas, as usual.
Yepanuna says, huge kudos to the graphics person. Best in the biz.
Huge?
He is huge.
Huge kudos. Kudos.
Chop it up. So lame.
1-8, 1-9.
You get a chop? You want a chop?
1-9.
Yeah, yeah.
Has been a pretty interesting blind v blind dynamic. This has happened more than once so far in these final two tables. Mulder's almost always played it as a raise, and with that 20 big blind stack, not a ton of maneuverability. And again, ace-jack for Caminita. Had that previously when Mulder raised the queen-8 from this exact same situation. So expect this to go shove and fold once again.
And Caminita responds with a shove, which prompts a pretty quick fold by Turn Mulder.
Yeah, I had a feeling it might go like this. You know, we've seen this before, folks. Just playing super cautious. ICM a real consideration now, making the final day a real consideration now.
Yeah, and what is the money jump we're looking at right now? 7th place pays 138,570 euros, and 6th pays 181,800. That's a lot of money.
Certainly some pretty interesting dynamics, though, at this final table. You think about the battles between Alexandridis and Mulder. That was really the beginning of the, you know, downfall to this amount of chips for Mulder, is how Alexandridis was willing to fight back. We've had the really interesting limp strategy as well from Cortezi.
Tim would be very happy for a raise and take it.
Won't happen with this hand in the big, though. Glovny certainly going to want to C3 with 6-5 of spades.
Jack 10-3, looking good for Kim.
Oh, you know how many players are in the pot, Kim.
A bet and a fold. Griffin, you're a huge nerd. You know all the comic books and all of the various iterations and multiverses and spin-offs. Apparently, and this is the conclusion we reached early on, X-Men, there must have been some spin-off from the X-Men called X-Files. Joe and I'd never come across it, but I'm guessing that you might be aware of it.
I certainly am, yes. The mutant Agent Mulder.
Oh.
And Agent Scully, yeah.
And Agent Skelly. Is she like a skeleton?
Yeah, she is. Yeah, full skeleton, no skin. No skin, all business was her tagline.
Oh, I like it.
I wonder if there's still, you can still watch this show on VHS.
Well, if it's not VHS, you could always watch it.
That's what I mean. I mean,
Till the tape wears out, I guess. What's a tape that you wore out in your childhood, Griffin?
The tape that I wore out in my childhood, Never Ending Story.
Okay, yep.
E.T.
Wow, okay.
Princess Bride. And Wild Things. For different reasons.
Oh man, did Wild Things make the rounds?
Yeah.
Mulder versus Kim. Ace Queen versus 7-6. And the flop is 10-9-3.
Kind of an annoying board here from Mulder. You just feel like nothing's going right. You have this massive hand at the cutoff.
Does it kind of feel like you're flailing?
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Oh no!
Wait for it.
Straight for
7, 8,
Kim.
Yeah, that's a straight.
Yeah, it is a straight.
Griffin, I don't know if you saw that's a straight.
Yeah.
Wait a second, though. Jack? No.
It's a 3.
3. Nope, not a straight.
You know what we've got here, gentlemen, don't you?
We've got a straighty.
Yes.
Flushy.
Yes.
That's it.
Paired board.
Oh, it's paired.
Oh.
Wait, was that a ground or a...
Bit disappointed, actually, in Kim not finding a bet there on the turn. The card doesn't really change the texture enough where your opponent has now, your opponent's never going to have Queen Jack there. So you really want to bet to get value from those Jack X, Queen X hands. Maybe a checked back 9. I think it's a bit too tricky to check and got a quick fold from the ace high on the river.
Gabyon Kim now playing 34 bigs, has chipped up nicely during this level. Oh, look at this artwork that Daniel Hart has just sent on Twitter. Hashtag PokerStars TV. This is the X-Files. I guess that must be Skelly, because that looks a bit like a skeleton.
Skelly is getting rocked by Wolverine right now.
Yeah. Did this Mulder character have robot arms, Griffin?
One robot arm, actually. Yeah.
This must be a different...
One robot arm and one skeleton arm.
Universe.
That's actually the connection that the two of them. That's how they first sort of felt connected. Was that he had a skeleton arm, she was fully skeleton. But both mutants.
I see. Trying to think of what VHS tapes I wore out. I think the Goonies. So there was taped off of HBO.
Labyrinth.
Yeah, you watched a lot of really...
Willow.
Explains a lot about you.
Willow was a big one for me too.
Griffin, are you willing to concede, as an adult who maybe looks at films a little bit differently, that Labyrinth is terrible?
I haven't rewatched it objectively or anything in the last 10 years or anything. I haven't seen it recently, but maybe. I don't know. David Bowie seemed kind of iconic in my memory.
Well, there's something about him that was iconic.
I mean, Bowie's fine in that movie. Jennifer Connelly, really bad.
A teenager. She's just a babysitter. What do you want?
Yeah.
Paul is producer. Paul says that Mac and Me is a tape that he wore when I was a kid. Mac and Me was a 86-minute McDonald's commercial that upset me so much as a child. I had to be removed from the theater because I couldn't stop crying.
I think that says more about you than Mac and me.
Explains why I will sometimes sneak away from dinner at a nice restaurant to go get a burger at McDonald's.
They got you.
Reza catching a 9 here. Did I catch a niner there? Yes, you did.
Pretty aggressive open from Caminita. If you think about the hijack, King 7 suited, just playing 23 big blinds to start the hand. I think, listen, I mean, I love a hand like this. I love playing a hand like this. I love raising hands like this. But when you're the short stack and you got a lot of tough players to get through, as we can see, Rezai here with the mid pair certainly going to continue.
Well, Rezai's just become a 94% favorite. Still has the best hand with a pair of 9s and has picked up a flush draw on the turn.
It's really now or never for Caminita as far as telling a story that is going to beat a hand like Ace-X, like 9X. You can't really check here and ever expect to win the pot. So this bet is really targeting hands like 9X. You just got to hope that it's not a 9X with a spade. It is here for Rezai, so we might see another call, but Rezai's also not thrilled about facing this bet. You could be in big trouble here. You could be up against Ace-King with the King of Spades, and that's why we see a fold. So great play by Caminita.
Caminita chipping up to 2.81 million. Peter Blow tweets, hashtag PokerStars TV, Labyrinth is like Walk the Slayer and Krull. Great at the time, but that time is long gone. Meanwhile, there are some hot takes on the Phantom Menace. Guys, come on. It was awful. Don't try and pretend that it had many redeeming features.
Look, I saw this opinion on Star Wars recently that I think we do need to take a grain of salt with, is that the movies have always been made for 12-year-old kids. And the fact that we get mad at them not appealing to us in our 30s and 40s is a little unfair.
There were a couple of movies I rewatched recently that I thought were total classics that could do no wrong, and I was actually quite disappointed in my recent rewatch. One of them was Desperado.
Oh, probably real bad now. Yeah.
Yeah, not at all. And actually, surprisingly, Edward Scissorhands.
Okay, Edward Scissorhands I did watch recently, and I thought it was a beautiful masterpiece. I watched it 5 years ago.
Is
Kim
re-raising with deuces here?
He's had so many little pocket pairs. From an emotional perspective, I understand it. You know, you're frustrated. You're sitting there folding 4s and 4s and 3s and 4s again.
Yeah. Yes, Zcat, I agree 100%. John Hughes movies have not aged well and are quite cringe-inducing if you watch them now.
4, 5. Behind 2.7 million.
How much?
2.7. Behind, yeah.
I don't know where the weak spot of this table is, but Glovney's not it either.
Nope.
And I'm assuming we will not see the call from deuces. Nope.
That's some sacred poker right there. Folding deuces. What a sacred cat. Griff, the joke is that yesterday someone was still like making good decisions, but someone was trying to say they were playing scared poker, but they wrote sacred.
Got it.
Around the same time that Maria Ho is providing in-depth hand analysis.
You have like 2.7?
I think Lord Regard Turkey, you meant to say twos were sacred of a higher pair. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cascap, you better help James doesn't see your comment.
Whoa, Cap is out of line. See this? You see this, Joe?
That's what I said. Well, James ain't gonna like it. I think Heat is fine. Either way, back then and now.
Unlucky Cascap.
Did you ban him?
Of course.
You banned.
Also, Okiwoki's in danger of getting the ban hammer, but Auto Shuffler would speed up the game a bit. First of all, I think these dealers are really proficient
They're
at shuffling.
so good.
The second thing to say is you cannot put RFID cards in an Auto Shuffler. It would break them.
So the answer is we could do it, but then you wouldn't know what the cards were.
Blind on blind.
Take it to a vote.
Pair on no pair.
Also, trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist. Not really a fan of those.
Hey, thanks for the sub.
If only there was an
hand.
expression for that.
Do we get any of that sub money? Finton wrote best commentary team in the business and has just paid $4.99. I mean, if we split that between the three of us, that's like what? $1.65 each?
Well, I've been subscribing to Finton's channel for about 6 years now, and I don't even want to do the math. That's probably like a car for him.
Mulder out of line on the flop and got the turn card that would make him want to go out of line on the turn. A stiff bet of 400,000 into 500,000. Hoping his opponent Alexandritis has a hand like 4x that would, I think, at this stage be ready to fold, but Alexandritis don't got that. He's got the king 10. It's not always coming 7.
Pretty safe river for Alexandritis. I guess Jack 10 you're a little worried about. Got a 10 though.
No, you're pretty thrilled as Alexandritis. The problem I think for Mulder is that now you kind of want to bet Alexandritis off a 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you think your opponent's going to be checking this on the flop with a 9, check calling the turn with the 9, that queen, you know, it's very tough to call with the 9, and Mulder has been
9 on it.
you know, gun shy to make big moves, and here is the big move.
9 hunch.
9 hunch.
Ooh.
Snap call.
No.
A quick call from Alexandridis.
No.
And Turn Mulder drops below the 5 million mark. Has lost.
Joe, how would you
Half his
describe
chips
how Mulder's
start this
what's
level.
happening with Mulder right now?
It's a little too close to the truth. I wouldn't make the joke.
Down to 47 big blind stack. On the subject of us getting the money, Joe.
Yeah.
Fenton says, DM me your bank details and I'll send it to James and Joe. Still salty about Griffin in the Irish Open. He gets none.
Saltier than the corned beef. Do you remember when Fenton was on stream that time and he told me that his dad loves potatoes and eats potatoes every day? And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Glove knee. Ace 10 under the gun. Are we going to make it through this level? We are. I think we are. This is going to be the first, I mean, we're not there yet, but it's going to be the first level of the entire tournament without a bust out.
I think this is going to play as a nice clean show for Caminita. 27 big blinds total. No reason to get tricky with a 3-bet.
We're playing like 28. You like 28. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just to back up what Joe said, we have had eliminations every single level of the day. And if we do get to the end of this level, 30 minutes left on the clock, it will be unique in that regard. We'll come back. There will be a 30-minute break, and then we will continue to play down to the final 6.
Big hand for the barely short stack of Kim. Around 27 big blinds.
It's all kicking off, guys.
Somebody in this room hates the trash.
What is happening?
Alexandridis attacking Kim. Hey, Pneumonia says that 3-bet works out to Kim's convenience.
I think the most standard thing to expect here would be an all-in from Kim, but not completely
Kim possible.
Unlikely to see a flat. Not Kim possible to see a flat call as well. You know, you're getting 3-bet here. 7-handed. You're under the gun. But I think you got to just put the 27 big blinds in and say, "Show me better, Alexandra." I just.
Wait. 2.8?
No, 2.7 maybe. 1.8. Yeah, 7 or 8. 24, 25, 26.
Kim feeling really good about this now.
2.7. Okay.
Your opponent's not thinking about this with queens, kings, or aces. So it's either saving face with a hand like ace-8 suited, or maybe ace-queen, pocket tens.
The crowd goes wild.
What is the sound of one hand clapping? Oh no, wait, that was probably two hands. Now that I think about it.
No, did not.
I will see it, don't lie.
Paka paka.
Aso kappa. Oh,
I'm used to that laugh. That's a polite laugh.
don't you?
What do you have? 9-10, let's chip in. Right?
Some,
Yeah, I know.
but not so.
Bad guy.
Something good, but not
Bad guy.
Yellow card.
Yellow. Huh?
Yellow card.
Yeah, yellow.
One triplet I made.
Yeah, yellow.
One.
Yapanuna with a great little Willow reference in the chat. I have to confess, I use the line, "Traitor child, I must despise you now." You know they're making a Willow TV show. It's very exciting.
Yay.
Is it Warwick Davis or Warwick Davis?
Warwick.
Warwick, but it might be pronounced Warwick. There's another W in there.
Griffin, I just answered the question, but thank you for ignoring me.
He was asking the Willow expert.
Actually, if the English pronunciation, it's just the second W is silent.
Oh, okay.
Willow, not Willow. I actually saw Warwick Davis at an ATM in London once. It was awesome.
That is awesome.
Oh, ace-queen versus ace-queen here.
You wonder why there's one lower to the ground some places.
The under-the-gun +1 raise from Azai, and now Glovny with the decision in the small blind.
Did you ask him for a picture?
I don't bother people when I see them.
Ah, come on, life is short.
Can we kill him? Can we just cut his feed?
That's a great TV series, actually.
Good guidance from Alex. It's pronounced Warwick like Warwick University, not Warwick like Dion Warwick.
Oh, there you go.
There we
Which
go.
is what I said.
Yeah, but that was a more fun way of explaining it.
It was a good way of explaining it. Thank you, Alex. You made a useful contribution. Wish I could say that for the rest of you.
Straight draw here for Kim. Gonna go for it?
Nah.
Well, no, it's I see Kim reaching for nah, you're right. Ah, you're always right, James.
Riv.
Barry Greenstein.
Barry.
And if this gets checked to showdown, Griffin, you get to make your debut on the Prague stream with the performance.
Yeah, been waiting all day for that.
Kim, don't ruin it.
Well, I don't really think he could. Oh, he's gonna try. Wait, did he just overbet the pot?
Did he say 750?
Yeah, barely, I think. This is an ambitious bluff.
Boy.
You got to expect your opponents to have aces here based off the action check down.
Oh.
So, but go big or go home.
Boy.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I'm glad he's going to maybe prove me wrong.
Time bank card being played by Rezai.
What's interesting, actually, is that if we do see a call from Rezai, it actually gives a better price to Glovney to call as well. So we might still be singing. You know, you're going to expect Rezai to be thinking with ace jack, ace 10, ace 9, you know, pretty much any ace. And you got a big one with ace queen.
That is Armin Rezai's last time bank card. He calls, and now what does Glovney do? If he calls as well, it will be a chop. Otherwise, the entire pot goes to Rezai.
It's so hard to overcall here, isn't it, Griff?
I mean, like I said, I think it's a bit easier, you know, in a way, just because you're getting such a better price.
Oh, okay.
You know, you're expecting Rezai to call with all that hesitation, check down to the river, right? So I don't really think that if I'm in Glovney's seat, I don't really think Rezai has something like 2 pair. Probably just has an ace. So it's a matter of, do I think Kim is bluffing, but does fold.
Oh, how sick is Glovney feeling now?
Can we sing anyway?
Pretty sick.
No, Griffin. Them's the rules. Rezai now close to a 50 big blind stack.
I give you tomorrow birthday. I give you tomorrow birthday.
I like the idea from Kim, but maybe really go for it. Pot size, I don't think is, if you really want to try to bluff off some aces there, just make it 1.2 million.
And same, he too. Never give up. Nice call.
Never give up. Big heart.
That a little bit. Never give up. Nice call.
Oddly, a big heart would have been a better hand to bluff with. Just kidding, that probably wasn't relevant. Would have been cool, though, if it was.
Action folded to the button. Glovney with king 5.
2 million, 4 point. 2.4 million. 2.4 million, yeah.
So now it's blind v blind. Kim in the small. With Jack 8 offsuit. And Cortezi in the big with queen 5. Kim has completed. And Cortezi checks his option. The flop is 8-5-5. Trips for Cortezi. Kim has paired his 8 and bets very quickly.
Big trouble here for Kim.
And
just 24 big blinds effective.
It's 125k into 300k.
Griffin, what kinds of hands call here that you are happy about?
A lot, actually.
Okay.
Some worse 8s, a lot of 6-7, 6-9. You're not thrilled about this turn card, that's for sure. And I think that's going to be the saving grace for Kim. Something like a deuce on the turn, we might see a lot of fireworks. Now, there are also hands like 4-7 and 4-6, which would call this bet on the flop and then turn it into a bluff on the turn. So I don't expect Kim to get out of here.
Well, I mean, this is more than, this is like a 3/4 of a Kim stack.
No, it's only 175,000.
Oh, sorry. My fault.
Makes the
Yeah, I
call.
think Cortezi could have afforded to be a bit greedier here, but
Yeah, well, we go to the river, which is the 10 of hearts. Kim checks again. How big is Cortezi going on the river? 900k in the middle. And the Italian doesn't go huge. 275. But it's still a decent chunk of what Kim's got behind. If he calls here, he'll
really
have fewer than
beating
20
much.
bigs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He makes the call, sees that he is behind and is now playing 18 big blinds.
Cortezi. Last level, this level. Really putting on a show. Hitting hands, getting paid.
That's what he does. It's his thing. Yes, Gabion Kim was chip leader at one stage, but not today. In addition to coming 9th in the main event in 2019, he also won a 2K deep stack at that Prague festival. And just last week, when Sam Grafton won the 10K high roller, it was Gabion Kim who came 6th in that event.
What a little run. Pretty impressive no matter what happens.
So we've had an under the gun +1 open from turn Mulder with the snowmen's num num.
Nom nom.
We've only seen one of Kim's cards, which is the Queen of Clubs.
Yo Gabba Gabba.
And if we do see an all-in for these 18 blinds, we can assume it is ace queen, king queen, and of course 2 queens.
Queen queen.
Maybe queen jack suited even, expecting, you know, Mulder having a lot of raise folds.
So fresh and so queen.
So fresh and so queen, queen, queen. The Kim of Queen again.
1,830,000.
What about 8s, Griffin?
I think we should probably expect a call.
No, he's
But
folded.
actually, a quick fold. Okay. Well, under the gun +1. It is representing half your stack. Doesn't want to risk it there. So many ICM considerations with these stacks under 3 million.
I don't know, Nikki. I'm not sure jacks would have folded there. And that's me being nice.
Yeah, I mean, when you get that wide shot of the table, you see how far away Mulder and Kim are, and that's effectively a very early position open, and then a 18 big blind shove on the button. Eights really do shrink up.
Shrink up from spending too much time in the prize pool. Cortezi, pocket tens, strong.
Limping!
Another limp.
I don't know if we've seen Cortezi raise any hands on this final
Certainly
table.
balanced.
A limp meta.
Do you think the Wizards are going to analyze day 5 here today and see what they think about this? Are people going to consider this sort of style a little more often?
I think it's a strategy that has been definitely explored by the Wizards already. I mean, Cortezi playing a relatively tight style. I mean, we saw some pretty tight folds in certain spots. I remember seeing sort of an ace, I think it was an ace-5 suited fold to the cutoff, a jack-9 suited fold in middle position. So Alexandritis just balancing with pretty strong hands, just trying not to get 3-bet in certain spots. And look, has now created a situation with 2 hands that would have folded pre-flop. Alexandritis now betting for, block value with the 7-5 that might have folded pre-flop.
Right, a situation that's going to pay off. Assuming the board runs out the way it's supposed to. Oh, sorry. Never mind. The hand is over. Cortezi, chip leader. Just about 8 million. There you go, expect. This is fantastic commentary here. Perhaps the best commentary I've ever seen in any sporting event in my life. Thank you, commentators. Yeah, I'm down with that becoming a copy pasta. Like I said, can only take a small portion of the, well, I'll take most of the credit, actually, now that you mention it. Well, everyone is saying, oh, you guys. That is not quite correct. Pokaru, who says Andrea Cortezi, best live cash, 4,000 USD. He's had his results stricken from the internet. This person
stricken from the record.
Yeah, this person is no slouch. Definitely gone deep in multiple events.
Now, do we see a raise from the ace-jack or a limp? We see a limp.
Another limp from ace-jack. I wonder how many times this has to not work out for you versus work out for you before you're like, all right, I'm not doing that anymore. So far, it's been mostly work out. Very similar situation to the last hand. Except this time, Mulder flops pretty hard. Or the big blind, I should say. Pair of fours with a 3, 4, 5, 6. Checks around. Turn card. Another 4 trips for Mulder. Everyone else drawing deed.
Yes, indeed.
I'd like to remind DZ, if you're going to do a bad lookalike, it cannot be someone else in poker. Thank you for your comment.
Very small bet here. Almost surprised to see Cortezi fold there. Could just be up against a 5 or a 3. Ace Jack could be live. So, good fold.
Hey, Griffin, I'll let you handle this question from Mads Mardigan. Is this live?
So good of you to ask, greatest swordsman in the world. It is not live. It is on a delay.
We consider it to be live, though, Griffin. It's as close to live as we can make it when you consider that we have to protect the integrity of the game.
Yeah,
we are
live at
speaking
the
to the
event.
audience live.
The chat is live.
Exactly.
Yes.
The picture is delayed by 30 minutes, but as far as the broadcast is concerned, as far as the commentary is concerned, as far as the interaction with the audience is concerned, it's live.
See, now that's an answer. Why did you ask me, Joe? James got that nailed.
I asked you because the guy's name was Mads Mardigan, and you've been talking about Willow non-stop.
You are my sun, my moon, my starlit sky.
I watched Willow fairly recently, like in the last 5 years, and still rather enjoyed it.
Damn right.
Blind on blind. Look at Mulder ripping off Cortezi's strategy. way to bite off Cortezi, biter. Caminita with the nut low.
Bizet asks, why can't players keep their phones on them if there's a 30-minute delay? The first thing to say is that we are incredibly confident in the security measures we have in place, but there's nothing wrong with belt and braces. Mulder now has a lock on this.
I thought we just took their phones because we want them to be in the moment.
Yeah.
My screen time percentage would take such a hit if I made a final table. I wouldn't know what to do. 7, 8, 9, 10, jack.
Doesn't matter.
That's not a thing?
Doesn't matter. Caminita couldn't win after the turn.
Only one way to win for Caminita, but hasn't really shown any interest in this pot. So you're just kind of stone repping a 10 if you decide to bet. You wouldn't really value bet a jack. You would have bet a queen by now. But you do have the nut low in your range, and your opponent hasn't shown any aggression. So maybe it's worth firing out 200,000 and trying to fold out an 8 or a 5.
Ooh, 2-2-5. Let's see if Mulder can find the hero call.
You know, and it doesn't always have to be a 10, but makes the call.
So Mulder wins a pot, has not had a great level, and that is an understatement. But finishes this session with just over 5 million. The players are going to go on break. We did play through an entire 90 minutes without losing a single player. That means we're going to take a 30-minute break and come back and continue to try and get down to 6 tonight. The shortest stack is Gabyon Kim with 19 big blinds. Griffin, you're going to stick around. You get a 30-minute hiatus, but we'll get more analysis from you as we continue the action here from Prague on the penultimate day of the main event on the European Poker Tour. See you in 30 minutes. Back at our main TV table. Action's been folded to Philip Gruesome. He'll give up the 3 deuce. Robert Heidorn folds. 10-5 for Jan Heitmann. That'll go in the muck. Andreas Kaufeld also has garbage. So action on Max Lemansky. Jack King of Diamonds.
You know, now that I think about it, Lemansky's little photo there bears a striking resemblance to Austin Powers.
Behave.
Speaking of behaving, Lemansky is just limped. Odd.
16. 1-6.
Barry Greenstein with Jack 3 suited on the button is raising, makes it 1600.
Barry's attacking that weak play. Stashko has finally got a pair.
And he lets it go.
Seemed like a pretty nice spot for a squeeze, but what do I know? I can see the whole cards.
And Tommy Nord will give up the big blind. So back on Lemansky.
This was a pretty weird spot to limp to begin with, but if the button decides to attack you, I don't think you can just fold it.
Lemansky does make the call. Let's see a flop. Eight, 8-6. Ha! Stashko would have flopped a full house.
That awkward moment where you realize you would have flopped a boat. I'm pretty sure if Monkey C-bet, Monkey do win this pot, and we all know what Barry's going to do.
Greenstein continues the bluff, makes it 2,200.
Assume Lemansky's going to fold any second. His reaching for chips is all right. If Lemansky's floating, he probably does have a decent shot at getting Barry off Jack High.
9 of clubs on the turn.
So all kinds of stuff just came in. If Barry had any kind of hand, Lemansky would have a hard time repping anything since A, he limped pre-flop, and B, big draws are going to raise that flop pretty often. Luckily for him, Barry's got just Jack High.
Lemansky bets 4,325.
Now Barry hasn't insta-folded, so we're looking at a rare Hollywood from Greenstein.
Maybe Barry has a plan. The plan is to call?
What? Now Barry's floating him. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of lost here.
Interesting to see how this plays out on the river, which pairs the board again. Lemansky's hand is good, 8s and 9s with a king kicker.
He probably thinks his only shot to win this hand is to bet at it, and usually he'd be right.
He's counting out the bet. 7,600.
This is a fairly small bet relative to the size of the pot.
And look at that, Barry raises to 20K.
Barry is bluffing this river like a boss. It's a great bluff based on a great read. Lemansky limp called pre, called the flop, then led the turn, made a tiny bet on the river. His line makes less sense than the plot to Battleship.
Lemansky mulling it over and then letting it go. Barry takes it down. A pot of nearly 45,000. Barry adding nearly 17K to his stack.
Obviously quads over quads, but he got away.
Poker legend Barry Greenstein, everybody.
And there are 2 clubs on the flop. Helm checks to Andersen. Bets 40k with just queen high. And here is Helm raising with his flush draw.
Sure, as played. You're going to be in there with 9-5 and flop a flush draw.
I mean, this is clearly where all the money goes in, right?
I'm going to raise.
Oh, wow. I think the money is all going to go in here. I mean, you just don't see this anymore.
No.
This is awesome.
Raising to 280,000.
Makes it 280k total with queen high, which is actually the best hand right now.
$160 to call. 160 to call. Call.
And Hill
Oh boy.
just calls on the come, as Joe would say.
280,000 times 2.
Weird hand alert.
50,000 in the middle. Turn card.
More than 600k in the middle.
6. Plus space.
And now Helm has a gut shot to go with his flush draw.
If he goes 6-7, that would just be incredible. But I don't know that we're going to get there.
Matt says all in.
And Andersen shoves on Helm. I'm retracting the weird hand alert, and I'm actually going to replace it with the amazing hand alert.
Yeah, this is crazy.
And Philip folds.
Oh, Helm folds his draw. Andersen did officially have the best hand with queen high.
You can see the equities are very close, though. So, hey, getting a fold there. Plus, in your mind, you think he folded out much better.
Yes.
I would tell him I folded a 3.
Oh, this is ace versus ace, and this could be a, yeah. All in from Scarevold, called by Andersen, and Scarevold is the at-risk player, and he is behind.
Domination Nation. Dispatcher Farva out in front.
King 9-4, all hearts. Scarevold does have the 10 of hearts.
Can he fade all those hearts?
Andersen pairs his queen. Don't celebrate prematurely. Your opponent still has a flush draw.
I mean, it's a red card that isn't a heart, I think is the only acceptable celebration there.
No heart on the river, and that will see Mads Andersen take it down. Edgar Scarevold is the runner-up for around $220,000, more than 400k US for Mads Andersen, the winner of the Copenhagen leg of Season 2 of the European Poker Tour. This event played back in January of 2006. Blinds up already, 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Action folded to Fiorini. Queen 9. The Italian will pass. Pocket 10s for Big Toro.
Ooh, and they're red.
How much is he going to make it? That's 335,000. Then Morguri will fold. Andreas Christoforo's got ace-jack.
Looks like we're going to be racing.
He starts the hand with just over 10 big blinds.
He can't fold and he can't call.
He is all in. Whoa there, pocket jacks for Kimokoko.
How much? This is all going in.
I'm all in.
He reshoves for just shy of 3 million.
Anybody else want to pick up a huge hand?
Sormanen is in the big blind. He folds. It's back on Nielsen. What does he do here with 10s?
Definite fold. It's one you might give some extra thought to because of the severity of the situation, but this fold is easier than movie theater trivia.
Come on, Big Toro. He passes. So Christoforo is at risk. And he only has one live card.
Don't say what you had, please, please.
I respect, and hopefully K-Dog does too.
But slowly, yes.
Αυτό βαλεύεις.
Rude.
They are calling for an ace. Clubs, of course, work for him as well.
Oh, it was an ace.
He flops a gut shot. Nielsen would have flopped a set.
Ew.
Jack still lead. Christoforo drawing to an ace or a king. He's got 7 outs. 4 on the turn. Same outs with one more chance to hit. The river card is a 3. We lose Andreas Christoforo.
Ace queen.
He is our 8th place finisher here at EPT Barcelona. Action folded around to Tom Middleton. 6-4 offsuit in the cutoff. And he raises to 320,000.
Wants to work the pressure with the big stack.
Agu folds the button. Luca Fiorini in the small blind has Middleton dominated with ace-6, but he folds. Creston Nielsen, 8-9 in the big.
Big Toro, big blind. You don't mess with the Toro in Barcelona, this is his town.
He calls. Heads up to the flop.
Both these guys have hands it's pretty tough to be excited about.
Queen 10 deuce, that's a gut shot for Nielsen. Nada for Middleton.
9-8 can't be loving this flop. He's drawing to like third pair and his gut shot isn't even to the nuts.
Nielsen checks. Middleton makes a continuation bet of 400,000.
Now, I'm not saying Creston has to fold here, but since your hand's not always going to be good when you hit it, why not put in a little bloop raise, a little bloop in there?
Instead he calls.
Well, you know, Big Toro does what Big Toro wants.
More than 1.6 million in the middle. 7 of clubs on the turn. Nielsen improves. He's now open-ended, and he has a flush draw.
8 high flush draw. Not sure how I'd feel about that. I know I'd rather hit the 6.
Nielsen checks a second time. Middleton doesn't barrel. He checks behind. 5 of clubs on the river. Nielsen has a flush.
Again, an 8 high flush.
He checks a third time.
I'd say there's a good chance Tom bluffs this. It's hard for your opponent to call without a big club on this board. And he likely knows if he checks his equity is going to be lower than the inhibitions at a company Christmas party.
Call. Wow! A bet of 800,000 and an insta-call from Nielsen.
That call is faster than the one you make when the delivery guy forgets your rice. I think Big Toro's been drinking a little too much of the red Toro, if you know what I mean.
Middy's down to 7.4 million. Nielsen up to 8.4. So we're 6-handed. And it's time to play a hand from Tom Middleton's perspective as we sweat with Tom.
Tell me he's in Middleton position.
I can't because he's in the small blind.
Nah, close enough.
Action. Folded around to Pasi Sormanen. The fins on the button.
and folds. So it's a blind-on-blind confrontation. Middleton with 5-4 offsuit in the small.
Well, I think this hand's a little too weak to limp the small blind.
He does limp.
Unless we think the big blind is almost never raising.
Luca Fiorini looks at his cards and checks his option.
Fiorini does play pretty tight, but in general, I do prefer a raise there.
It's an 8-7 deuce flop. That's a gut shot for Midi.
We were probably going to bet this flop no matter what, so the fact that we flopped a gutter ball is just bonus.
250,000.
Like to bet.
Fiorini not going anywhere. He calls.
Yeah, now depending on the turn, maybe we just give this up.
The turn card is the king of spades.
This is actually kind of a sweet card to double barrel.
While Middleton slows down, he checks.
Fiorini seems like someone we could have maybe bluffed off if we had bet this turn, unless he's super strong.
He takes over the betting. 430,000.
Okay, so this is when I tap out. Just raise the white flag and fold. Guy doesn't strike me as the type to run big bluffs on scary turn cards, and subsequently not the type to make big folds here. I do not approve of this.
The green and black chips are worth 100,000 each. Tom Middleton check raises to 1,150,000.
Hit the hole is here, and he's having more fun than ever before. He loves the game, and he loves Bryn Kenny.
Fiorini calls.
Okay, yeah, it's not looking good here for the Mormon soldier, or us.
The river is another king, pairing the board.
First of all, I think we're cooked. Second of all, I think this is not a good card to bluff. Third of all, if we were gonna run a bluff, I would have preferred bet the turn, bet the river, instead of the check raise on the turn.
Middleton has bet 650,000.
Yeah, and bluffing for that amount is like trying to throw a bucket of water on a volcano.
Fiorini calls.
Oop. You win. You win.
Middleton mucks. Fiorini shows ace deuce. He called him down with a pair of deuces.
Wow, that bluff got snapped off like the head of a post-coital praying mantis.
Fiorini up to 9.4 million. That's not junk. Aces for Nielsen. He's counting out a raise.
Raise.
He makes it 435,000 from the cutoff. Queen Jack for Kimo Coco in the small blind.
And while he's got 4.4 million, that's sadly only 22 big blinds.
All in.
He shoves! Sormanen in the big blind.
I'm surprised Creston's containing himself over there.
King 8, he'll fold that. Nielsen's calling faux show.
I call.
Eventually.
I'm gonna rule that not so much a slow roll as a big moment roll.
Someone disagrees with you. I just heard a Finn say slow roll.
Yeah, the Finns also think these hats are a good idea. They didn't work out last year, and they're not doing so hot this year either. Bad juju.
Kirko at risk and way behind. Big Toro stack about to get even bigger. Let's see a flop. Queen 9-8. That does give Kirko some hope. He's got 9 outs.
Oh, now he wants it quiet.
A queen for trips. A jack for 2 pair. A 10 for a straight. It's a 3 on the turn.
You guys, he said shh.
Kirko is a 76% favorite to go out in 5th. But he gets there on the river again!
Huge double up.
Aces cracked.
And is there an audio problem? Because this place is silent.
Blinds 120,000, 240,000 with a 30k ante. Luca Fiorini. Ace Jack.
Well, four-handed, this is pretty dang strong.
He starts the hand with 6.4 million. He raises to 625,000. Fold it around to Tom Middleton in the big blinds. Pocket queens.
You know those ladies are saying, boy, aren't you glad you didn't take that deal? You guys shut up for a second, I got a hand.
He's going for the big chips. 3-bet coming.
Okay, I'm only in. I call.
Fiorini shoves and Middleton calls.
Four-handed, there was really no other way this could go. And high-variance situations like this are the exact reason why a talented player would make a deal until he backs out.
Fiorini looking for an ace. It's a 10-9-4 flop. He's set to depart unless he hits one of his 3 outs on the turn or river. It's a queen on the turn. Yes, it's a set for Middleton.
Good card for you.
But it gives Fiorini a straight draw.
A quarter of the crowd thought that was a good card for Fiorini. The other 3/4 thought it was a good card for Tom. 100% of the crowd shouted for nearly no reason.
He's looking for a king or an 8. It's a 9, a full house for Middleton. Fiorini is out in 4th place.
So far, Middleton and Israel are loving the fact that they did not take that deal.
Please, guys, a little bit of sensitivity for Luca Fiorini. Blind still 122.40. Middleton on the button, folds. Preston Nielsen in the small blind.
Race.
King 8 of diamonds. And he makes it 480,000.
Preston should probably raise a little bigger small to big. Chemo's gonna call with all but his absolutely worst hands. Can make it more, or just limping's cool too.
7-4 suited, far from unplayable. Kurko defends, and we go heads up to the flop.
Happy to see a flop for cheap with that hand.
Wow, flop better, Chemo.
Ruh-roh. Despite the fact that he's drawing deader than the crew of the Black Pearl, I do like a bet here.
Nielsen continues with top pair. How is Kurko gonna play his straight?
He should probably just call here. No reason to blow out so many hands that are drawing deader than the crew of the Black Pearl.
Looks like he's raising.
That's a big stack of greens.
1.41 million.
How much?
Kurko's very lucky he's up against a hand as strong as top pair. I assume Big Toro is calling at least one more street.
Hang on a sec.
Raise.
He re-raises. Nielsen 3-bets to over 3 million.
No. There's no reason to play a gigantic pot out of position with just top pair and not even top kicker. This raise is only ever getting called by hands that are kicking you around like Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse. I think the only bigger mistake that can be made on this hand is if Chemo folds.
All in.
He shoves.
I call.
And Nielsen calls.
And once he 3-bet, Creston definitely had to call the all-in. He's not drawing totally dead.
Straight.
He's drawing pretty thin. Kurko's a 91% favorite.
This happens sometimes when you win too many hands. You think you're invincible.
Oh, Big Toro picks up outs. An 8 or a 5 would see him double up.
Maybe he is invincible.
The river card is a queen. Big Toro is terminated.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, man. Sorry about the deal.
This town's been pretty good to bulls of late. They banned bullfighting in 2012, and in 2013, Preston the Killer, a.k.a. Big Toro, gored his way into 3rd place in the EPT, and into our hearts.
7-3 suited for Chemo on the button, and he just limps. Middleton checks his option with Jack 8.
I know it sounds weird, but with how deep they are, Chemo probably should have raised.
6 tray deuce. Kurko with a pair.
Not a bad flop for 7 tray.
Middleton leads, betting 600,000.
Probably just a good spot to call with middle pair, see what happens.
Chemo calls. Better part of 1.9 million in the middle. 6 of hearts on the turn. Middleton picks up a flush draw.
That's a good/bad turn card for Chemo.
Middleton now checks.
He's probably gonna have the best hand a lot, especially after Tom checks, but it's hard to get called by a worse hand.
Chemo checks behind. King of hearts, that's the flush for Midi.
Let's see if he's got the wherewithal to value bet it.
Once again, he goes for max value, betting 2 million.
Boy, he knows exactly where he's at and has made a great value bet. At this point for Chemo, this is an easy fold.
Once again, Kurko calls.
That's round trip tickets to value dice for Chemo Kurko. Hurts the stack and it's got to hurt the will.
Tom Middleton now with a huge chip advantage over Chemo Kurko. We have never hit this blind level before on the EPT. 200,000, 400,000 with a 50K ante.
That's over 10 times the starting stack for the big blind. Crazy.
Chemo Kurko raises his button with ace-4 offsuit. Pocket fives for Tom Middleton.
Stacks are a little deep for Tom to 3-bet, call it off at 2-5, so maybe he just calls here. Nope.
That is a 3-bet to 2 million.
And I think Kurko could go either way here, and by either way I mean fold or shove. Tom has left himself room to fold to a shove, and if Chemo thinks that'll happen a certain amount of the time, he could easily stick it in.
He does shove. And Middleton calls.
Loose call by Middleton. I think he's really lucky to be up against ace-4.
Tom Middleton is a 70% favorite to win the EPT Barcelona main event on this hand.
That's about as big a favorite as you can be.
Chemo Kurko looking for an ace. It's a 10-7-6 flop. Fives holding for now.
Not a particularly dicey flop for fives.
The Finn's looking for an ace. It doesn't come on the turn. It has to come on the river, or we have a champion here in Spain. 3 outs for the Finn. That is not one of them, which means Tom takes the title.
Middleton is on Toppleton.
He was the chip leader at the start of day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6 at the start of the final table, and now he is an EPT winner, joining his friends Jake Cody and Toby Lewis in that elite circle.
Also, let's not forget, good game, Chemo Kurko, but it's time for Hit the Hole to hit the bar.
Oh, he loved the game, and he loved Bryn Kenny. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 5 of the EPT main event continues here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. We are still at 7 players and have been for some time. We played through the last 90-minute level without losing a single player. When we do have our next elimination, we'll be done for the day. The final 6 will bag and tag, and they will come back for day 6, when they will play down to a champion. These are the 7 players we're watching on the main stage. Andrea Cortezi from Italy is the chip leader right now with 65 bigs. Couple of shortish stacks. The other Italian, Dimitrio Caminita, and Gab Yong Kim, who was the 9th place finisher last time we ran this tournament in December of 2019. Blinds going to 60,000, 120,000 with a 120k big blind ante. I'm James Hartigan, he's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And that bearded chap across the water in Montreal is Griffin Benger.
Hey, everyone.
Obviously, a lot of people are going to be shocked, Griff, to see that Tun Mulder is no longer chip leader and is now middle of the pack. I mean, it's not panic mode. 42 bigs, perfectly playable. But I guess it's tough psychologically when you've been in the #1 position for so long, when you've had such a huge advantage over your opponents, to suddenly not have that weapon anymore.
Yeah, and it would be a complete, you know, not to mince words, disaster to finish, you know, worse than top 3 when you come into a final table like this. So, and it's very possible that, you know, not even top 5 at this stage. You lose one all in against one of those 20 big blind stacks. Suddenly you're the short stack, and then you're just one pot away from being eliminated. So, Mulder definitely needs to keep his cool, recognize it's not his table anymore. And hopefully, for his sake, hang in there and find a way back into that top 3, top 5.
So the winner's trophy and the first prize of more than €1 million will be presented tomorrow. Make sure you join us at 12:30 Central European Time for the final day of the final table of this EPT Prague main event. Not sure how much more action we're going to see today, how long it'll take to get down to 6. Should say, by the way, caveat, if we play to the end of this level and still have 7 players, we'll come back with 7 tomorrow. We're not going to play more than this level today.
Yeah, and I think as, you know, sort of passive observers of what's happening here, we kind of, our emotions over the course of this tournament don't change very much. We're still us.
Yeah.
These folks, their lives are changing, right before our very eyes. And so the sort of lull in play that we just saw in the last level is perfectly understandable for them. This is huge. This is absolutely massive. Right now there's 6 people standing between you and €1 million.
Yeah.
So the fact that things have kind of taken a weird turn and not necessarily the most exciting one, that's only for us. For them, this is heart pounding. Every single decision is worth tens, if not hundreds of thousands in equity.
So we've had a raise from Jack 10 from Armin Rezai, and Grzegorz Glovny in the big blind is going to defend. Joe, you can see my screen, so you know this isn't a bit.
Okay.
Charlie F on YouTube says, "Tell Joe Stapleton I love him."
Oh.
To which Nightbot responds, "Please keep the chat English only."
Love for Joe Stapleton is a foreign language.
So 7-7-5, and that means Jack High is ahead.
I would love for once in my life to be like, hey, Jack High's probably ahead here. I'm going to bet.
Rezai wins that one. An interesting observation by Alessandro, who tweets using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. The small blind is now 2 starting stacks. Crazy if you think about it that way, and a great accomplishment by all players getting this far, absolutely. When you're talking about a field of 1,190 and you make it into the top 7, that is a huge achievement. And that's why, Griffin, it feels so unfair that the money jumps now are so ludicrously big.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament, you don't start with that many chips relative to what we see here on the final table. And it is reflective of how much work it takes to get here. So much has had to have gone right for these players, as well as some surely excellent play, especially based off what we've seen today. You know, I mean, Mulder was really stealing the show for a lot of what was leading up to this final table. But since then, we've really seen what, you know, players like Alex are capable of. Sorry, I'm forgetting his name now. It's the long name, Alexandridis.
It's like 3 names, to be honest.
Glovny, yeah, exactly. Glovny. These guys are just playing great poker, and now that Mulder has had to kind of cool it.
25.
Caminita on the button.
225.
Raises to 225. Can't make a raise to 225. The blinds are 61-20. Min raise would be to 240.
Can you even min raise to 240 with the chips they have out there?
135,000 the c-bet from Caminita, the fold from Kim.
Caminita.
Well, Joe, you'll be pleased to know that you're now influencing the YouTube audience as well, as Bra TV asks, who are the commentators? And Mark Thompson responds, the commentators are the guys talking over the stream.
Thank you for your question. I'm not an influencer, by the way. I'm an under the influencer.
Charval says, I wish I had the opportunity to take a selfie with James and Joe. Make it to a live event. We'll make the time.
That is absolutely true. We don't always have the time to hang out for a long time. I can usually selfie, no problem. Can usually squeeze in a beer as long as it's a time that I can choose. James oftentimes does not want his time eaten up by those sorts of things until I'm doing it, and then he's like, I want to go. So you usually get both of us for the price of one.
It's a twofer.
Cortezi facing this raise from Mulder. Quite a loose open from Mulder. Just can't really resist. Maybe recognizing, the two players to his left aren't giving too much, 3-bet resistance. And Cortezi almost confused in the big blind, wanting to limp, but has to call a raise.
Ace, 4, tray, 2 spades, 1 club. Both players with 3 to a flush. 1 player with king high. 1 player with a gut shot. A whole lot of hope for turning some equity.
Yeah, it might be tough to continue for Cortezi with the best hand here. You do have the king of spades in your hand. If this was a button raise or even a cutoff raise, you might consider peeling off here, thinking you're going to be good enough a percentage of the time. This is a pretty small bet, though, so I would like to see Cortezi continue. Again, you have to consider that Mulder's going to be betting here with hands like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, too, for sort of blocking and a little bit of value from worse hands that can call like King Jack. So you want to realize that equity as well, especially with that backdoor spade. So put the chips in there.
Put them in, move them out, shape them up, turn the card.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. Cortezi now better than a 4-1 favorite.
And actually a great card for Cortezi because I think there are a lot of turn cards that Mulder would have been inclined to keep barreling on. We're talking about, a club, maybe a 7 or a 6, or even another dry card. But with this ace, it's a bit tough. You're repping so thin, you might just be up against an ace. Cortezi is going to call in the blinds with so many ace X's. Does make it less likely Cortezi has an ace because now there's 2 out there. So we'll see what Mulder decides to do. Bluffing has not been going well on this final table, so that's why we see the passive check.
On the board, bricks out for turn Mulder. Cortezi has the best hand with king high.
Time to get back to the DeLorean. Oh.
A bet of 280,000 and a fold from Mulder. Cortezi consolidating his chip lead, moves over the 8 million mark now.
It's one way to make sure you don't have to hero call.
David Lewin, we acknowledge you, and I'm sorry your wife isn't happy that you're still watching the stream.
I think it's hilarious your wife's mad at you. having a wife.
Two Peak asks, do they look at Twitch chat at all? No. Thank you for your question.
Floker Lal asks, anyone can enter the tournament or there are certain requirements? There is one requirement. Money.
That'd be true. Of course, satelliting in is an option.
Also costs money.
Free buys. You can satellite in via a free buy.
Difficult, but possible.
Improbable is not the same as impossible. A perfect opportunity, by the way, to promote the fact that satellites are running now for the next EPT, which will be in Monte Carlo at the end of April.
What about for Scoop? Satellites for Scoop yet?
I don't believe so. We've just got the dates out there at the moment.
Okay.
The full schedule and satellites will be announced in the future. You can still satellite for the Sunday Million. Big 16th anniversary event happening this weekend. 10 million guaranteed. Do it! Even Griffin might come out of retirement for that one. Oh no, you've got a prior engagement, right? Haven't you organised something for Sunday?
Yeah, my parents are in town visiting. It's a bit tricky on that one. Parents.
Mulder folding under the gun. By the way, the redraw that they did when they got to 9 is the final redraw of the tournament. So they will have the same seating assignments when they come back tomorrow.
Limp it, limp it, limp it.
Limp. I thought we were doing one more.
Yeah, that was badly coordinated, guys. All redraws are random. Yeah, never based on stack size.
If you're playing somewhere that's basing it on stack size, you need to change that pronto. Either how they do it or where you play. Do you remember you used to play in a home game where they would just raise the blinds every time someone would get knocked out?
Oh, yeah. Ace Jack 8 with a couple of strawberries. Looking good for Alexandridis.
Now, still some opportunities here. If we somehow see this checked, and maybe a pair of 6s or 7s on the turn, but it's bet. No. Will we ever sing again, James? Joe?
One day, Griffin.
I think there's only been one today, right?
And it was very early on, and we were not warmed up for it.
No.
Pocket fours. Under the gun +1 for Glovny, and it's a raise to 250,000. Kim folds the Spraggy. Queen 8 for Cortezi. Thanks to Raksha for providing our viewers on Twitch with a link to the EPT rap if you want a musical performance. But we might about to have some big action on the main stage with Alexandridis picking up ace-king in the small blind.
Some big pre-flop action. Might end there.
Here comes the re-raise. The 3-bet is 675,000 with Mulder folding the big blind. The action is back on the original razor.
Pretty small sizing here, actually, considering the positions. Alexandridis in the small blind here, so out of position. Normally you'd see something in the realm of 3.5 to even over 4 times the big blind. So making it less than 3x, I think is going to get Glovny to continue here, and we're going to see a flop and a pretty fair fight.
It's a low flop, 5 deuce deuce. It favors the fours.
Yeah, pretty good flop for fours for not having a 4 on it, I mean.
Alexandridis naturally going to continue the story and also just protect against some worse hands that you don't want to give a free card to. You're going to expect to be ahead with ace-king a lot here. You'll get some calls from ace-queen, especially ace-queen suited, so that's why it's such a small size. It's not like you're targeting a hand like fours to fold. You're expecting those ones to call anyways, so that's why you want to make it nice and cheap.
350k each. A turn card, please, which is the queen of clubs. Fours still good.
Not a great card here for Alexandridis. The aforementioned ace-queen we talked about could be in the range here for Glovny, and then all those pocket pairs still ahead. So if we see another bet here, it's Alexandridis really trying to target those small pocket pairs and get them to fold, but it's probably going to have to be a significantly bigger bet than the small one we saw on the flop, something in the realm of 1 million, and it is 900k. And a really tough spot now for Glovny. You see how big the pot has been inflated, and that's even without the call. And that's why we see the fold. So nice bet from Alexandridis. So tricky, you know, we see the action and we see what the cards are and we just think, oh, come on, call one more with pocket fours. But you think about all the other hands that Alexandridis is going to have there with those 2 bets, aces, kings, queens, ace, queen, jacks, tens. It's just, it's too tough to continue now that the pot's getting so big. So really nice hand there from Alexandridis.
I had a different line in mind, but the queen came.
Ace-queen suited now for Glovny. Gurok asks, is this going to end today? Definitely not. The only question is whether we're going to come back with 6 or 7 players tomorrow. Playing out the end of this level, trying to get down to the final 6, but if there is no further elimination today, all 7 players will return for the 6th and final day.
Here we go. This is a hand.
Yeah, not a great one, but Alexandritis playing with a lot of confidence, does have position on Glovney, just won that nice pot. Gonna consider it, but of the offsuit variety against that range, I think you gotta let it go. Caminita really not loving this ace-3. I mean, oftentimes we'll just see a complete here facing your raise. Goes for the 3-bet, tries to just turns it into a bluff, targeting hands like, you know, king, queen, king, jack. Even ace-10, ace-jack is not going to be thrilled seeing this 3-bet. So Glovney, pardon me, a little too strong. But I don't mind the move from Caminita as opposed to completing the raise. Yeah, I don't see Glovney folding this hand. It's too strong, but it does feel like a trap to just shove in 3 million. Keep those worse hands in there and don't get coolered by the better ones pre-flop. Nice call here from Glovney.
Well, ace queen high still ahead. However, little wheel draw for Caminita.
Always nice when you're sort of compelled to continuation bet after 3-betting that you actually flop some equity, and also to a pretty disguised hand.
Yeah, quite a small bet here from Caminita, and that's because you're not really expecting to ever get raised on this board when your opponent just calls. Maybe sometimes Glovney's trapping, but probably not. So you're expecting to be able to just bet this small, get a lot of folds, and then sometimes if your opponent has 9s or 10s, will call, and then maybe you can, you know, turn a jack of spades and just shove it in there with your wheel and flush draw. But Glovney's got to continue with this. The backdoor clubs could still be good against that pre-flop bluff range.
Board pairs on the turn, and that brings a few opportunities as things stand. Glovney is 66% to win the pot outright.
About pot left, and this would be a very, very advanced shove here from Caminita. Expecting your opponent's going to have to fold hands like ace-queen, might even find big folds with 9s or 10s, but instead...
So hard.
Yeah, it's exceptionally difficult. I mean, Glovney could just have pocket kings and snap you off, and you think, why did I do that in bust 7th? So Caminita still has close to 20 big blinds. Going to hope to get that free card, which I think he's going to get a lot of the time.
Check, check. And there's a 5 on the river for the straight. Caminita gets there.
It's weird how much less hard it is to shove now.
Breaking down your opponent's range as Caminita, you're thinking, okay, has something like 9s, 10s, ace-queen, ace-jack. It's tough to expect a call from the ace-highs, and that's making up half of Glovney's range. More, because there's more aces and queens.
Okay, so we get the shove from Caminita, who had less than pot behind. And now Glovney in a tough spot, and I think he's used all of his time bank cards today, Griffin. He's got 30 seconds to decide whether to hero with ace-high.
I mean, the thing is, Caminita might have been willing to do this if he didn't hit the river, so that's where the consideration comes from. It's like, I think this guy was bluffing the whole time. This river doesn't really change much unless he has something like ace-3 or 6-3. But it's tough.
Folds on 0. And Caminita up now to 4.37 million.
Man, everybody's really had their moment since we've gotten down to 7-handed.
I mean, all of these players are in their own interesting ways, pretty excellent tournament poker players. You know, it's just been really, really fun to watch.
Play like 4, 4.1, 4.2.
Mulder keeping an eye on everyone's stack sizes. Kim is, I think, the low man at the table, right, with 1.85 million?
Yeah, certainly after that big pot.
No, 4.2.
I mean, the single most popular or single most frequently asked question right now is what happened to turn Mulder's stack? Unless you are literally brand new to poker, you surely must realize it is possible to lose hands. It's possible to lose chips.
Especially over the course of several hours.
Exactly. And we're not going to recount every single hand history of every single pot that he's lost. It's not like someone came in during the break and was like, you've got too many chips. We're taking 6 million off you.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have a pretty good memory with these things. I could probably go through almost all of the big hands that Mulder did lose, and a lot of them was just bad timing. You think about the 3-barrel bluff against the King 10 when the river made it third pair for the 9. You think about the jacks against aces for a 52 big blind pot. I mean, you know, he's gotten unlucky and he's had some bad timing, and that's going to happen when you're someone who plays as actively and aggressively as Tien Mulder.
Well, this is blind v blind, and it's these two again.
What they really want to hear, Griffin, is they want to hear there was a 5-way all-in.
Yep.
One person turned over a flush.
Yep.
One person turned over a full house. One person turned over a bigger full house. The next person turned over quads, and then finally, James Bond turned over a straight flush.
Yeah, a straight flush. Just catching up here on this this hand here, we see Glovney electing to make a big ISO of the limp from Caminita. This is kind of a bit of a standard play you'll see from really strong players. If they have a really, really no equity hand, they just try to raise pre-flop facing that limp to just get a limp fold. But then once your opponent calls, you kind of have to keep telling the story on certain board textures, especially one that's relatively dry as Jack 7-2. But of course, Caminita a bit too strong with that ace-8, ace of hearts. Does Glovney have more bullets in him?
I'm going to say, Joe, that is the second best Casino Royale reference of the week. The best one being Martin Cabral, a.k.a. the Czech Will Kassouf.
That was good. Okay, so I know this comes up regularly. No pair, no draw says the poker scene from Casino Royale was such a terrible portrayal of a legit poker game. The more I think about it, when M says to him, I hear you're a pretty good poker player, whatever, he is definitely a government agency's idea of a good poker player. Like, if
And
you
the
think
power
of
of aggression.
If you think of a bunch of rich fish playing in a poker game with no pros, it would absolutely go down like that. Of course they're clueless.
I would urge No Pair, No Draw to listen to the episode of the podcast we did last year, Joe, where we talk about Casino Royale in great detail, talk to the movie's poker consultant, and explain why we think that the representation of poker in the movie is not as bad as people think it is. Yes, Raz Prince, we talked to the guy who wrote that hand.
We agree that tipping the dealer in tournament chips is pretty bad.
Correct. Rezai with ace-10 under the gun +1.
He's your thing.
It's open to 250,000. A better ace, ace-jack for Simeon Alexandridis. Gab-Yon Kim's got queens in the big blind.
Griffin?
The Kim of Queens does it again.
He is all in. Question, does he get called by either of the other two players? I guess Rezai has to fold, but what about Alexandridis? Snap calls.
Oh, yeah,
So Kim at risk, but he is ahead.
이기고 있어. 에이스 잭 때 퀸스야. 나 파켓 퀸.
I think I know what he's saying.
Sweet translation.
The Kim crowd calling for a queen.
Griffin's joke was the Kim of Queens. Mine's Korean barbecues.
I prefer Griffin's.
I mean, mine was pretty top flight, let's be honest.
Okay.
Letting him know he folded a queen. Bad form.
Strawberries are good.
12 shot, 12.
Can someone ban the guy that said the Kim's Gambit on Twitch?
I'm just going to say, guys, don't call for cards when you're ahead. It's kind of a thing.
She just wants to win.
Yeah, let her win.
3 for the chop.
Give us a song.
Oh,
no, but it's a 3 of hearts.
Not that 3.
Yeah, it is a 3, but it's a 3 of hearts. So it's the queen high flush for Gab-Yon Kim, and he is going to double up.
At least Alexandridis gets to go, I was straight over flush. I told you, everybody, since we got to 7-handed, has had their moment.
It is a real final table.
Donna.
Cortezi and Alexandridis still on top. Cloney not far behind.
Wow, he's a flat.
Mulder dead center.
FF King flow.
Kim doubles up, but just barely squeaks out of last place.
Yeah, since this new level, the short stacks pretty much both effectively doubling up. So I don't think you're gonna make it home in time for dinner, James.
I've eaten already.
Also, you're in Prague.
Hey Pneumonia asking, any poker-based movies or with poker scenes you can recommend? I recommend you listen to our podcast, Poker in the Ears. We do poker-based movies all the time. You can follow along, watch the movie, listen to the episode, see if you agree, disagree. Trying to... Uh-oh. Caminate to raising the cutoff. Yeah.
I just wish there was like a, you know, like a modern day poker movie with starring like, you know, an incredible actor in his prime with like a really intelligent sort of, you know, consultant that could really get it right.
800.
If only it existed.
I appreciate that, Griffin. I would not recommend the card counters to someone looking for a poker movie. Unfortunately, there is a poker hand
Why
in
not?
it.
We're turning kings into bluffs and stuff. That was the best part of the movie. The poker.
The one hand I wrote that made it. There's the 3-bet from Kim. He's got 3-betting chips now.
And the timing looks to be pretty good.
No issues picking up this pot right now.
Best poker action is in time with Justin Timberlake.
Oh man, I mean,
Life on the line.
That's one we should do, Joe. As far as really bad poker scenes and films are concerned, that might be one of the worst ever.
How much time can we squeeze out of it?
Mississippi Grind is a good one.
Really good. Really great poker movie. And a legit poker movie.
The Cowboys. The Peter Jacksons.
Oh, that Peter Jackson, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it went all corporate there for a second.
There's only one King Kong in my book, and it's the 1981 version with Kurt Russell.
Jessica Lange as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I watched that many times as a kid, but I haven't watched it in years. I should rewatch that.
Defandus says, you mentioned earlier that saying he folded a queen was bad form. Why is that if it's heads up and there's no more action? Well, it's not heads up.
This could take a while.
It's not against the rules. It doesn't affect anything. It's just bad form, like, just don't say anything.
Could take long
Yeah, it's just bad etiquette to say you folded certain cards. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if someone had said to Alex Andritis, like, yeah, I folded an ace. Another person, oh, I folded an ace too. And then you go from having 3 outs to 1. It's just kind of no fun.
Well, it's even worse if you say and then the out hits anyway.
Yeah. Or on the way out, letting the guy know, be like, dude, that was so sick. I folded a 6 too. Like, when you lose 6s to aces or something and it comes, it's just no bueno.
Action folds around to Kim with queens again.
Come on. Hey,
What?
the Kevin James of the EPT.
In the world, the Kim of queens. Mr. Falcon asks, anyone seen Molly's Game? Interesting poker movie. We had one of the stars of Molly's Game on our podcast, Michael Cera.
And the movie's writer-director, Aaron Sorkin.
Boom!
You have time bank.
Yeah.
You have time bank.
I knew we had 2 people, but I couldn't think of the other one. How bad is that? I was like, I think there was someone else from that movie. Oh, yeah, right. The guy that wrote and directed it.
I mean, this is incredible that he's got queens again. And Alexandridis has flopped a piece here.
How costly a piece? Medium cost piece.
Really don't like this bet. I gotta be honest. It's just too small. You're unblocking all the pairs on the board. You're gonna get so many calls here from 8s and 10s and 7-9, and you know, Jack 9. Let's bet half pot here and get action. Naked spades.
4 is not a harmful card at all.
Let's beef up the pot here.
Raz Prince says the Grand was a pretty good poker movie. Not our favorite, but we did have the dealer and poker consultant from the Grand on our podcast as well a few years ago.
Ducking Murloc asked if we've had the main guy who paid Spider-Man. Kevin Feige has never been on the podcast, sorry.
I mean, Griffin's been on the podcast, and he's paid Spider-Man multiple times. Alexandrios calling a second time after this bet of 700K from Kim. This pot's getting huge.
Told you those dreams in confidence, Joe.
River 3. Alexandrios checks again. I mean, how rare is this that you just can slam dunk value bet 3 streets?
500.
And that's why I would have liked to have seen bigger on the flop. The pot would have been even juicier. But at this stage, it makes not much of a difference.
Snap called with a $500,000 bet. Alexandra, I just can't believe it's queens again. Neither can we.
And Kim, who was the shortest stack at the final table, continues to chip up. He's now got, how much? I mean, there was more than 3 million in that pot, 6 million.
That's good for what, second, third? $51 bigs. He is now for sure the Kim of Queens. I agree, half beer human.
So he was the shortest stack at the table and at risk of elimination.
There we go, second.
Just 3 hands ago, and now he's second on the leaderboard. I mean, that's no limit hold'em for you, baby. Vilandio asks, how is the stack of Mulder? Not great.
He was middle of the pack until I think Kim just passed him, so that puts him in the lower half now.
It does.
Did you just hear the big sigh from me?
No, no.
Oh, when someone wrote, how did Kim get all these chips?
I'd like to think that's trolling.
Well, walk for Mulder, okay.
Hovering around the 4.5 million mark right now. And a reminder, we are at the 60-120 blind level. About halfway through that level. And if we play another 45 minutes without any eliminations, we'll come back tomorrow with 7 players. If there is a KO in the next 45 minutes, we will stop play and play out the rest of this level tomorrow along with the rest of this final table as we play down to a champion.
And again, a blind v blind. Yeah, sorry, James, but it's just, this is a big theme here at this table between these two very talented players. Seen some very interesting hands. Mulder's had a mixed strategy between raising and limping. He was often raising when he had more chips than his opponent, and goes back to that here with the 3x.
You're not supposed to fold this, sorry, Griffin.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, you probably should call. but it's not easy to play. You know, you're sub 30 big blinds. You're playing against a very, very good player. You're really going to have to pop off that king to feel comfortable. And there you go. I will say the saving grace for Mulder might be just flopping so poorly. Not even a heart on the board. You know, backdoor to the bottom straight if it were to come Jack 10, expecting your opponent to be on base pretty often, having called this 3-bet. A lot of Queen X's, some a lot of King X's. Maybe something like Jack 9, Jack 10 will continue. So, and a tricky check back by Caminita. I really like this.
Uh-oh. Mulder catches a piece, pairs is 9 on the turn, but only has 14% equity.
Yeah, really bad card for Mulder effectively, because now you're going to be relatively comfortable getting a little bit of chips in there, probably in the form of a check call, but instead decides to get bet and wants to set the price. We've seen a lot of this from Mulder over the course of the day. Not trying to bet out a worse hand, but trying to get a little value from those Jack X, 10X type hands that might call and really set the price against a king or a queen if Caminita checked that back, which he did.
$240,000 each. The river card is a deuce. So close to a 3, but not close enough. Caminita has a lock on this.
And now no real reason for Mulder to bet. It would be way too thin to try to get value from like a 7. You really just got to play this as a check fold or a check call if you really think your opponent is bluffing with those 10 or Jack X's and those missed clubs, missed spades, and there's the check.
Well, you got to bet something here, right?
Oh yeah, you're thrilled. You couldn't wait for this situation.
525.
Doesn't get too greedy, which I really like. Doesn't particularly look bluffy, but it'll get Mulder to call.
Gets it.
Oh, wow. And another big pot for Caminita. Another huge loss for turn Mulder. And look who is now the shortest stack at this 7-handed final table. The one-time overwhelming chip leader is slowly edging towards the danger zone.
Danger zone!
3.35 million.
Yeah, pretty much one of the worst timelines you can find yourself in as far as the range of the different ways this could have gone down for Mulder, having started this FT at about 12 or 13 million. Really, really unfortunate. But, I mean, look at the leaderboard. You find yourself with one double up or even win one significant hand, you're back in top 3. So, real flat between 1st and 7th now.
What was
it's really anyone's game?
13, 14 million?
13.5 or something?
13, yeah. Maybe as much as 13.9 I thought I remember seeing. Yeah, someone said 14 million in the chat, so I think I remember seeing 13.95 or something like that.
Okay. And that's kind of just where we're at in this tournament right now, is that when things take this long, that's going to happen. You know, folks are going to drop to the bottom. They're going to double up. Like, everything is so close because the blinds are so high. The average stack is pretty shallow. I got a question for you. Look here, look, listen. If you can see the question you wrote, why would you write something so stupid twice? Thank you for your question.
Razai has opened with King 10. Alexandridis has got ace queen. And he is going to 3-bet. As re-raised to 675,000. We've got the blinds to act. Caminita folds the small. Gluttony folds the big. And Rezai folds his king 10.
You always have it? Not always. 99% of the time.
Andrea says. Joe, could you beat a pro table with all the knowledge you've won in commentating over the years?
My own calculate.
I can't beat a $120 daily tournament at the bicycle. So, no. But I do thank you for your question.
Because you can't beat those bingo players, Joe.
Right, yeah. I got to play bigger where they respect my raises.
Exactly. Action folded to turn Mulder, who's got queens in the cutoff. He's got Kim's hand. Raises to 250. 10-4 for Caminita. That goes in the muck.
Spirit of the horse. Let's go.
Gab-Yon Kim with ace-king. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, for the sickest and classicest of all races.
3.25.
3.25.
3.25.
Get set for an all-in. And it's an all-in that Tuan Mulder, one-time monster chip leader, will need to win.
The favorite, at least.
All in, and a call on their backs. Let's run the board. If Kim gets there, if Kim hits his ace or king, Tuan Mulder will be eliminated in 7th place.
Wow. Like ace-king versus queens. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Team
Ace King
Kim.
a favorite. Is that true? Is it because of the
Folded cards, Griffin.
Wow, awesome. Yeah, I saw the queen folded.
And Team Kim calling for the ace.
Hard to believe it's come down to this for Mulder after such an impressive display. Building that chip stack, just hasn't got his way since.
King high flop. And now Mulder is drawing thin. Wow. He is drawing to 1 out. Only the Queen of Diamonds is live.
I do not feel great about this.
And it is against the Kim of Queens, though. He does attract queens.
Down to 3%. Needs to see the case queen on the river, or Tuan Mulder is eliminated, and we are done for the day.
Just white in the face.
The river card is not the Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah. Okay.
Tuan Mulder exits in 7th place. Nobody expected this at the start of the day. Nobody expected this at the start of the final table.
Yes.
He will have to make do with a 6-figure score. 138,570 euros was at one point eyeing the first prize of more than $1 million. That will be awarded tomorrow to one of the final 6 players remaining. As we stop the clock, we bag and tag, and the final 6 will come back tomorrow to play down to a winner.
I'm sorry, I'm just speechless.
And Gab-Yon Kim, I think, is going to be the chip leader, Griffin, with a 79 big blind stack.
Yeah, and what a great story Kim is. You know, a couple years ago, finishing 8th place in this event. Just amazing, or 9th place, pardon me. Just amazing to come back here and do this.
Yeah, let's focus on the positive.
No.
I mean, obviously, as fanboys, we would love to have seen Andersen, Danchev, the former champs, make it to the final day. Tuan Mulder is someone who's entertained us so much online over the last 2 years, and we loved watching him play yesterday and earlier today. But look, one thing we can say with some certainty is all these guys have played phenomenal poker, and they all deserve to be here, and hopefully they will deliver an entertaining final day of this EPT Prague main event.
Well said.
Yeah, lots of great stories still in here. EPT's first South Korean winner.
Potentially, a player who came so close the last time this tournament ran. 9th place finisher in 2019, now in the final 6. And crucially, the chip leader coming in to the 6-handed final table.
Unfinished business. Came down back down to Prague to do it all again. Finished much better.
Griffin, thank you for today. You're going to join us tomorrow, right? Coverage of the final table?
Yep, I'll be there.
Thank you, Griffin. And suffice to say, Nick Walsh will be part of the team tomorrow as well. So make sure you join us at the usual time, which is 12:30 Central European Time, which is 11:30 GMT, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So we did not get to the end of the level. We did lose a player. We are down to 6, and these are the 6 players who return tomorrow. Gab Yong Kim, the chip leader. Andrea Cortezi, second in chips. The other Italian, Dimitro Caminita, middle of the pack, along with Grzegorz Glovny. The shortest stacks, Alexandridis and Rezai, are 38 and 31 big blinds respectively. So plenty of play in this, and it's anyone's game. So we'll pick up the action with the blinds at 61-20 when we restart the action tomorrow. And let's remind ourselves of what they will be playing for tomorrow. Everyone is now guaranteed at least 181,800 euros, nearly $250,000 for 5th, 320 for 4th, 428 for 3rd, more than 600k for the runner-up, more than $1 million, and the EPT main event trophy for the winner.
7-6, 7-7.
It's been a fun day, Joe. It's been an emotional day.
I've experienced every emotion today.
If you missed any of the action, make sure you head to the PokerStars blog for a roundup of the day, plus live updates, not just from the main event, but from some of the other events here at EPT Prague, including the 10K High Roller, which continues in the main tournament room. But as far as the main event's concerned, please be here for the final day of our live cards up coverage. As I said, 12:30 Central European Time is when it starts. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow. From Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan. For now it is good night from Prague.